And we are live. Hello out there, everyone, and welcome to Bulbacast 2023 in review. This is going to be a casual conversation, let's say, about everything that's been happening in Pokemon over the last year. We'll be going for a few hours, basically until we exhaust all topics and conversation. We're more than happy to have audience participation as well. So if there's anything you want to bring up that you want to have us chat about, just pop it in the Twitch chat and we'll get around to your topics. So we are most likely going to have a rotating cast of people here. There's a few people who've signed up who haven't arrived for the start, but for those we have here right now, obviously, myself, Archaic, Bulbagarden Webmaster, resident old trainer yelling at Altaria. And for our guests, first off, we have Boblers, Bulbapedia Junior Administrator and resident Trivia King.
Hello.
Rhodehawk, Bulbagarden YouTube contributor, frequent member of the Bulbacast over the past few years.
Hello, hope everyone's doing well today.
Sir Derpington from the Bulbagarden Discord.
Bonjour.
And finally, one of our special guests we've arranged for today, Lachlan from the GoCast Pokemon Go podcast.
G'day, how's it going? So, I'm sure a lot of people here might not know who I am. I'm one of the 5 hosts of the GoCast podcast. I'm the most recent to join the team, but I have a long history in podcasting aside, and between the 5 of us, we cover most aspects of Pokemon Go, from lifestyle to people in the content creation space, to the Go Battle League and the World Championship side, to the weekly updates that Niantic push out to keep the game alive.
So Lachlan here is someone I actually know IRL. We last saw each other at the local regionals. They're obviously in completely different areas. I was playing TCG where Lachlan was doing Go. But yeah, so we do have a few other guests planned, but well, it's just going to be a matter of if they're able to make it or not. But I mean, it's the holiday season. Everything's always a little crazy around this time of year. So I'm sure that'll probably end up coming into our discussion. But in any case, perhaps to start us off then, Lachlan, Pokemon Go 2023 in review. How has this year been for that side of the Pokemon franchise?
Well, Niantic decided to do something people weren't quite ready for, and they skipped over Galar and went straight to Paldea when it came to releasing the next generation. So we had a sprinkling of Galar Pokemon originally released around when Sword and Shield came out, like Wooloo, Squirtle, Phalanx, and Zacian and Zamazenta without their swords and shields, alongside some of the other evolutions. But they've really decided to say, stuff it, we're doing Paldea. This must clearly be a sign coming down from TPC to help cross-promote with Scarlet and Violet. So we've seen the launch of their starter Pokemon from Paldea, and many of the other Pokemon that you've encountered early on, even up to Frigibax and Satitan and other later game Pokemon from Paldea, and that doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. They also hosted earlier in the year the Hoenn Tour in Nevada, Las Vegas, in which all Pokemon from the Hoenn region are now able to be encountered as shiny inside Pokemon Go, alongside the delayed release of Kecleon, which was the last holdout from the Hoenn region since, I think, Clampel was the one prior to it to be released, and that was about 4 years before it. So that was a big release for Pokemon Go. They had the Pokemon Go Fests again in person in the United States, in the United Kingdom, and Japan. These events are in-person live gatherings of Pokemon fans, and if you have any intrinsic interest in the Pokemon world and you might not play Go too much, it's worth checking it out if it comes to your hometown, because there's normally a pop-up Pokemon Center there as well, which I know a lot of people in the United Kingdom were very appreciative of, especially after they held the World Championship the year before. Pokemon Go was represented at the World Championship for the second time, and unlike the year before, there was just one league, so there was no division by age. It was just everyone in one league, so we only had one World Champion this year. The content creator side of the game seems to have dipped, but players have gone up, so more people are just casually playing the game and less inclined with engaging in content around the game at home. So this is definitely a decline from the pandemic era where people would engage at home. But the game itself is going quite strong. Niantic have made some interesting decisions when it comes to their revenue sources. Contentious issues in the community have been nearly every event having a paid option between $1 American up to $8 American, which for some people is fine. There's a free experience you can still enjoy, but a lot of people are feeling like this is how they're trying to rebalance their income sources after they made changes to how rating was done after the pandemic era. So obviously a lot of people count Pokemon Go shinies in different respects, especially on Pokemon Home. The amount of times I've seen people in forums complaining, "Oh, I got another Pokemon Go shiny. Anyone want to trade it for a real shiny?" Has been quite interesting to read, because unlike in the main series where you know what route a Pokemon is going to spawn in Pokemon Go you have to actually explore the world. So while having an increased shiny rate of 1 in 450 is the base shiny odds for the wild spawning Pokemon, seems quite low to a shiny hunter. A shiny hunter at least can guarantee that of those 4,096 encounters, most of them are going to be their target. Whereas in Pokemon Go, you have to actually keep moving to find your target. So it sort of balances out for me. So I view all of my Go shinies as real shinies in Pokemon Home. But that integration is going strong. And we also had the release of Gimmighoul Roaming Form, which is also exclusive to Pokemon Go, much in the way that Meltan is still only catchable through Pokemon Go. At least Roaming Form Gimmighoul can still evolve into Goldengo in the Switch games, unlike Meltan. But I think that's the primary summary of the year in Go.
It certainly sounds like there's been a lot happening, but I mean, certainly for someone who doesn't play Go, it feels like the only things we've been hearing about this year have been all of those controversies. Various events where things perhaps haven't worked out properly and they've had to give, if not refunds, then at least like additional bonuses, and of course continuing issues people have with how raids are working, especially people who perhaps are in, say, regional areas who don't have access to a lot of Pokestops.
So you see that a lot in social media, especially on X and on Reddit, because people who are content with the game aren't normally the ones to go online and complain about the game. I know comparing it to Dexit is something that would hurt a lot of people, but in many ways, the change came from above, and the development team said, right, we're rolling with it. And Dexit just became a function of how they want the games to handle and balancing the competitive side. We know it's not great. I wish I could have Pansage in any of my Switch games, believe me. But the way it's being handled, it makes sense. There are some aspects of regional play which are affected, but you can still host raids, and they have really turned down the local raids to it just being the Shadow Pokemon. And for people who aren't too familiar with the Shadow Pokemon term, it's the Pokemon you acquire from Team Go Rocket, because they couldn't call it Team Rocket for some reason, so it's Team Go Rocket. And these Pokemon have a 20% attack increase and a 20% defense debuff. And for Shadow Pokemon that are returning, you can get them in the raid system, and the Shadow Legendaries are featured only on weekends. So Lugia has always been a difficult raid boss. It was featured in Shadow Raids alongside Mewtwo, Articuno, and Zapdos this year. And Articuno's Moltres and Zapdos all had about 2.5 months each in weekend raid rotations. Lugia and Mewtwo had one single weekend each. Now, Mewtwo, you can quite easily understand that every casual player will come out and do a few raids. So a lot of people were able to get it in smaller communities. But Lugia has always been a difficult Pokemon to take down in raid battles in Pokemon Go with small numbers. So that was sort of a sticking point for a lot of people. But it's not the only way that people have been able to acquire Lugia, it's just an additional method. I hope going forward they take some advice from their creative streams and see that, these Pokemon aren't being done in these parts of the world. What can we do to support them? Could we maybe make their difficulty easier in smaller communities? But again, that's for them to try and roll out. I have big city privilege, and I have done a lot of the Niantic Wayfarer program, which allows you to add more Pokestop locations to the map. So I'm quite content with my little playbox. But there are a lot of people who aren't. And the Wayfarer team is working on ways to make it more accessible for people at lower trainer levels to access those tools and features. But again, with companies like this, it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So instead of developing a standalone app for Wayfarer that they spent 2 years developing and had a beta app out in the public for 2 years, where there was no level requirements to submit locations, they've now decided to roll back on that. So 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But considering Niantic as a company has done over 52 events in 52 weeks, that's a lot. And people seem to not remember that that's a lot of time and effort that comes into planning these events, making sure spawns are balanced across all of the events across the calendar year, and that they have 4 different storyline themes that they tie 3 months worth of events into. So there's a lot going on at Niantic HQ. Some people might be like, oh, why did Grubbin get a community day? But I was really excited about Grubbin Community Day because Grubbin is such a cool Pokemon. Like, who here doesn't like Chargebug? And it's such that beautiful red shiny. So being able to encounter these Pokemon and see them in the spotlight, where they might not normally be put in the spotlight in main series games as often. But Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet have started doing more of these spotlights on older Pokemon, and I'm very much appreciative of it with their the mass outbreaks, I believe. So like with Duraludon at the moment, Dratini and Jangmo in Scarlet and Violet. So I've been playing Sword and Shield this week. So sorry about that. It's just a lot easier to hatch eggs in that game.
No, but yes,
yeah,
I mean I agree with you in general that like seeing these spotlights not just in Go but in Scarlet and Violet that are highlighting these lesser seen Pokemon is certainly very nice. I mean, you compare that to like Pokemon Masters EX, and there's lots of new sync pairs out every year, but a lot of the time we're seeing a lot of the typical popular Pokemon coming back, and I know it is nice to see some of the lesser known ones get their time to shine.
And that's something that Niantic does every Tuesday night between 6 and 7 p.m. local time, where a different Pokemon will be the only thing that's spawning. Every Tuesday night, it's the Spotlight Hour. And a lot of people are like, oh, why is Teddy Ursa in the Spotlight? Because Pokemon Go players see that this Pokemon's useless, I have 100 of them. But for the casual players, the people who jump in and out, it's a really good opportunity to once a week open up, see what's at your house, and be like, oh my goodness, there's 17 Swirlix here. I'm going to catch them. And that's an exciting feeling. It sort of mimics the way that mass outbreaks work. And there's the disconnect from the people who communicate online about the game, and then there's the people who play the game. Because every time I do a Spotlight Hour and go for a walk during it, I spot so many people playing it. And you can tell because there's always that power bank coming out of the bottom of their phone.
I guess this is perhaps sometimes the difference between like the hardcore competitive players and the bulk of more casual players, and I think we see this with a lot of the Pokemon games. To be perfectly honest, I mean, like think about the TCG and think about how few cards in each set are actually competitively viable. Or I mean, even actually with Scarlet and Violet, where they're doing these various outbreaks, and yet many of them are probably not Pokemon you would actually expect to see in competitive teams.
And that's a bit like how the Pokemon Go PvP side works. What's been relevant in Pokemon Go meta since day one is Medicham, and that hasn't gone away through every rebalance. And then you've got Pokemon like Sableye, and you have to think of it from like a VGC player's perspective looking in at Go when it's being streamed at their events, and they're like, why is that person using a Medicham? Why is that person using a Registeel? Why is Galarian Stunfisk being used? Is that a Lantern? There's these conversations around these Pokemon which, in the core series, because of how their stats are weighted and the move pools and their abilities, they don't see as much love. But when they get transferred into Pokemon Go and those movesets are more limited, and there isn't abilities, there isn't immunities, some Pokemon see a surge in success. So, and that's what I love about the game, because there's Pokemon that you can use in Pokemon Go that I probably shouldn't try and use in the Scarlet and Violet team, but I can in Pokemon Go. So, and plus, it gets me outside the house, which Pokemon players, it's a scary concept, I know, but if you want a good Pokemon, you've got to leave the house to get it.
Feeling a bit cold out there.
Oh, trust me, before Pokemon Go, I would very rarely leave the house unless I actually had to.
Well, what about the rest of our panel? I think, to be perfectly honest, most of us probably don't play a lot of Pokemon Go ourselves, so it's good to have some perspectives here from someone who is much more involved in that side of the fandom than we are.
Again, I like to try and dip my toes in as many places as possible, but the mental health benefits of Pokemon Go cannot be understated.
And hello there, Quagsire Joe. I'm assuming you're talking about Caps meaning to be on here, but yeah, unfortunately Caps was not able to make it in the end. But yes, you missed some of the discussion earlier. I mean, Pokemon Go competitive is remarkably strong. I mean, it's still growing. The numbers are not anywhere near the same as TCG or VGC, but in second year in World Championships, I imagine they'll be there going forward. Unlike, say, Pokken, which has been removed now.
And we will all pour one out for poor Pokken tournament users. But yes, Pokemon Go will definitely be featured at Hawaii in 2024, and I'm sure in 2025 as well. The fact that the Pokemon Company International sees higher viewership numbers during the World Championship on the Pokemon Go stream compared to the other two streams, yes, that's because they lure the more casual players in with a redemption code in game that you have to watch for half an hour to get. But they then watch and they stay watching. They don't just leave after the half an hour. And I think that's really indicative of the fact that the casual players are just so enamored by it. Because it's really different compared to a lot of people and their perceptions of the way the game works. Because in Pokemon Go, you want to have low attack Pokemon where possible. And very rarely do you want to build a Pokemon in the main series that doesn't have attack stats. Either because Pokemon Go doesn't have a special physical split, so you don't have the option of saying, oh, well, I'll go low attack, zero attack, just so I don't get punished by my opponent if they have a particular move or ability or nature. But then I can go modest, or you don't have that option in Pokemon Go. There's no natures, no abilities, no items. It's a very different ball game, and it's really just the simplicity of you catch Pokemon, you train Pokemon, you send it to the professor, you catch Pokemon, you throw it away. I'm sure most people in this this conversation have all at least played parts of Pokemon Let's Go Eevee or Pikachu, and that just catch them en masse and set them free. That's really what Pokemon Go boils down to, and you keep the ones you want.
Well, and to add to the conversation, like, I was a very casual Pokemon Go player for a really long time. and I've experienced a wide chunk of the game. I don't play it anymore. I've transitioned to Pokemon Masters, but I will say, as someone who is very casual, it's very cool to see. Like, I saw the announcement for the Grubbin day, and Vikavolt and that whole line is one of my favorite bug types of all time. But it's still really cool to see that there is a passion behind that particular game, and there are people who are so devoted to it. I have friends who have been playing it for years, whether or not they have someone to play with, and I think that's one of the things that makes Pokemon special, especially within the last like several years, is they've taken a lot of unique chances and they've kind of invested in things that I think people might not necessarily think is fun. But I do think Pokemon Go has a really beautiful symmetry to it, and I was actually just playing Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu, and I know there's a lot of gripes people have with those games, but I think that game kind of carried over the Pokemon Go symmetry so well because it's just a fun game to play that you don't have to be like the expert gamer to do. And seeing how I'm so dedicated to Pokemon Masters EX, there's a lot of things I like in Pokemon Go that's a lot more accessible, but I mean, there's been so many mobile games and things in the Pokemon franchise recently that has been a breath of fresh air for a lot of people, and I think that's gonna really help them out if they keep doing that in the next few years.
And I might just take a moment to quickly introduce two people who joined the stream while we were having that conversation. So we have here Storm Aurora, who is
Hello.
hello, and we have SaturnFreak, head of Corsola Cove.
Nice. Glad to be here.
So we've just been talking a lot on Pokemon Go, but and we have been probably talking on Pokemon Go now for 20 minutes or so. So
Oh wow.
I was wondering when the conversation would shift, just because I feel like an imposter. I've never actually played Pokemon Go. I missed the craze when it was first happening, and I always used to assume, well, you know what? I should have been there for like when it was big. It's not worth jumping into now. It's not worth jumping into now, and it just passed me by. I've heard nothing but amazing things about it. I've heard nothing but good things. Just never really been, at the right place or the right time to play Pokemon Go, just to like put time aside to just walk around with my phone in hand, which is weird. I feel like kind of an imposter of a Pokemon fan by saying I've never played it, but it's just something that I missed.
And I think the best thing you can do with Pokemon Go is if you decide to randomly pick it up one day, and because you see a tweet get circulated around or a news post about a community day for a Pokemon you really like, you're like, all right, I'll give 20 to 30 minutes of my day. You don't have to do the full 3 hours, and just get a couple shinies and see if that endorphin hit is enough. And if it is, you can send them to Pokemon Home, and then you can withdraw them into Scarlet and Violet. I know that the next community day is the first weekend of January, and it is Rowlet. And then at the end of January, thank you to Pokemon.com, who accidentally posted a news article early announcing it would be a Porygon Day at the end of January, and early February will be featuring a Chansey Day. So if either of those three Pokemon is something you'd like to get a shiny of, consider it like a massive mass outbreak. Play the game for 20 minutes, and you probably will get a shiny, because the shiny rates are 1 in 25 on those days.
I'm going to say maybe like a hot take that might drift us slightly away from the Pokemon Go topic. As time has gone on and the games have made shinies more and more accessible, I've always had this nagging feeling in my head that the rarity or like the wow factor of a shiny has kind of dimmed for me. It's gone down. I don't feel like it's as crazy or like amazing of an achievement to have a shiny anymore now that the games have made them a lot more easy to find and to breed and to hunt, and we're really seeing like I feel like this is probably the final stage where you can go and get shinies for like a 1 in 25 chance. And to be clear, like to be fair, I played Pokemon Crystal as a kid. I remember you'd get an egg and then the egg had like a 1 in 20 chance to be a shiny. That's fine. And also they just handed you a shiny Gyarados. Okay, like I won't pretend like I'm not being facetious a bit, but also I feel like there should still be some level of rarity attached to the moniker of a shiny Pokemon, not to the point where somebody shiny hunting with like a sandwich can find like 3 or 4 shinies within an hour. You know, I watched a streamer recently who was shiny hunting and they said that like, oh, with one sandwich I found like 3 shinies. I was like, well, how do you still quantify how rare or like cool it is to have a shiny if it becomes so easy to find? Do you guys like get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, well, I mean,
Um,
in my experience with Scarlet and Violet shiny hunting, just making a shiny sandwich is a lot of more effort than you expect because those Herba Mystica are so rare. They only appear in 5 and 6 star raids, which it's hard to beat on your own. And like so, it's like if you put in the effort to get 2 Herba Mysticas to get a shiny sandwich, like you deserve 2 or 3 shinies. Um, I I had to make 2 sandwiches to get a shiny Minior recently, and it was so worth it.
I mean, content creators do make it look a lot easier, and for the hardcore players, it certainly is a lot easier than for casual players. I think for the casual players in particular, shinies still have that sense of wonder. But for a lot of the older players who know how to do things like shiny hunting and who know how to do that efficiently, um, it's a lot less so. I mean, back in the days before we really knew how to do this sort of stuff efficiently, that they were amazing. You had the shiny Pokemon, and like everyone in the schoolyard wanted that Pokemon off you, even if it was something like a Beedrill. Now,
Uh,
go ahead.
no, you go first. It's all good. Sorry.
No, I was finished.
So, like, I still remember my first full odds random shiny in Pokemon Emerald, and I know saying full odds shiny in Pokemon Emerald will get a few people upset, but it's the only shiny I found in Pokemon Emerald, so I clearly didn't know how to RNG manipulate at that point in time. But that wild Poochyena holds such a special place in my heart, and
It,
the same thing for
it
the
was
random
a
Machoke I got in Pokemon Pearl.
It was a Natu for me in Pokemon Heart Gold. That was my first shiny, and I remember reading like online that the chances to run into a shiny Pokemon were so rare that only like 20% of Pokemon players would ever actually encounter one. And I think that kind of like maybe it was hyperbole, I'm not sure, but I remember thinking like, wow, I am really like I'm the luckiest player alive right now because I caught this shiny. I really like didn't think that anything was ever going to top that feeling. And I guess this is like me being a bit of a boomer in that sense. I feel like in the new games, shinies are much less um they're much less valued to the point where like if you have a shiny Pokemon, it's more like, just something cool to be like, oh yeah, and this is a shiny as well, rather than like something that was on the same level as like a giveaway mythical or something like, you know. And I'm not really sure if it's better one way or the other. I just think it's interesting the way that they've gone about giving us the tools to, find these shiny Pokemon when back in the day, a lot of this was like now we've got shiny charms, we've got Urban Mystica sandwiches. Back in the day, like there were like very, very obscure techniques that you had to go on like game facts to know. There was like the Masuda method where like you would have to like breed you have to breed a Japanese Pokemon and a Western Pokemon together for like a slightly higher chance of getting a shiny. There was like very rare limited giveaways. There was glitches that you go through. I remember like all of that stuff, and none of that was like spelled out to the player. That was stuff that we just kind of like had to dig around and find out. And honestly, even though I think that the rarity has gone somewhat down, I still think that the effort is probably still equivalent. Like Storm was saying earlier, it's very difficult to get those Herba Mysticas. And if you got a shiny or two off of that, all the more power to you. Like I do think you deserve that shiny. That's an amazing point.
Well, and to add to that, I've listened to a few really intelligent conversations over the last couple years about shiny Pokemon, and I think we're having a great one right now. But one of the things I think was really interesting was brought up by creators. I can't remember the names right now, but they were discussing the fact that if shinies do collectively lose their power, what could Pokemon do in order to kind of elevate rarer Pokemon or add in elements? And one of my favorite comments was made way back in like the old, I think it was the first Pokemon movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back. They talked about like how cloned Pokemon had different markings and like different, like slightly different looks. And I've listened to a lot of other creators talk about ways that they could incorporate the fact that Pokemon are like, godlike beings, but they're also animals, and what could they attribute to certain Pokemon or certain breeds in order to add these new aesthetic elements to kind of help counteract that idea that shinies are losing their power. And I've heard some really great things from like referencing gender differences in Sinnoh and adding certain things like that, or even having Pokemon that have like, I mean, they've kind of started doing it with the paradox forms and giving them ancient forms, but I think there's a lot of things that Pokemon could do really creatively to throw us that bone of like, okay, shinies been around for a while. What is this new aesthetic change that we could give to make these Pokemon even more special again?
I mean, it sounds almost like you're
They're, they're,
talking about Spinder and how you can have the variants of that.
I was I was gonna say I think they're gonna go the League of Legends route and just start releasing chromas, just start releasing like extra rare skins of like each of the Pokemon.
Pokemon
And
Go's already done that.
yeah, but actually, to come full circle to Pokemon Go, I think the clone Pokemon did appear in that game, didn't they?
Yes, and
They did,
it's
yeah.
it's the only game in which um, they made. It's the one time they've made unique models to some regard for the Pokemon that aren't just putting a hat on them. So, and they gave Mewtwo its full armor set that was featured in the remake movie based on that art style, and those are probably the rarest things in Pokemon Go. They're around for a weekend once, and that's about it. I think the Mewtwo came back once, but still can't be shiny. And that's something that a lot of people are like, well, is this the time that it comes back? Because it's getting more and more value. Um, and take a Pokemon like the Galarian, Moltres, Articuno, or Zapdos. They're only encounterable in Pokemon Go with an item that you get once a day that lasts for 15 minutes. You can't pay any more, and you have to walk. And then if you do encounter the bird, it has a 98% chance of fleeing from you if you don't catch it. So it very much imitates that the Raikou or Entei or Suicune from Gold and Silver vibe of you throw a ball, if you're lucky, you're lucky. If you're unlucky, you're unlucky. And yes, we've got the Master Ball in Pokemon Go now, but some people are still like, oh, well, I could get a better one. And the chase goes on. And I think that's what Pokemon Company is starting to do. They take in Scarlet and Violet, chest form Gimmighoul. The only way to get that shiny was from that limited raid event in which you basically had to do shenanigans to get it, or pray that you have a friend who rolls it and is kind enough to share it with you and keep resetting it for themselves. Because that Pokemon can't be bred. That Pokemon can't be encountered shiny in the wild. A lot of people dislike shiny locks, but then it gives them the ability to roll out events like that Gimmighoul raid event in Scarlet Violet.
And speaking of Gold and Silver for a second, so first off, my first shiny was a Weedle in Silver. It was the first wild Pokemon I encountered after getting Pokeballs. and full odds, couldn't believe it, and unfortunately I lost it many years ago to an unfortunate transfer pack error. But one thing about shinies in Gold and Silver was that they were IV locked. They did have above average IVs, but they couldn't have perfect IVs. So they actually, in some way, intentionally devalued them for the purposes of competitive play. And it almost makes me wonder if the fact that we can do all this super training and have perfect shinies now very easily might in some way be like, it makes it so everyone wants to chase for them, in the sense that it becomes, well, like a flex. It really isn't it? It's the equivalent of someone playing the TCG with a deck full of illustration rares and reverse holos, having your team of 6 shinies.
I think at the end of the day, with shiny Pokemon, if it's something you went out of, spent time in your life trying to get, and you were successful in achieving your goal of catching it, hatching it, or however you decided to encounter it, you put in the time and effort, and you yourself get the intrinsic reward for it. So if you're someone who decides to spend however many hours getting a Pokemon save file in Gen 4 that works with the Cute Charm glitch, and you get a bunch of shinies from that, the value you feel on those shinies is because you put in the time and effort for it. And they will always have that transferred from Sinnoh mark, traveled through time from Sinnoh. And you will always remember when you got that Pokemon, or how you got that Pokemon. Whereas there is the case for people who do less than ideal ways of shiny acquisition, whether it's people creating them illegitimately and sending them around through the Global Wonder Trading Station on Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond, or through Wonder Trade in Pokemon Home. But, you know, that might make a kid's day. Like, I went through in the last week leading up to Christmas, transferred as many of my legacy Pokemon Go Kanto shinies to Pokemon Let's Go, caught them in Pokemon Let's Go, and then put them into Pokemon Home, and just started Wonder Trading them. So there was a week where I just sent out 80 Charmanders, because it's had multiple Community Day events. I had a lot of them, and I could then spread that joy onto someone. And there's probably some kids who opened up their Pokemon Home and saw a shiny Charmander and said, "Mum, Dad, look, I got a shiny. Someone sent me a shiny." And that would make their day. So it's the value you put on the Pokemon that you acquire. And if you don't put as much value on it, that's up to you. But that's just how they work. And I think marks are the best way going forward of doing that extra flex. Is, oh, but my shiny has a mark that says it's the biggest possible shiny, or it's a rare Pokemon. You know, like, or my Pokemon has the champion medal from Johto. Like, there's things like that which you can't easily get with shinies, and there's no way just to go talk to someone and get legacy medals like I got the gorgeous ribbon in Pokemon Platinum, for example.
Actually, speaking of which, so we don't know when Pokemon Bank will be shut down, but it is still possible to transfer those old Pokemon over, so long as you still have Bank. Like, new 3DS accounts can't actually use Nintendo online services now. That's been discontinued, but I mean, it's not like you could have
Actually,
downloaded
no,
it.
that got fixed.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't intentional.
Yeah,
You can access Pokemon Bank still. It's still like accessible right now.
For now.
yeah. Although
Yeah.
something known about Bank is you need to have had a Nintendo Network ID and have downloaded the game before the eShop shut down.
But yeah,
So like,
I imagine
yeah.
there's a lot of people who have that, but who've been procrastinating on getting their Pokemon moved from the old games to the new games, So if you did want to get Pokemon with those old marks and transfer, or the old ribbons and so forth, and want to transfer them forward, um, do it over the next few months. Like, we don't know that bank is going to close. So, yeah, we don't know that bank is going to close, but we're coming up to the 1 year anniversary of when, like, 3DS eShop closed, and that would be the first opportunity where they might be likely to go, okay, well, you've had long enough. So don't delay and get your important Pokemon over as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's hanging on by a thread, honestly.
I prefer Pokemon Bank to Pokemon Home just because there is the ability to transfer Pokemon from the original games through Virtual Console, Pokemon Red, Green, Gold, Silver, Crystal. I thought that was really novel. And the fact that there were as many Pokemon games that you could play on your DS as on your 3DS as that. So like there were starting from the Gen 4 games, there was like Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, and then you go to 3DS X, Y, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, and then you go back and then you add the two first gens. Pokemon Bank really felt like more like the complete vision of what Pokemon Home, I guess, is trying to be. If you could, in a hypothetical world where they release the original Game Boy games on Nintendo Switch Online, I think it is right now. They just rolled out the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance services. If they include the ability to transfer your Pokemon in there to Pokemon Home, then maybe. But I'm kind of I'm kind of remiss to say goodbye to Pokemon Bank. I feel like Pokemon Bank was perfect the way it was, and replacing it with Pokemon Home was strictly a downgrade. And I don't know if that's a popular opinion or not, but I actually haven't downloaded Pokemon Home yet. I just never really felt like there was a use for it. I have my Pokemon in Pokemon Sword and Shield. I have my Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet. I don't really feel like, putting them somewhere like a third location, a second storage location. I just don't really see the point in that. It was more fun on the 3DS when you could transfer between so many generations, I feel personally.
We do
Well, Home
have.
has like a
Yeah.
few event
Well,
things you can get. So
and I'm the kind of person who needs it just for the storage because I catch so many Pokemon that I can't hold them all in my boxes. I was waiting for Scarlet and Violet to become compatible with Pokemon Home because like my boxes were getting full, and I'm like, I need to offload these somewhere.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you're a collector.
Yeah, to be honest, like with the charity marathons where we just had to catch Pokemon constantly, I was, I think I was spending sometimes like half an hour to an hour just releasing Pokemon from my boxes between streams so I'd have enough space to catch more Pokemon. And we do actually have that Catch a Million marathon coming up again in April this year, so do look out for that. Cyclone in the chat going, they'll put the games on Switch Virtual Console sooner or later, charge us yet again for them and connect to home, expect it. I don't know if we'll actually get the classic games again. Remakes certainly, but I wonder if we would ever actually get the classic games again. I have a feeling that they're maybe a bit adverse to it now.
I think the best way they could roll it out, because obviously we have Pokemon Day coming up in 8 weeks, which is, insane that it's nearly there. But I think the best thing that they can do is sell as a package the Gen 1 games, including the Japanese version of Green, and then sell a package of the Gen 2 games, sell a package of the Gen 3 games, or even divide it up into this is the Game Boy Pokemon, this is the Game Boy Advance Pokemon games, and sell them separately on the Nintendo eShop as downloadable things with the save data going to the cloud as a one-way in case of backup, and then allowing them to connect into Pokemon Home. because they have the emulators built in, and people have already been able to check that by forcing the ROMs into the existing emulators on the Pokemon Game Boy Advance stuff that you can trade over the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection. That just works. So I think that this is a step that they're ready to go to. And I think Pokemon Day is when we might see the Gen 1, Gen 2 side of that, potentially Gen 3. I say that, but also some of these spin-off games that would be amazing to see the life of day again. Like, I'm just saying, if they ever figure out how to do DS emulation well on the Switch, there is a whole host of games that I'd love to see come over, especially Pokemon Dash, because who doesn't love Pokemon Dash?
Well,
I
funny.
I was about to mention Pokemon Dash when you said that like all these Pokemon spin-offs that are never gonna see the light of day again. I was just holding it in. I was like, oh no, they don't. There's no way if I bring up Pokemon Dash now, that's gonna be too much of a deep cut.
Now, it's funny you might mention this. So, something happened the other day that we decided to not report on as a news story because we figured it was probably just a routine filing. But over the past couple of months, Nintendo, Game Freak, and Creatures went and renewed their trademarks for Pokemon Link Battle, otherwise known as Pokemon Battle Troze. And that game ceased to be available on any system after the 3DS eShop went down. So it's not a game you can actually get, and yet they bothered to renew the trademark.
That's
Now,
just something that Nintendo does periodically.
it is
Wouldn't you
something.
wouldn't you have to renew the trade? You go.
That they do it for so many games across the whole spectrum that everyone's like, they trademarked the simulator again. I'm like, what do you mean? Wave Rider. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. They trademarked Excitebike N64 again. I'm like, yep, sounds about right.
Yep.
Eternal Darkness on the GameCube. They re-upped their trademark for the whatever their system is that requires you to change the plug on your GameCube controller port to experience more horror. I'm like, right? That's just them holding trademarks. So I try not to read into that too much. What I would read into is if they filed a trademark for a Pokemon Trozei game that had a different subtitle, like Pokemon Trozei Switch.
Yeah, I mean, what caught my attention was the fact that, well, that it was specifically a trademark for a spin-off, rather than just being the franchise trademark, because I think there are examples of them, like, I mean, Excitebike is a one-game franchise. They have to renew Eternal Dark. So, I said Excitebike, didn't I? Eternal Darkness is a one-game franchise. You have to renew that trademark to keep the trademark on the franchise. But do you actually need to renew Pokemon Battle Troze or Pokemon Link Battle when you have just the trademark on Pokemon? The other thing was that they didn't just do a renewal, they did an update. Because previously, the old trademark in both Japan and Europe was just registered to Nintendo, but the new trademark is registered jointly between Nintendo, Game Freak, and Creatures. And a lot of the time when they go through this, they don't bother for that sort of ownership change, which seemed interesting. But again, we figured, well, like you said, maybe it is just a routine thing.
I feel like Cafe Remix was supposed to be like the quote unquote our new Battle Troze. Like that felt like it was coming in to sort of like steal that thunder. I'd be surprised if they made a new Battle Troze.
I'd argue that Shuffle was that instead.
Shuffle as well, yeah. Shuffle also.
I mean, Shuffle definitely, but like Shuffle is not being updated anymore. So
Yeah, well, but it is being promoted. Like, recently, like, you know how when Path to the Peak, that anime came out, they had this little campaign about Oddish, and as part of that campaign, they had some screenshots from Shuffle Mobile of, like, fighting Oddish in that game, which is kind of odd because Shuffle stopped updating in 2018, but they're still promoting it.
Well, I think for me, like I'm a massive fan of the GameCube games. I love the NES games and things, and I think one thing that I have noticed over the years, and I know there's a lot of theories, there's been a lot of speculation. As much as I feel like it's incredibly unlikely, I would love to see the Coliseum games get touched on or renewed or something. But I have been really impressed with kind of, I mentioned this before, Pokemon's been doing a lot of new things. They've had seem to be breathing life into certain things. I was really excited when the new Pokemon Snap game came out because that was something I had completely written off my life. I was never expecting that to happen. Um, and I think with a lot of things, especially with the Pokemon Presents we had earlier this year, and kind of a lot of the announcement that completely defied expectations. I think there is a lot of intention right now in Pokemon to do things differently and to change things up. Maybe not drastically, but I was actually just watching like the first couple episodes of Pokemon Concierge on Netflix, something I would have never literally expected Pokemon to do, a stop motion TV show. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's one of the easiest watches and most fun watches I've seen in a while. And I think there is, whether or not people, we'll all have our opinions, but I think it's a good thing to see that they are refocusing a bit and kind of trying to branch out of what I feel like was a long time like a very standard unwillingness to move forward in certain games. And I'm really excited. I'm really excited to see the bits of information we get next just because there is such a strange kind of dichotomy and movement in the Pokemon company right now. I would love to see any of the games that we mentioned come back.
Yeah, so I'll come back to Pokemon Concierge in just a moment, but right, to touch on your point, after the World Championships, you had Pokemon Company going out giving interviews basically saying that, like, yeah, we don't want to just have like a new main series game out every year and that we need to slow down a bit on that. And I mean, if that's the case, then bringing back spin-offs, having remakes, I mean, these sorts of things are what they could do to fill a year, basically, while they take more time to work on whatever the next main series entry is. I mean, frankly, I would be very disappointed if right after we've had the DLC and the epilogue for the DLC coming out in January, if then in February they're like, yeah, okay, but forget all about that. We've got a brand new main series game coming out November 2024. And I'd be
Pokemon Let's Go Paldea.
like,
There was
Gen
there
10.
was a Yeah, there was a gap. There was a gap of mainline games between Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet. I don't know like how long it was, but I know that Sword Shield came out like 2019, and then Scarvio came out 2022. So there was like 3 years there. We just didn't feel like it was 3 years because we had the DLC for Sword and Shield, and then we had Pokemon Legends Arceus, and then we had Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and there was like new Pokemon Snap. There was an influx of Pokemon content that was hitting us, and then when Gen 9 was announced, it felt very soon, just because we hadn't really had the time to take a break and like have a breather and be like, oh well, I wonder when the new mainline Pokemon game is coming. So when Pokemon Company made that announcement, I was kind of like thinking, well, you already are taking a break. What does that entail? Like putting more time between mainline entries? Like what exactly does that entail? What are you gonna fill the time with? Because there, like, do you mean like giving time for the DLC and the mainline games and then announcing, or do you like make more Legends games, or like what exactly is that pause going to look like?
I mean,
I think it.
keep
I
in
think
mind
it
that they
looks like.
did consider Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legends Arceus to be part of the core series. They consider that sort of thing to be core series. And the suggestion after that interview seemed to be that they would take a break from core series.
Okay, then
See-
I must have misunderstood. I misunderstood. That's on me.
I think what we're gonna get is Pokemon Concierge, the movie.
Isn't that what it already is?
No, but it's an animated series currently. We're gonna get the movie in cinemas, and you will all
No,
cry your
it's gonna
hearts
be-
out at the end of the movie.
I mean,
Pokemon Concierge, the video game.
Give me a
what
Mystery Dungeon
platform?
movie. I want it.
okay.
What about no? You guys aren't thinking big enough. Pokemon Concierge, the trading card game.
No,
Not just with real trading cards, but the digital trading card game
I
in
mean,
VR only.
I'll be honest. Pokemon Concierge as a video game, I can already see how you would make something like that. And I'd be just very afraid that they'd make it a mobile game.
Well, the Switch is basically an Android. They can just do it on both.
I mean, a lot of Pokemon spin-offs lately have been mobile or at least designed for mobile. Like if you look at the amount of spin-off games that have come out in the past few generations, the amount of spin-offs has decreased because they just have like a small handful of live service ones that they just continually update.
Yeah, it's like ever since the end of the 3DS, really, there's been, in general, a reduction in the number of games you see kind of released in that budget B to A tier of games from big studios. Because
Rest in peace, Pokemon Rangers.
yeah, exactly. Like, why would you bother with these games that were designed first for portable when now you can just release a full console game that people can play on a portable? I feel like there's actually a lot of room in the market for that mid-tier budget kind of title that is a complete game without microtransactions and that maybe has updates and DLC and whatnot, but doesn't have like the stamina models or whatever.
Yeah, I mean they are still doing that to some degree, like New Snap or Detective Pikachu 2 or something. But it feels like it's not like
I mean,
it's not nearly as common as it used to be.
yeah, with both those games though, like Snap and Detective Pikachu, I'd argue that they're full console games, as opposed to being portable first. Like, I mean, to be fair, arguably you could have said that something like Ranger and that could be a full console game as well. But I'm thinking things here like Troze, like Dash, and all these other things that are meant to be like full games, but maybe not as full featured as a full on.
Maybe like,
game.
are you thinking of like the Battle Revolution games, which were really just battle simulators?
I mean, Battle Revolution was always designed for consoles first. That one is in a very weird spot because it was basically the only way they could do 3D battles at the time. I'm thinking more stuff like, I don't know, Puzzle League.
Like sort of bite-sized kind of experiences.
Something like that, yeah. I mean, not necessarily a bite-sized experience because like Puzzle League has got multiple different things you can actually do in it, the multiple puzzle stages and so forth, but like something that is a discrete experience as opposed to being a live service.
Pokemon Rumble. That's a game that I think would fit into that sort of like mid tier that you're thinking about, because I'm thinking of all of the spin-off games, and most of them were sort of quote unquote full games. You've got Pokemon Conquest, Pokemon Rangers, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Those don't feel like sort of mid tier games to me.
Yeah,
but
no, I agree.
Pokemon Rumble
Typing
maybe.
Adventure.
Pokemon Rumble maybe.
Yeah, I will not hear anything against typing adventure. The keyboard
I
from
still
that was
use that
amazing.
keyboard. I
Me
still
too.
use that keyboard on my laptop, yeah.
Yeah, me too. It is one of the best mini Bluetooth keyboards that has ever been made.
Also, the boss music in that game is way too good.
Oh, I forgot that game never came out in the United States. Sorry, America. Just something special for us everywhere else in the world.
Oh,
Yeah, and importing it is expensive. And
And I bought it for $15.
So did I.
dang.
lucky.
Love a clearance from JB Hi-Fi.
I think mine. I bought it at EB Games on launch day of Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, and we had the pre-order from the big store in the city, and we were covering that on social media, and I just bought that so I'd have something to do while waiting for them to actually start giving us the games at midnight.
I haven't even heard of like half of these games.
Well, the only reason that one came to my head is because it was developed by Genius Sorority, who were the company that made Colosseum XC Gala Darkness Battle Revolution. And now they work on Cafe Mix.
They also made
Speaking
Shuffle.
of games, speaking of games I wish would come back, I feel like Pokemon Conquest has faded into obscurity, and that makes me very sad.
I'd argue
played-
it probably
I played Pokemon
hasn't, though.
Conquest.
Because, like, Conquest has kind of seen a resurgence in the past couple years. Mostly from, like, YouTubers covering it and being like, hey, how come this game is so good and nobody talks about it?
I think
Yeah, the
Conquest just
cycle,
came
the
out.
cycle of people who just constantly say like, "Oh, this game hasn't seen a new release or acknowledgement by Nintendo in 3 years. It's the game everybody forgot about."
I think the big
Yeah.
issue with Conquest is when it released in 2012, the DS was on its last legs. And had it waited for the 3DS and maybe had a little bit more put into it, it might have been a lot more successful, I think. But that's just the way that
Yeah.
development worked for that game.
I mean,
Yeah, the
Ninte-
timing of it was, like, unfortunate.
You could still play DS games on 3DS though. Like the 3D.
Yeah,
go-
even
moving from
says that on
DS
the
to
box.
3DS.
yeah. I mean,
Moving from the DS to the 3DS isn't strictly like a downgrade. That's the exact reason why they made Black and White 2 for the DS instead of the 3DS. Like the install base was bigger, and you could still play your DS games on 3DS. It was just a newer console.
Yeah, but, like, a lot of people were probably like, oh, why should I buy this DS game when I could buy 3DS games?
And what was the 3DS game that came out? Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity. Pokemon Rumble Blast.
Cyclone
Hey,
in the
hey,
chat.
there was Pokédex 3D Pro as well. I won't take the slander. There were 3 games.
Are we forgetting original Pokédex 3D? Hmm.
We've got Cyclone in the chat mentioning Pokemon Duel, which is probably one of the most obscure ones.
Oh my gosh, Duel.
I played the original Pokemon trading figure game that Duel was based off. I was actually part of the beta test for that game when it released here in Australia as a test market. So I have a bunch of the pre-release figures, and well, I mean, they were basically identical to the final figures, but
I think some of them were different.
I mean, they've all got the first edition stamp on them and so forth. But like,
Oh.
they brought that back for Pokemon Duel and actually made something out of it. And then they didn't even bother to finish Pokemon Duel's storyline. So it clearly...
Yeah, oh my gosh, that always bugs me. Like, I looked into, like, how they were handling Duel's story at the time, and, like, so apparently in Japan, the game launched with some story, and then they added, like, one hotel with, like, more story in it, and then they never updated that again. Internationally, they released it with that hotel already in the game, and just never updated the story ever. It was basically a PvP only game at that point, because there was no PvE, just nothing. And the story ended on a cliffhanger. Like, oh my gosh.
I mean, to be
so
fair,
frustrating.
I suspect that they struggled to get an AI that could play that game and provide the player a challenge. But I mean, Pokemon Duel had fixed... I mean, I didn't play it much, but it seemed like it had fixed many of the problems that the original trading figure game itself had. Things like only having two play fields to use, one for 3-on-3s, one for 6-on-6, and that they were very boring, and after a while there wasn't a lot of strategy because the game was effectively solved. It was like this was the perfect team of Pokemon to use. And of course, it never caught on competitively because all the competitive players were like, "Oh no, but it's just too luck based." Even though it's like, well, no. I mean, it's like the trading card game. You have to pick your team, and you pick your team for reliability. So you pick the Pokemon that are going to be able to consistently get out the attacks you want. But yeah, it struggled to come on, unfortunately.
Yeah, I remember like Duel, like with all like the figures and stuff they were releasing. Each like, I guess, wave of figures had like different strategies to them. Like I remember the Deoxys deck was like so oppressive during the first month or so of the game because it's like, oh, this one can just rush your goal and KO you. This one has crazy defense, you can't kill it, or this one has crazy high attack, it's gonna kill you. And yeah, it's
Yeah, I remember
When they came out with amiibo cards, and the amiibo figures themselves, I thought that was the perfect opportunity to come out with a Pokemon Duel 2. I thought that was like that's a no-brainer for me. Maybe like it wouldn't work exactly the same, but I thought like if anyone could do it, it would be Nintendo. They'd come up with some crazy weird way to like bring the board and like everything along, and then they'd add online. And I thought like that felt very obvious to me, but maybe they just like gave up on the figure game model as a whole.
the fact that we still have not had a trading card game digitally on Switch astounds me. But then again, with the programming level of TCG Live, maybe that's a blessing in disguise.
I think we got TCG GB1 on Switch Online, if that counts. I'm not sure it does though.
Actually, speaking of those games, I have a copy complete in box TCG GB2 arriving in mid-January, so anyone who wants to watch a full playthrough of that, please do tune into the Bulbagarden Twitch channel.
Hey, nice.
We love a shameless plug.
Speaking of like missed opportunities with the TCG, I always felt like it was a crazy fumble on TPC's part to not capitalize on some of the insanely incredible art that the TCG has and just like turn them into full art prints or like posters. I felt like, you know, especially recently seeing like some of the full art prints of new cards, shiny cards. It felt like, you know, this is way too good of art to just have on a small card. I want to say like 25 centimeter by like 12 centimeter card.
I mean, we've had art books in Japan before, but yeah, it'd be nice to have some more things like that being released internationally. But speaking of missed opportunities for the TCG, and kind of linking this back to 2023 year in review, like that path to the
Going
peak.
too off topic.
Yeah, that path to the peak series.
Yeah, they didn't make tie-in cards. I don't know why. It would have been perfect, but they didn't.
I think they're probably teasing to a season 2. There's gonna be more. There's no way that's all.
I mean, my problem with it was not a good representation of a player joining the card game. It was not a good representation of a player actually getting into the competitive scene. I mean, the decks that you saw the players use were completely all over the place. They're like, oh yes, I'm going to use my favorite Pokemon, yada yada, and it's like you're using an Oddish. There is no way, like, unless this is some sort of special Radiant Oddish or something, there's no way that's going to be the linchpin of your deck. I mean, yeah, sure, having someone...
I feel like that using an Oddish as the linchpin of your deck is very much, you know, the on brand for Pokemon.
It was,
Nobody
but
will
it's
see it
not on
coming.
brand for how the TCG works. and I'm just afraid
Okay, but
that it gives new players and young players a poor understanding of how things work, to the point where they'd go in thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to have so much fun using this deck of like all these cards from every era, and it's like, oh, what do you mean that most of my cards aren't legal for tournament play? And what do you mean that like these cards are not competitively viable, and so on and so forth? That it's like there's a lot of work that they'd need to do to how the TCG competitive scene and the league scene are being run to make it work more like what we saw in Path to the Peak. And
well, that's
Path of
not the
Peak, I
audience.
think,
That's not the audience, Archaic. That's, you know what? It's insane that you say that because, first of all, it's an anime, so like that's to be expected. They have to sensationalize it a bit. This is like arguing that the Yu-Gi-Oh anime isn't very faithful to like actual Yu-Gi-Oh like team building, competitive team
Yeah.
building.
Are you telling me we don't drive around motorbikes inside the card store?
I think
But I think,
Yu-Gi-Oh set itself up as a very clear fictional story, though, whereas the way Path the Peak sets itself up, it's almost setting itself up as if here's what you should expect playing the Pokemon TCG is like, because these are just regular people playing the TCG at school, and then they go off to regionals, and now they're off to Worlds, and it's like,
You can play the TCG casually, I feel, and I think that's more so the audience demographic that they're going for, because also me, from a competitive player standpoint, who's gone to like the video game championships, who's entered into regionals, I watched the anime, like the actual anime, and I have like the same sort of perspective as you, where like, oh, you're using an Oddish as a linchpin of your team. I think the same thing. I'm like, oh, really? She's at the world championships with a breaks in. Her breaks in is that powerful that it's like outspeeding a Greninja or something like that, where it's like very silly. Or like this player brings like a what's it called? What was the in the XYZ anime where Ash is fighting this other trainer with like a Mega Charizard X, and then the Mega Charizard X just like beats his Greninja, and then his Greninja is running something like Cut, or his Greninja has the moves like Cut, Double Team, Water Shuriken, and then like the third move I think is Bounce. And I was like, this is the worst set ever, Ash. You have a good Pokemon, and you have run the worst moves on it possible. I don't know what else you expected. This would not happen in real life.
yeah, I mean,
I think you're describing a lot the same.
Burn too.
yeah, I
He loses the blast burn on the Charizard X, which is like, that gives me pain, and it's very much the same sort of like experience that you're describing watching Path of the Peak, where it's like, this isn't realistic, but then you realize you're not exactly the target demographic.
Yeah, I mean, if we saw Ash playing a Pokemon video game, and the Pokemon in that video game that he was playing had those poor move sets, then I think that'd be an apples to apples comparison. But that kind of story is a bit different to seeing this character in Path to the Peak who has the real cards, and it's being set up as if these are just casual people playing Pokemon using those cards. And it was like, it just felt like the story writers could have done a bit more research on, like, how to build a deck. It was, if they had done it in a Yu-Gi-Oh kind of style, where it was very sensationalized and very weird and whatever, then I don't think I would have cared. But because it was explicitly portrayed as like normal people playing at school and then going through to tournaments, it felt very awkward.
I think. I feel like I'm middle of the road. I used to collect cards. I saw bits of Path to the Peak, and it was very clear who they're trying to go for. But it does also. I will say, Archaic. You're right. It seems like they try to. I'm maybe wildly misquoting because I haven't seen the whole series, but it seemed like it was a very like young kids shonen attempt at Pokemon cards. But I do think it's one of those series though that if you don't have the experience and you turn your brain off, it's a good series. But and I'm sure we'll probably touch on this a lot better, but I actually like the Paldean Winds animated series a lot more, because I felt like that was so much closer to the games. and had such awesome animation. But what I saw of Path to the Peak, I do think it really felt like the core of that story was to connect kids and their parents and their shared passion of the game. But
That
it
part I
also
liked.
felt, yeah, it was a very nice, like, this is what it can be, well, not what it is. But I do think my favorite part is the relationship that the main character has with the mother, and like that beautiful like moment towards the end where they reconcile the difficulty. And don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it, who may want to, but it was a very nice, like, almost slice of life meets shonen, in my opinion, in a very loose form.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
it's
they were definitely going for a casual sort of service level approach with it. Like, for example, they don't really explain the card effects like at all. They just kind of like go with the flow of it. And I think maybe the intent was to get people who know like absolutely nothing about the card game to be a little bit interested in it. And like
Yeah, I mean,
I
I
knew nothing
also
about the
feel
card
like
game.
I
Before
also
this,
feel like
me.
I also feel like from a writing perspective and like a pacing perspective, explaining the card effects every time you play a card kind of like messes with the pacing and makes like very awkward moments. Like the Yu-Gi-Oh anime has this as well, and I know that we already established that the Yu-Gi-Oh anime isn't like an apples to apples comparison, and I agree with that. But also the Yu-Gi-Oh anime would always explain what the card effects were, and then you had like silly meme moments like this is Pot of Greed, and the Pot of Greed allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck, and I draw a Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck. It's very silly. I agree from like
Using
if
the
you were trying to
power
go
of
for
Professor
real.
Oak, I use Professor's research. I discard my entire hand, and I pick up not 1, not 2, not 3, but 7 cards from my deck.
I mean,
And then you have all the people waiting in the wings who are like, "Oh my god, that card that they played, that's Professor Oak's card. Hmm,
I
this is
mean,
insane. This is getting very interesting. That card
I,
allows you to draw 7 cards from your deck."
to be fair,
The
that would have
opponent
actually
plays.
allowed them to increase the runtime and make them full episodes for TV. Um, and I mean,
Now you learn the secret of how Yu-Gi-Oh did it.
hey, honestly, you watch like the Japanese Pokemon TCG official channel where they have like duels between real people, and like you'll hear like some of them going, "Oh, suyoi," when someone plays a professor's research or something like that, and like I could like obviously Yu-Gi-Oh sensationalizes it, but people do actually react that way. Maybe not quite that excessively, but they do react that way when you do get people making those dramatic plays.
And from my
feel
professor's
like-
research, I draw the imposter Professor Oak. Now my opponent shuffles his hand into his deck, and then also draws not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 9, but 7 cards from their deck.
I feel
Sorry.
like Path to the Peak was really good story-wise, and like that was all it was trying to be. It's not trying to teach anyone how to play the card game. It's it's an interesting story that focuses on the TCG, and as someone who has never really gotten into actually competitive TCG, I felt like it it did kind of get me a little interested in it. If I didn't have 10 billion other things on my plate, I might have been interested in trying to getting into that more. But yeah, I think it's really cute for what it is, and I really appreciate the thing I appreciate about it the most was the fact that it's it's made by American animators, and so it has a very different tone than the traditional anime does. That it just that there's more kind of awkwardness between the between the characters interacting, and that the probably my favorite scene from the whole thing, when the kids are driving to the car and singing along the Pokemon world.
Yes. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, it's just stuff like that is just you don't really see that in the typical anime, and it was a breath of fresh air to see Pokemon actually doing that.
Yeah, I did kind of feel that it had some mixed messages, and that, like, calling itself Path to the Peak and having this main story focusing on the competitive side, I felt kind of did it a disservice, and that if it had focused more on the just kids having fun playing Pokemon, and the Pokemon and like having a Pokemon League or whatever was effectively the set dressing to the more human slice of life, them having fun and their relationships with other people who they've gotten to know better because of Pokemon. I figured that might have been a bit better way to approach things. Also, the fact you're calling it Path to the Peak and you don't feature the actual Path to the Peak card, really.
That was a missed opportunity. I can agree with you there.
They really don't have like any Paldean Pokemon like as cards in that anime at all. They had them like posters in some scenes, but it seemed odd they didn't use modern cards.
Yeah,
I guess considering the setup, they kind of can't. But
well,
yeah.
no,
the production probably started before the Paldean cards were out.
Quite possibly.
Oh, could be.
I mean, the fact they weren't using modern cards was, I felt, one of the things that actually it kind of killed the believability of what was happening, because competitive play at like the world's level is only about standard rotation, which is the modern cards, and you would not be able to play, well, I mean, okay, you can play old versions of cards if they've been reprinted and are currently legal, but outside of people flexing, you're not going to typically see a lot of that.
Yeah, you probably can't grab a shoebox out of your closet, get some cards from 20 years ago and play them.
Yeah, exactly. Some of your supporters,
unless that
yes,
shoebox is full of energy and Professor's research.
It probably wouldn't have Professor's research. You'd probably still have Professor Oak from that era, so it wouldn't be playable.
Her deck does have Professor's research later on. I know, because I checked every episode frame by frame.
But
I almost wonder. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that. I mean, linking to some of the ideas people have already brought up, this 2023 to me felt like the year of Pokemon animation. Like, we have had so many milestones, so many amazing things this year with the Pokemon anime. We've had the actual end of Ash's journey. We've had,
Was that this year?
That was this year. He won.
Oh my god! It feels like it's been a while since the anime ended.
Yeah, he won the league last year. He won the league last year.
Well, he beat Leon last year, but the whole Distant Blue Sky and to be a Pokemon Master and all of that was this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the West got that in like September, I think.
Something like that, yeah. We've had Pokemon Horizons, which, to be fair, in English is only available in the UK. It comes out in the US in January and Australia in February, I think. But I mean, I've been watching it in Japanese. It is an amazing series. It's wonderful. We've had all of these spin-offs, like, yes, Path to the Peak. We've had, the Poketsume stuff. We've had Paldean Winds, that was amazing. We've had Pokemon Concierge, which is, if you're not subscribed to Netflix, go subscribe and watch it and then cancel the Netflix subscription. It is the most heartwarming thing I've seen. Like, my wife and I binged it last night, and it's great. And the fact that there's only 4 episodes was really disappointing. But the fact it's actually, I mean, I'm assuming it's the same in every region, but we were able to watch it in Japanese with English subtitles on Australian Netflix.
Yeah, that's how Netflix works.
Yeah, like...
with every show.
Well, no, a lot of Pokemon stuff doesn't have the language options and subtitles.
Oh, sorry. That was my brain forgetting about Netflix originals.
Yeah.
Yes. So, but as it's an original,
I think Pokemon didn't really start offering subtitles with Japanese audio until like Mewtwo Strikes Back Evolution.
Mm.
I think that was the first one that did that.
Yeah, and a lot of the time when they do that, it's just dub titles.
Yeah, yeah. Mewtwo Strikes Back Evolution had like, there's a scene with a rice ball, and the subtitles have Brock call it a jelly donut.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I haven't watched it in English yet, so I haven't double-checked the subs, but, I mean, I speak Japanese. I was listening to it while reading those subs, and they did not seem
humble
like
flex
dub
from
titles.
Archaic.
Sorry?
The humble flex from Archaic when you just like casually mention that you speak Japanese.
まあもう15年間日本語勉強したけど Anyway, actually more than 15年 now. Ugh. Anyway, but yeah, like the subtitles did not seem like dub titles. They seemed like actual proper translations, and I was just yes, because frankly, I do think the Japanese voice actors tend to be better than the Western ones, and I know that'll get me stomped in some communities, but the emotion comes out a lot easier for me when I'm listening to the Japanese ones, and for something as heartwarming and cute as this, oh, I needed that.
So, just in here, who hasn't, from like the people in the cast currently, who hasn't watched Concierge?
I
I
have
haven't
not.
watched Concierge. I've wanted to. I've been meaning to, but I haven't.
So, without having watched it, the three of you, what do you assume going into it?
I assume it's like a little, cutesy slice of life sort of thing.
I'm expecting more of a. Well, I know that the actual anime, the new Pokemon Horizons anime, has like a very more concentrated, serious story. I feel like Pokemon Concierge will probably be more of like a very chill, laid back, lo-fi. I don't know, not lo-fi, but sort of
No
like
stakes?
low key. Low key, sort of like, we're just vibing. We're just we're going on little like contained episode adventures. I don't expect this to be like a serialized series. Just something that's like I mean, I expect this. Sorry, I expect this to be like the kind of thing where it's like not for kids, not for kids. I'm not gonna say it's kiddie, but I feel like it would probably be very like feel good. Sort of like just a nice little watch to put on in the background and smile and feel good, you know?
It's odd
Yeah.
that you mentioned lo-fi, because so lo-fi was kind of, well, one of the big influences for lo-fi was the city pop aesthetic, and the theme song for Pokemon Concierge is sung by I believe it's Maria Takeuchi.
Mira Takeuchi?
It's the woman behind Plastic Love
Plastic Love. Yeah.
sung Pokemon Concierge's theme song.
No way.
Yes way.
Oh my gosh. The way that I immediately knew who you were talking about. That's insane. I would well, now you've made me want to check it out like very soon.
It's killing me not singing the theme song, but I have only watched it in English. And you can tell it was not written with English as the first language in mind.
No,
I think that's
even though it does have plenty of gratuitous English in the song, but
But it's as a show, it's very authentically Japanese, and I think for Western viewers, it is something that they need to have more of, because it reminds them that other countries do different things when it comes to just formal greetings, as an example. And the storyline that takes place over the 4 episodes will, if you don't cry or come close to just needing a minute to think about it, yeah, it really hits home.
I will say, one of the things that I love about the show is the level of dedication to detail just in everything about it. I got to like episode 2, and I, for the first time in a while on a Pokemon show, got completely caught off guard by like how Dragonite flies, how the Whoopers move, The level of like how to use fluff for certain Pokemon over others. It's absolutely brilliant. Um, and I was saying, like, I was watching it in English, and I'm gonna be honest, I have a hard time with dubs depending on the show quite a bit. This show handles it really well. I haven't seen it in Japanese yet with the subtitles. I very much want to now that I know that it's a thing. But it's just one of the, it's already been said, it's one of the most heartwarmingly beautiful things that I've seen Pokemon do in a long time. That being said, if this becomes massively popular, I could 100% see the Pokemon Concierge TCG 2-pack or starter deck come out with art at some point. That would not surprise me.
I mean, I don't want it to come out as TCG.
There's already an artist. There's already an artist. Sorry, I cut you off. There's already an artist right now who does little clay sculptures for their TCG art. I used to really show them on the Corsola Cove account. But there's an artist who has a lineup of every time they're on to do TCG art, they make these like really cute clay sculptures, and I could definitely see it. I could absolutely see it.
I mean, honestly, I'd like to not see it because I wouldn't want to imagine any of these Pokemon battling. They're too cute and they need their relaxation. That's why they're there on the island.
I think even just having the island as a stadium card could work well, and just have a bunch of the Pokemon scattered around or in
Okay,
various...
I'll grant that. A promo card based
various,
on the island. Yep, I'll grant that.
Tools and accessories for the Pokemon or items that have, I don't know, a floaty item, and then a deflated floaty, and then a wreath floaty, to sort of be like equipable items that work with Pokemon or not with Pokemon, for example. And I think that could be really cool to feature the other elements, or even the characters themselves as trainers.
I do have to also, sorry. I do have to say it's also really nice to see that Univa's monkeys are getting attention. I love the Panseer, Pansage, Panpour, all of them. And I feel like they don't get enough love. I know they've been in various things over the years, but I love how they mix the atmosphere of the island itself into how the Pokemon move throughout it, and it's really cool to see Pokemon do this kind of thing. But I wonder, with the 4-episode run, they were just really concerned about people hating it, because it's so different from what they've done in the past.
From my experience working in the industry, I actually think it was more so just the budget, the production value of making those 4 episodes was probably like the same amount of like doing traditional animation for a full season, most likely. I know that stop motion animation is a lot more time consuming, and especially to the level of detail that I saw from the trailers, they probably were only like given the budget to make 4 episodes, just which is the standard budget that would have given them a full season of traditionally animated episodes.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me in the least. But I'm just hoping that we will get another season from this, and I'm hoping that we'll see more Pokemon media like this as well. Like I've said for years, we need more to show us the world of Pokemon beyond just battling. Like, battling is clearly like the biggest global sport in Pokemon. But there is more to life than just sport. Come on.
Yes, give me my Pokemon contest anime.
Yes.
Or Pokemon Cafe, the animated series.
Give me Pokepark anime.
Wasn't that basically Detective Pikachu, like what Detective Pikachu was doing?
To a point, yes.
Kind of.
But even Detective Pikachu's with the movie, I mean, the movie was very much an action story,
Yeah,
and
they didn't have much mystery in it.
yeah, and there was obviously going to be battling and so forth in that. If you had an actual Detective Pikachu where it really was focused on mysteries, that would be great. Contests, yes, heck, give us some contest-focused stuff. Or, I mean, you said Pokemon Cafe. You could easily put a Pokemon Cafe into Pokemon Concierge. I mean, or even do Pokemon Cafe using the exact same stop motion animation. It would work wonderfully.
I mean, I feel like there's just so much potential for different stuff you can do with, just getting creative with just, taking a real world job and how it would maybe be, made easier or just different with, having Pokemon. Like, the anime has toyed with stuff like, like movies with Pokemon and, um, other stuff that I am not thinking of at the moment.
You
Um,
saying
Police
real
is
world
Pokemon,
job?
Firefighters Pokemon.
Yeah, you saying real world jobs makes me think of like the gaming craze we've had for things like Power Wash Simulator and all these silly things. And like, could you do that, but in a Pokemon context? I mean, I think if it was just you ordering your Pokemon to do it, it would be a bit silly. But I don't know, Nurse
I'd say
Joy
the middleman,
Simulator.
become the Pokemon.
Yeah. Well, we've already had the
Oh,
Synchro
Power
stuff.
Wash Simulator, the Blastoise DLC.
The Office, but with Pokemon. And
Oh,
the boss
wait,
is the
here-
trainer.
No, we've already.
You're a bias here, but a couple ideas. Skyla is a cargo pilot, and they talk about using, Pokemon to help with their work. So, like, you could do something with, like, you're, using a flying type Pokemon to, stack the cargo up and, Tetris kind of thing. Or, Lentimus Town is known for its clay pottery, so, you could work with a, fire type Pokemon and help, shape, mold the pottery and fire it up to the right temperature or whatever. And there's so much creative stuff you can do with Pokemon beyond just battling.
I mean,
A PokeStars Studios behind the scenes where it's with the movies being made at the B plot, but the A plot is the everyday lives of these Pokemon.
I was going to
Yeah.
say,
One thing I would
you had this idea of Pokemon The Office, and I know you were joking, but we did have Pack Your Pocket with Adventure this year. And okay, Pokemon was explicitly a fictional thing in that universe because they were playing.
Poketsude!
Yeah, they were playing the original Pokemon Game Boy games. But I mean, I want to finish watching that series. I want that to be subtitled and put on Netflix. Dang it.
what I would love to see, and I think there's a YouTube channel that's done like Poke National Geographic, but I feel like we genuinely need Pokemon to explore like TV shows that dive into that kind of topic. Or one thing that I would love, I don't know if they'd ever fully do it because the lore is so dark, but like a series that like explored the life of ghost type Pokemon, like behind the scenes, especially because I think it's like in Pokemon Arceus, like Drifloon is not rumored to kidnap kids, but according to the kid you run into, but the mom is afraid. Like, there's so much potential in the lore of Pokemon to just do a show that might be narrated, might be not, but just explores what Pokemon do in the wild and could dive into the lore of Pokemon and give us more than just a Pokédex kind of explanation of them. That would be amazing.
I mean, we need something narrated by Sir David Attenborough before he dies. So David Attenborough as insert Pokemon professor here, narrating, even if they're just shorts, talking about some Pokemon in their natural habitats. I mean, yes, please.
On the honestly, I can definitely see that, but I recall something along the lines of there used to be a series of shorts, promotionals for the animes that came around the Auraz era, where the I'm going to completely like blank on this, but there was the trainer from the anime who had the Mega Charizard X.
The Mega Evolution
He had
special?
Elaine?
Yeah, the Mega Evolution special. Yeah. And there was like a little short series where his little sister or something would narrate the Pokédex entries, or not actual Pokédex entries, but would talk about the Pokemon, the Mega Pokemon, and then we'd see like them in action as they were doing these things. And I kind of wish that they do like a full-fledged like series of these where you take a Pokemon, you narrate their Pokedex entry, and then you actually show it like animated in motion. I thought that that would be like a really cool like little sort of like in between thing for the anime where you just sort of like every episode you take a Pokemon, you give them their Pokedex entry, and then you show that Pokedex entry like played out.
The only problem with that idea is given who currently provides the voice for the Pokedex in Pokemon Horizons. The so basically it's Go. It's the same voice actor. He's doing his Go voice. It is clearly Go. Is the new voice of the Pokedex in the time period that Pokemon Horizons takes place. So it would be Go. That would be controversial. But
Well, I mean, he does have all the Pokemon, so.
yeah, true. He clearly caught them all. So
He's clearly qualified.
yeah.
I would trust Go with Pokemon knowledge.
Yes.
Admittedly, the character's going to have to come back at some point. The fact that they made Go as effectively the physical representation of the Pokemon Go player character, while that game continues to be current, there's going to be reasons to bring him back repeatedly.
Yeah.
On the topic of the 2023 year in review, when we were talking that this was basically the year of animation, I was really excited to see all of the new animation projects beyond just the anime coming out this year. I was very ecstatic to see all of these new directions that the Pokemon animation department, the Pokemon Company like animation department was willing to go with their IP. Pokemon Concierge, Pokemon Paldean Winds. I was just over the moon, and especially seeing the rumblings of it leading up to it. I'm going to sing the praises of an unsung hero here, a very underrated. The Poketoon web series was very ahead of its time, I think, and probably laid the groundwork for what we're seeing this year. If you've ever checked them out on YouTube, there's like all kinds of little shorts about the Pokemon in different styles. There's one with a Scraggy and a Mimikyu that's done in a very faithful um, vintage cartoon style. There's one that's, I believe, an homage to Howl's Flying Castle, but with a Slugma instead of the talking flame. And there was just all kinds of really like very nice little animations. And I felt that that was sort of like them testing the waters of like what else can we release with our Pokemon IP that isn't the anime, isn't like Ash and Friends.
Well, and to add to that, I think I definitely agree. I saw some of the Poketunes. I think it's been really cool to see. But I also think, I know that Ash left this year, and I think for a lot of us in the Pokemon fandom, it's still an emotional thing. But I have to say, I feel like they handled his story towards the end really well. Um, I was it was really cool to see him kind of get to go in that moment of like leaving the franchise, but his journey wasn't done in the way that they did it. And I also have to say, I think it was done with respect for the character. Um, I've seen a few things about people saying, like the editors and the creators already want him to come back or something, but I'm actually hopeful that going forward, the Pokemon anime doesn't need to rely on Ash, and I'm hoping that, after Horizons ends, we can get new stories with new characters. And as much as I love Ash Ketchum, it would be really cool to see new anime tell new stories progressively without the need to hold on to one titular symbol of that franchise. I've already seen
Something
things
something
wondering.
like Pokemon Journeys. Something like Pokemon Journeys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
I think
Sorry,
that
continue. I'm so sorry. If I
no,
cut you off, it's just because I'm ADHD brained. I don't mean to like make you stop talking. You can continue talking.
you added a great point. No worries. I'm more than happy to end there.
yeah, no, I mean, I was going to say that I'd be fine with Ash coming back for specials. But yeah, like I am very fine to see the classic characters moving on and letting these new characters have some time in the spotlight. I mean, Pokemon was very quickly starting to have the One Piece problem that the series was so dang long that you always felt coming in that you were missing out on a lot of history. And sure, like if you just came in at the start of a generation or whatever, you could probably disregard a lot of the stuff that had happened before then, because there often weren't a lot of callbacks. But you always felt like you were missing out on something, and to have something that's actually a proper fresh start and that's an actual serialized story, I think has been really refreshing. And I hope that when Horizons does eventually end, and it should end when it's finished telling its story, that we get another series like this.
I would love Horizons, if they do choose to use Ash, to maybe include him in a Blueberry Academy arc. Maybe he's teaching at the Blueberry Academy, or maybe he's called in as a special coach for an episode alongside Iris. And that's sort of the premise of that episode, where they go to the Blueberry Academy.
I mean, the games already have that setup where you have like gym leaders from Paldea coming as like special teachers. So yeah, having that as a take on that game mechanic in the anime would make a lot of sense.
And I'd like to see him fill more of the way Red has featured in the core series games, to sort of feature that they're used as sparingly as possible, but when they're used, it's exciting. So, or maybe like a Lance role from, say, the Hoenn anime series, where most people didn't expect Lance to show up, for example.
And some people in the chat just noticing we've lost Saturn. Yes, Saturn's had to dip out for a while. They may be back, depending on when we go. Oh, and for those Bulbastaff members in the chat, we're actually in a private DM call. If you're wanting in, just DM me and I can get you put in here. But yeah, because I guess we're not in a Discord channel.
So, talking about the anime and with Terapagos being featured quite prominently in Horizons, do we have any early predictions about how they might include Terapagos based on the Indigo disc?
I'll be honest, I have not finished the Indigo disc yet. I haven't had the time.
Okay.
I have
I will
not
say
caught up on
nothing on that yet.
Horizons in a hot minute, so I don't know how it's been featured so far.
So I might know a little bit more than some people here. I'm actually I've seen some of the previews for the recent trailers for recent episodes. And I'm actually hopeful that the Pokemon anime will go kind of a unique direction and will explore Terapagos way more once it actually gets to full fruition. My theory, because they're working on building up like the greatest trainer of all time or something with the various Pokemon that he had in the special Pokeballs, right?
Yeah, that does seem where they're going with Lucius. Or if not the greatest trainer of all time, at least one who's very historically significant for some reason.
Based on that, I'd almost wonder if they might pull from some of the past Pokemon games, like um, X and Y, bits of Unova, and maybe set up a. I wouldn't want it to be anything like the Avengers or anything, but set up a scenario where maybe Terapagos is taken and is utilized to basically have to cause a world-ending scenario, travel back in time, whatever. And they have to either battle Terapagos, very similar to the end of the Indigo Disc DLC, where you have to battle him because a rival catches him. It'd be really cool to see if they could pull that idea of world-ending threat character from ages ago who has these super powerful Pokemon and weaved it into an idea and like an ultimate battle. Again, I don't know everything, but I know based on, you know, the King from X and Y and some of Pokemon's lore, it would be really cool to see if they could pull that off well. I'm not sure what they're going to do, but it seems to me like they're going towards that. Terapagos is going to be used by bad guys to become a world-ending threat, and they have to stop it. But I would hope that they would add more heart to it. I feel like some of Pokemon's failings in the anime in the past has been a lack of seriousness and emotional intensity. So if they could pull it in either where they could touch on lore from various Pokemon games, this explanation and a development of like ancient Pokemon characters, that would be my biggest hope. And we could get that like the universe feels more connected because the anime is exploring it. Which, to be honest, that's my least favorite thing about when Ash was in the anime, was so much of it was episodic and there wasn't always a lot of like a plot, to be honest. So if they can get that like Terapagos doing time travel, world-ending threat, but handle it well, that's my hope.
I mean, it's easier to handle a world-ending threat when the series actually ends after you've defeated the world-ending threat, instead of series continues and everyone still doesn't know who the heck Ash is, despite the fact that he's solved how many...
Saved the world 9 times.
Yeah, so I feel like if they're going to do that in the anime, that's a series ender. And it's okay to end the series and then let us move on to the next thing.
And I think with the way the Paradox Pokemon, which as far as I'm aware haven't yet appeared in Horizons, because I'm not fully up to date, I think that definitely leaves credence into the time travel shenanigans being the resolution. Maybe it's a good reason to reintroduce Dialga or Celebi into the storyline in some regards, or maybe parts of them are used to create a time machine where Master Balls are thrown into it, what have you, or whatever. So I think there's really interesting opportunities that they now have, because they're not as... You don't have to explain how Ash happens to find himself in the middle of the scenario every time, and that allows them to say other things happen in the world. And we saw that with the Raikou movie back, mini series back in the day, which I still love so much.
Actually, to put it out there, what if they traveled back in time and met a younger Ash? That would be a pretty cool way to honor him.
Or an older Ash.
Or an older Ash, yeah. I think that would be a really emotional way to end that series. Sorry.
It wouldn't surprise me if we do see some sort of tie-in to some of the the myths of the Pokemon franchise, like especially if some of the hints have a grain of truth to them and we do get like a Legends Unova or something along those lines. Weaving that into the story seems like I mean, I don't know if I'd prefer they weave that into an ongoing story for Horizons, or if it'd be better to like, no, just finish Horizons story and then have a new series, even if it's just a mini series, giving us stuff in this Legends era. Admittedly, I would have loved to see Legends Arceus as an actual series.
Because I think that one actually had a nice, succinct plot thread that they could go through, and if they had a character similar to Go, whose goal was to work on the Pokedex, and just actively fill it in. And I think that's why the mini series that we did have, and I know it was released in Australia through Amazon, where there was that mini series around the Hisui Pokemon.
Yeah.
And I would like to see more of that. They've always done these little tie-in mini things. Like, I still love the Mystery Dungeon mini episodes that we had when those games first came out. And I really wish that some of those had turned into full series.
Actually,
they teased us.
Speaking of animation and tie-ins, there's something else we haven't discussed at all yet, because this has been a great year for Pokemon animation in general. It's also been an amazing year for Pokemon music, especially coming out of Japan. All of these like music videos related to the Hatsune Miku tie-in, with Project Voltage, all of this other stuff that's been coming out. Like, I mean, that random song from Yoasobi, who was expecting that? And I mean, that was awesome. the lesbians Gengar brought together, as everyone's been calling it. I mean, I can't remember the last time we got so many of these sorts of tie-ins with the Pokemon franchise across various media. I mean, we already mentioned Pokemon Sume as well.
Yeah. Like, honestly, I'm shocked at how long Project Voltage has been going. Because like when they first announced it, I was like, okay, a little crossover. They'll, it'll be for like a month, and then it'll move on like all the other things. But it's every month they just keep putting out more stuff, and it's like, whoa, this is cool actually.
And we sort of had the birth of that around Pokemon 25 with the cross collabs with Western artists. And I still, to this day, listen to Electric by Katy Perry. And when I watch that music video, it frustrates me that Electric is not a featured electric type in that music video.
Yeah, it's... Seeing these collaborations has... I mean, my only issue is that a lot of them do seem to be basically Japan only, and we've been very lucky with Project Voltage that we have had quite a lot of international coverage of it as well. But I don't know. I'm admit I'm struggling to think how you would do this anywhere near as successfully in the West. The Pokemon 25 stuff was a good example, and there's plenty of Pokemon merch collaborations all the time. But how would you integrate Pokemon with other forms of media in the West?
Wasn't there that Van Gogh thing?
Oh, I was trying to forget that one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's still technically going.
Yeah.
Doesn't end until early Jan.
Yeah, it is. Oh dear. Pokemon fandom embarrasses itself yet again. Oh, well, okay, no, to be fair, it's not necessarily the fandom, it's the scalpers, and I'm not going to acknowledge them as fans.
Okay.
The scalpers are bots, as far as I'm concerned, and robots aren't real fans of the Pokemon franchise.
Yeah, I mean...
Sorry for any robots in the chat.
There's so many times when... Okay, so maybe there were some people there who legitimately wanted 10 copies for themselves. But even in that case, I would say, guys, this is the Pokemon fandom. It's not just aimed at us adults who grew up with it. even if the Van Gogh stuff is more obviously aimed at older fans than younger fans, you should still be making sure that this stuff stays available for everyone. And doing these sorts of things makes it less likely that we're going to have good things in the future.
Yeah, like scalping is the sort of thing where like it's a very dishonest way to earn money because like you're actively compromising a service in order to do it, and it's not putting more good into the world. It's just kind of removing some good from the world, actually. Like, it, yeah,
Yeah. Like, I can forgive things like people, say, going into local second-hand shops and buying up Pokemon stuff there and then reselling it on eBay for a little more because, hey, to be fair, maybe there's not anyone in your local area interested in it. You're making something available to people around the world that they might not have had access to otherwise. On the other side, the store really should have its own eBay shop if it's going to be selling that stuff secondhand anyway. But for Pokemon cards in particular, it's like, okay, firstly, yeah, Pokemon Company should have just printed a heck of a lot more to begin with so that there would be no need to scalp in the first place. But even...
Or at least do a like a starter deck promotional
Yes.
release
Yes,
globally.
that would have been perfect.
And announce it at the time saying you get early access to this, but later in the year we will put out a product where this is a guaranteed product, or maybe a blister pack where it comes with the promo card plus 2 packs of the current set.
Yep, that would have been perfect. But yeah, it's like, so yes, there is things Pokemon Company could have done better, but there's definitely a lot of things that the community could have done better in how we handled these sorts of things. Because there's far too many times when some of these products that really shouldn't be limited end up being basically impossible for parents who want to buy them for their kids for Christmas or whatever, that they simply cannot get a hold of them at all. And it's like, this is the Pokemon franchise. This should be a franchise for everyone, and especially for kids. And let's have less sad kids because they couldn't get their favorite Pikachu or whatever because a bunch of people out there decide to ruin it for everyone else.
And in more positive Pokemon tie-in in-person events this year, Universal Studios added the Pokemon float to their daily parades alongside their in the Super Nintendo world. So that's a nice uplifting side where everyone gets to go and watch and observe it because you can't scalp a parade.
Actually, I was really surprised that Universal Studios is not going to be the first permanent Pokemon centric area at a theme park. Like, they got the float, but the first Poke Park as a permanent installation, as opposed to the old Poke Park temporary ones that were set up in 2004, 2004, 2005. I'd have to double check the dates. I have a Poke Park DS, but those were temporary. There's going to be a permanent one in the Kanto area in Japan soon, but it's not related to the Super Nintendo World stuff. That seemed like such a... I mean, I have to assume it's Pokemon Company doing their typical licensing thing and deciding to not just go with whatever Nintendo was doing, but it seemed very weird that you wouldn't go with Universal and make it a worldwide thing.
I think it also allows them a little bit more flexibility with which partners they're working with from time to time. Say Universal had the exclusive rights to do Pokemon movies going forward, right? Detective Pikachu 2 would never happen because it's a Warner Brothers project.
True.
And it's how we're seeing with what Nintendo's done with Universal, where they don't necessarily have 100% rights to future projects, but they saw Universal and Illumination was a good partner for the Mario franchise. And maybe they might find a different studio, say DreamWorks, which I think is still under the Universal banner. So let's go with Pixar. Say they want Pixar to do a Pokemon movie, right? They could then partner with Disney.
But,
Disney would probably want to have some Pokemon in their theme parks, but still, that allows them the flexibility to get the best offer and not have one studio solely reliant on producing all of the content. So it allows them to have multiple projects underway with different creative teams, which won't tie into each other, but I think as Pokemon fans, we can accept that it's just a multiverse.
I guess what just frustrates me is that when they seem to intentionally do something different to what Nintendo is doing for the sake of being different. Like the fact that Lego and Nintendo have partnered up for a bunch of things over the past few years, but Pokemon stuff you can still only get through Mega Blocks.
And what's the other one with the tiny little ones? It's the
Nanoblocks. Okay, but
yeah.
well, that's a Japan thing that I'm amazed even got overseas. But yes, true. I mean, two separate scales of stuff, but yeah.
But they probably saw the cut from... Sorry, you go.
I was just going to say, I actually have to head out, but I wanted to say thank you for everyone having me on, and I hope everyone has a good end to the year.
Nice to meet and talk to you.
Thank you.
Have a good one, ready?
See ya.
So, where was that train of thought chugging along?
Something.
Mega Block.
Mega Blocks,
right.
Nanoblocks.
it probably came down to they saw the prices that Lego wanted to set as too unreasonable for a partnership. Although they have partnered with Gucci, so who knows?
Yeah, but Pokemon have thrown their brand out a lot with various things. I don't think they're necessarily considering so much the cost of the sets to the consumers. I think they're more just considering how much money is the brand willing to throw at them.
Yep. And potentially their revenue split would be better with Mega Blocks than it is with Lego.
Perhaps, though I can't imagine they're selling more with Mega Blocks than they would if they had actual Lego sets.
Yeah, Lego's got
every
much better
time I
brand
walk past
recognition.
that section of Costco, it's always a lot lower than the Lego right next door, so you never know.
I suppose.
I guess that's something for TPCI to figure out.
So, Derpington, I don't think you've gotten a chance to...
Alright, Cyclone, I will hydrate myself a little bit. I'll take the redemption team.
Honestly, like most of these topics, like I'm not really involved in. Like I mostly only like dabble with the main series and Masters.
Well, let's move on to Masters.
Let's talk Masters then.
Oh yeah, we did have some stuff prepared for that, right?
We did actually. Masters is one of those things where, like the TCG, the focus is often not on the Pokemon as much as the trainers, interestingly enough. And yeah, I mean, Masters, we've actually got images prepared. Like, all of these outfits that have been released over the past year, I mean, this is just a sample of... I should make this a little smaller so we can see everything. Like, there we go. Like, seeing these trainers in very different appearances to how we often would otherwise. And yes, don't forget to capitalize the E on Pokémon Masters EX. Oh geez, that
Oh dear.
that was such a nightmare when they first put that on social media.
That's hilarious.
It's like, how could you not realize? But yeah, I mean, Masters EX has been very interesting in terms of just like how much they actually allow players to do while being a free-to-play game still.
Yeah, and like something that I've noticed throughout this year is that they're over like past couple of years they've been doing a lot more releasing alts rather than new characters, and they and there's a lot of the same characters receiving alts over and over again, like your 5 Cynthias and 6 Stephens and all of that. But this year there were a lot of characters who got their first alt this year, and so I thought that was pretty cool. My favorite, Hop, getting his and Hop and How actually both getting their Signasuits. They're kind of based on modeled after their older relatives that they look up to. But other things like like Tate and Liza getting alts for summer to tie into like the Star Festival thing, and the fact that a whole bunch of Alola trial captains getting alts to go with a villain arc that that they are protecting their island, and just all of this. I feel like that some underappreciated characters are getting some love, and it's nice to see.
Yeah, it's great. Like, I noticed, like, it seems like for a lot of gacha games that are licensed gacha games, though, they will eventually reach a point where they're releasing much more alts than new characters simply because they're just running out. But, like, this is, like, an interesting way that Masters has kind of tried to keep it more interesting instead of just being stuck in same alts over and over. And it like gives more depth to these characters too. Like, I recall, like, before Masters came out, I kind of like didn't really care much for the trainers a lot of the time, but Masters really like gives them personality and makes them much more interesting.
I always loved the trainers even before Masters came out, so I was really excited about it. But Masters has given me appreciation for characters that I didn't even, I just kind of dismissed before. That like they added Using this year, and I always kind of thought that he was just kind of a sore loser, jerk, obsessed with Suicune kind of thing. And I don't know where I got that misconception from, because like seeing him in being like such a good sport and like so passionately dedicated to finding Suicune, it's like, oh my gosh, this dude deserves Suicune. Like, come on, it's about time that he got to partner with Suicune. That he's like he's dedicated to finding it, and he he wants to be a good team sport, and so he gives Silver is also looking for Suicune, so he gives Silver some hints about that, like he knows Suicune likes pure water, and and also the fact that throughout this whole event that they're hanging out with Chris, who has already formed a sync pair with a Suicune, and Silver points out that Using doesn't seem mad or jealous or anything that somebody else has already partnered with a Suicune, and he just takes it in stride. And it was just really cool to see how they fleshed out this character that I just wrote off as a sore loser.
Yeah, I mean,
And
Masters EX has taken characters who sometimes have had less than 10 lines of dialogue and given them actual personality, is probably the way I'd put it. And a surprising amount of personality. And lately we've had a bunch more events focused on some of the more bigger popular characters. But we've also had quite a few seasonal events that were focused on like gym leaders who people wouldn't really have done all that much with before, and so forth. I still think there's a bunch of characters who could be fleshed out a lot further, and in particular, many of the characters who are currently 3 and 4 stars, who we're all sick of seeing turn up in scouts.
Yep.
Give me some of Crasher Wake. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for anything for Byron. He's like not even in the game yet.
He's mentioned by Rourke like once or twice. So
One would hope Rourke mentions
something.
his brother.
I mean, they've been doing some Unova stuff lately. Like, I mean, both the recent Neo champion stuff were Unova related. Wouldn't surprise me if we see a bit more Unova focus going into the new year, because again, there seems to be a surprising amount of Unova connections lately.
Mhm.
I love how they give like the player characters like their own personalities, because like that kind of thing there's no way you would see that anywhere else ever, and it's just handled so well. Like Hilda being like obsessed with battle to a point where she's causing people problems like is just hilarious, and I love that.
And then getting on with Nimona.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like and I can in some respects it's like it can be kind of alienating because like the the player characters are supposed to be kind of avatars for you, and so if you are not into battling, it's hard for you to project onto, but it's still really entertaining, which I think is the most important thing, and there's yeah, and so I really enjoy seeing how they've that that a lot of the player characters' personalities are drawn from their limited appearances as NPCs. Like Nate and Hilda are both really into battling because they're based on the battle subway partners from Black and White, and so that when Nate is excited to battle with you against the subway bosses, and so Nate and Masters is always excited about getting to battle with people, and so and other things like Victor and Gloria are both into cooking because Sword and Shield has curry, and Serena is into fashion because X and Y was the first to introduce trainer customization, and all these neat little things that fun ways to characterize the player characters in a way that it's not the only place that you see it, because the Pokemon Adventures manga also does this, but
true, yeah.
It's another just a different take on it. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I had a comment from Caps in the chat that like it's clearly an effort of love, especially for a gacha, and yeah, it does seem to have a bit more thought put into it than many other gacha games, and the developers do actively communicate in terms of like, yes, we're listening to your feedback, here's the things we're currently planning, etc., etc. It still feels something very easy for like a new player to get into as well. You don't necessarily feel like you're being left completely behind, and there's plenty of content to explore even if you are just getting started. It certainly helps now that the main story content doesn't require stamina as well, meaning you can actually do that while still doing all the missions for whatever this month's event happens to be.
Going on. Yeah. Yeah, and I also like speaking of the main story, I feel like people really don't appreciate that there's the the short-term events and all, but the main story of Pokemon Masters is actually really really well written, and in the way that they've, in the PML arc, there's, Leah's whole character arc is, very obvious. But then the way that they, that they kind of were building up Paulo this whole time and continued to build him up through the villain arc, and then he finally hits his climax, and so it was really refreshing to see this year finally, seeing Paulo's character arc, which has been slow burning for 4 years, to finally see it kind of come to a conclusion. That was really cool to see, and even now they're still doing a lot of world building with with sync stones and the mysterious stones chapter. We haven't gotten much of that yet, but I feel like it's that it is also kind of they're kind of delving into the lore a little bit, and talking about how these these mysterious stones are kind of similar to sync stones but not quite, and just a lot of stuff about.
It feels like they're surprisingly willing to link into the whole Pokemon multiverse stuff with this as well. Like, they've explicitly had characters mention that, like, trainers seem to come from Paseo from, like, different places and times, and how, like, what's his name? Rose. How Rose seemed to come from a time before he caused the darkest day, and so forth.
Whereas for everybody on all the other trainers on Galar, they're like, you're it's like, aren't you supposed to be in jail? And
yeah.
And so and it was really cool to see how especially that that Leon kind of got the chance to do what he couldn't during the the actual plot of Sword and Shield, that he hadn't quite learned the lesson about that, working together and partnership and all that, and that it's better to work together than try to do it all by yourself. That that was a lesson that he didn't really learn until the post game. So now that post game Leon is meeting pre-game bros, that he gets a chance to share that, impart that lesson to him. That was just really cool to see, and I think I alluded to this before, but with the Alola arc, and how you get to see all the kids kind of getting to form sync pairs with Tapus, and it's one. There's Hal with Tapu Koko, Lana with Tapu Lele, Icerola with Tapu Bulu, and Mina with Tapu Fini. So they all, it's one kid from each island, and they're all kind of, forming a pair with the the guardian of their home island, and that it's kind of a in a metaphorical sense representing how that the future of Alola is in good hands, because we have these kids that are already ready to become kahunas, that they are accepted by their accepted by the guardians of their islands, and so it's just really cool to see all these different ways that Masters can actually kind of develop the story of the characters more after their adventure's over. And yeah, can you tell I'm really passionate about this stuff?
Yeah, it's remarkable how much Masters has built upon the core series plots and lore and such. I really think that anybody who has even a little bit of knowledge of core series stuff, if you try Masters and look at the plot of it, there's gonna be something there you'll like, I think.
The stuff in the trainer lodge, some of the responses that you have to give are you'd only know that stuff if you play that game, that the character is originally from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like even if you don't know that, they usually like spend a little bit of time to catch you up on it, so no one's left behind really.
Yeah, and and a lot of times it'll be, to me it seems obvious because it's like, of course, so and so likes, these other people from their region, but like I probably take that for granted for being so familiar with all these characters. But the training lodge is also another great example of how they some of the best parts of Masters is how they develop the characters from the main series more, and like getting to spend a day or two with these characters and get to learn more about what they care about, what they're passionate about, what is important to them. Like in Gladian's Lodge story, he talks about how he is afraid of losing his family, and that he tries his best to protect them, but he still worries, and it's like stuff like that kind of makes them feel a little more human, and really empathize with them, and it's really nice to see that, because I feel like for a long time in the games that the characters really didn't get that kind of depth, and they we really only started to pick up in Alola and especially Sword and Shield, where they the main series really started to actually develop the characters a little bit more, and so it's cool to see that Masters is kind of going back to all these previous characters that didn't get that kind of treatment from the main series, and fleshing them out in that same way, and so that's really cool to see.
And hopefully that slideshow of those things is working properly now, because I noticed that it did get stuck. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, Masters has gone on longer than any Pokemon mobile game other than Go at this point. It's clear it's going to be continuing for a long time. I do wonder if it'll start to bleed into other media in some sense. I mean, it seems like surely at some point they're probably going to have some kind of crossover between it and other things. I mean, they already had a crossover between it and the old Pokemon anime. You were for a brief period of time able to get Ash and Team Rocket, and they're the sync pairs that will most likely never come back.
Yeah. But
actually, I mean that is
there were some things in Journeys that made me feel like are the Journeys writers are playing Masters, because like stuff like one of the things that I thought was
thing,
one of the things that I thought was really interesting was the fact that there's one episode where Erica returns, and it's the first time she's appeared since the original series. Back when she didn't back when they were taking all sorts of creative liberties, and she didn't really even look like her game counterpart at all. So they have 20 years worth of appearances and stuff that they could to work with, and they chose to put her in her Fire Red Leaf Green outfit, which is the same one that she wears in Masters, and she has a Leafeon, which she has never been seen to use outside of Masters.
Yeah,
maybe I'm just conspiracy theory, but yeah,
I mean,
other stuff like, and then also that at the end of Journeys, how Go gives Eternatus to Leon, even though that doesn't really have any effect on the rest of the series, but they just felt the need to give Leon can have Eternatus. And yeah, stuff like that is kind of funny coincidences.
Yeah, and the Masters collab happened like when they were doing that big tournament towards the end,
Mm-hmm.
and like which seemed like a very Masters kind of premise.
Mm-mm.
Like it like meshes together very well.
Well, speaking of Pokemon mobile games, actually, sorry, I should say before we move on, like I do fully expect to have a Masters collab with Project Voltage at some point. Like, there is no way we do not get a Hatsune Miku sync pair.
Oh my gosh, please.
Oh my gosh. One
Also
of my
collab with
friends has
Conquest.
one of my friends has been clamoring for Miku and Masters since Project Voltage began, and if he is going to be so happy if that happens. They did technically already do it with that. There was that art they released a few days ago of Miku with Champion Rosa, since they both have the Meloetta.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I am fully expecting it to happen. I think it is only a matter of time.
Oh my gosh, why did they put the Slimes in the jukebox? Oh my god.
I mean, it's just such an obvious, sensible thing to do. Like, the outfit's already created. You can have so many different sync pairs. I mean, imagine the scouts for that. It would simply be insane. And you can't tell me that the gacha fans wouldn't be spending ridiculous amounts of money for those.
RIP all your gems.
Yeah. Well, speaking of gems, do make sure that you log into Masters sometime between 10 p.m. US Pacific time, December 31st, and 9:59 p.m. US Pacific time, January 7th, because they have a massive
Gem giveaway
contest. Where you could get potentially 60,000 gems. I think it's...
Oh, 60,000? I thought it was just 6,000. Oh my gosh.
No, this is 60,000 gems. 10 people get 60,000 gems each.
Dang.
Yeah, and everybody who enters is guaranteed to get 300 gems.
Yep.
So.
And there's plenty more like prizes in between that as well. So, yeah, if it's... I mean, let's be honest, if you're playing Masters EX, you're probably already logging in every day anyway. But if you're not, or you're just a casual person who only logs in for some events like me, yeah, make sure you log in for that one.
Yeah. I'm kind of casual about Masters too, honestly. I log in like whenever they have an event where it's like, oh, train up the free unit and max them out. Otherwise, I don't really log in that much, and I also don't really summon that much, so I have like a giant horde of gems I don't know what to do with.
Well, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I have it on good authority that there's going to be one of those events coming up in a couple days where you get
it's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, another one of those kimono girls, or
yeah.
Yeah.
I am very disappointed that they're adding the white one, because I really wanted the purple and pink one. She's my favorite.
That was Kali, right?
Maybe. Callie was last year. She's
she's one with the black hair.
and red.
Yeah.
Now, we've talked a lot about mobile games, but there is one other mobile game that we really should discuss because it has been a real sleeper hit this year.
Oh, yes.
Oh. Yes, we should.
Yep, let's be honest. How many of us here have been using it every single day?
Me.
Haven't used it at all, I'm sorry.
Haven't used it at all?
How could you?
Gasp.
Have you just not been sleeping?
Obviously.
I got too many live service games, I can't.
I mean, the advantage of Pokemon Sleep is that it is actually a game that you don't need to be constantly playing during the day. I mean, yes, okay, you need to check it at least twice a day.
At least 3 times a day. Got to give Snorlaxes 3 meals. Gosh.
Well, yeah, okay, so you check it when you wake up, you check it sometime in the afternoon, you check it right before going to bed, And I mean, you can do it more often if you really want, but realistically, that's enough for someone to play it properly.
Is that like a really deep game though? Because I see people discussing like, oh, I need to gather all these ingredients and then make this meal and then do this thing to get this Pokemon to show up and like,
Yeah, well, it can be competitive if you want to.
I mean, there's not necessarily a lot of depth to it. It's like, to get the ingredients, it's just having the Pokemon in your party that have those ingredients. And for a lot of that, it's just like, use the Pokemon that have the right berries for, like, especially if you're just starting off. Use the Pokemon that have the right berries. If you don't have that, use the Pokemon with your highest levels. And, like, your Snorlax will get bigger and you'll get better at going to each zone after each week anyway, so number will continue to go up over time, even if you're not catching that many Pokemon and so forth.
And that's the beauty of the game, is you don't actually have to catch things every day. If you want to do it completely free to play and just use your free biscuit every day, and maybe save up all the free Poke Biscuits that you get for Pokemon you want to get and just slowly work them down. And now we've got the daily free bundle that you get from the shop. It really is a very free-to-play friendly game. I do pay for the premium because for me it's an investment in my health, because it's motivating at least 8 hours sleep a day.
I mean, I for one would not pay for I think the subscription's too much unless you are explicitly using it to replace some other sleep tracking app. So I guess for Lachlan, if he's using it that way, then it makes sense. If you're using it as just this is another cute Pokemon thing for me to be involved in, don't bother paying, just enjoy the cuteness of sleeping Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
So, am I the only one here who uses the Pokemon Go Plus to track my sleep, or...?
No, I use it. I use it too. I didn't want to have my phone resting next to my bed and maybe getting smashed.
Yeah, I use my phone to track my sleep, and pretty much every other day it ends up on the floor at some point during the night.
Yeah. Also, if you use the Go Plus for sleep tracking, it's not going to record you, and I appreciate it not recording me mumbling in my sleep and snoring or whatever.
Pikachu.
Yeah.
Pikachu.
Yeah, I turned off the recordings a long time ago because I didn't need to, it was like, 99% of it was just me rolling over in my sleep, and, the 1% is, is mumbling some garbage that I can't even make out.
Although I have once rollen over onto the Go Plus and turned it off.
Yeah, I've done that too.
So I've had to use the strap that comes with it and attach it to a part of the bed frame. And then that little peg that comes with it, which has got a hopeless magnet, attach that to the bed sheet so that sort of stays in place, but away from where I'm naturally going to roll in my sleep.
I mean, I've had to force myself to get into a habit of checking the battery on it because I lost a night of sleep in the middle of a good sleep week, and because it had run out of power.
See, that's probably the benefit of then also playing Pokemon Go alongside it, is I wake up, I check it, I connect to my Pokemon Go. If I see that low battery indicator, it's getting plugged in instantly. And by nighttime, it's good for the next couple of days.
But, yeah, it's, it's not hugely involved as a game, but I think I appreciate that from a mobile game. There's far too many of these mobile games or idle games where you're, that's idle as in IDLE, not idle as in
IDOL.
Yeah, not as in...
As in Lucia.
Yeah.
I mean, I would play a mobile game that's all about Lucia, but...
I mean,
That's beside the point.
there's plenty of mobile games based around those kinds of idols already that I'm kind of amazed that we don't have a Pokemon music game. And oh geez, that's probably the end goal of Project Voltage now that I think of it. But yeah, no, like a lot of these idle games kind of require you to be constantly looking at things, and you constantly feel like you're missing out because I forgot to check this thing, so I didn't get all of the items because my bank slots filled up or whatever. And that's not the case here. Like if a Pokemon fills up its inventory, then it will toss the berries to Snorlax on its own and just keep the ingredients until you collect. So it might get an inventory full of ingredients, but it's still actually giving you berries to Snorlax through the day constantly. Your bank, it will actually overfill. It will give you a message that, hey, you need to like empty your bank because you've got too much things in it, and same with your Pokemon box as well. It'll give you that as well. But the fact it does allow you to overfill and doesn't penalize you for it having been full is very generous as far as these sorts of games go. It's definitely a nice thing to see.
And the changes they've made even to the item like the linking cord, which when it launched, when everyone added, a full friends list worth of random players, and it's one of the first items you got, people were like, well, do I throw this item out because it's filled up my bag? But now it can just turn into random candy for Pokemon that work with the linking cord. So it serves additional purposes to those who do have 60 dedicated sleep friends.
Yeah, I need to add more sleep friends. I've only got Bulbastaff and a few other people I know on there, so I don't actually have a full set of friends.
Yeah, I have like 16 or 17, and we're all at max friendship now, so...
I've got, I think, 19, and not everyone's max friendship. But I do occasionally check to see if people are still sleeping or not. Send them a message online saying, are you alive?
They're sleeping for a very, very long time.
No, hopefully not sleeping for that long. But yeah, I mean, I think, to be fair, the game is still very early. And no worries, Sir Derpington. Thanks for joining us. We have been going almost 3 hours at this point.
And we haven't even talked about Scarlet and Violet yet.
No, we haven't. We haven't even got on the DLC stuff yet. That was going to be the next topic, I think. But yeah, no, like Pokemon Sleep, very early days. They're still figuring out how to do events. I think they got very lucky with the timing of the calendar, meaning that January 1st was a Monday, and that like Christmas Day was
a Monday as well.
Monday as well, and that all worked out rather nicely. Halloween was a bit more awkward. Like that event lasted into November, but yeah, no, I think they do still need to figure out how some of this is going to work, because I think there's a lot of people who still struggle to get like an initial set of Pokemon sufficiently leveled to where they feel like they're advancing. And then, like, I mean, right now I'm in the the third zone. It's only like my second or third time being there, and I've got a team of I started with a team of level 30s, but they weren't getting anywhere because they were the wrong berries, so I switched them over to a team that's mostly in the mid-teens and does have the right berries, and I'm still not really getting anywhere because I don't have very high area bonus yet compared to what I do for the other, like the first two zones. But I know that area bonus is just going to continue to grow.
Yeah, and like the area bonus continue, like the earlier ones have, since it's where you start, you end up getting a higher area bonus, and the strength goals are actually lower for the earlier areas. So, you could get the amount of drowsy power that would get you like a Master 1 on the first island is like, Ultra 1 on the third island or something. And so, that too is,
it does
feels a little unbalanced.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing is that, currently the maximum level you're allowed to level a Pokemon to is 50. The maximum you can expand your pot to is 45, no matter how many Pokemon Sleep styles you've seen, and 45 base. Obviously, you can get ridiculous amounts if you get
42
the skills.
42 base.
I'm on 45.
Oh, let me check if I'm at 45 as well.
Yep.
Because I know I've got the 190 sleep styles, so I just assumed I was limited from there.
It was a double advance, so you would have been at 30 whatever before, and you needed 2 advances.
There you go. I hadn't taken it to 45. Thank you for that.
I've had utterly ridiculous ones. Like during the Christmas week, I did the premium trial. I threw down a good camp ticket, and I was constantly getting procs on Glaceon to increase the pot size, and I think on the Sunday I was having pot size of 150. Which was...
So during the Christmas week, I had Glaceon and Magnezone.
Oh.
So I was getting procs of 17 twice.
Oh,
and
geez.
Sometimes I would feed them breakfast, and then before lunch they would proc once, and then before I gave them lunch at like 5.
How did you get enough ingredients to fill those pots?
So then my team was Wolverine, Charizard, Venusaur, and I'm like,
fair enough.
Yeah, that's why I haven't increased my pot size very much, because my team was just not gathering enough ingredients to keep up with a higher pot size. But now my after the Christmas event was good for allowing me to actually level up some of my Pokemon a little bit more. So now I have them at good levels, and they can get ingredients fast. And now I don't have any Dream Shards to expand my pot because I spent them all during the Christmas event.
Yep. Now I think the game really opens up from definitely once you start getting Pokemon to level 30, but even really once you start getting more Pokemon evolve, like when you've got a full team of just like stage 1 Pokemon and maybe some that don't evolve like Kangaskhan or whatever, when you've got a full team like that, it feels like you're making so much more progress than when you were just using like Bulbasaurs and Charmanders and so forth. It makes a massive difference. I mean, I think in particular because the evolution levels are still based on what they would normally be in the main series games. Bug type Pokemon are just amazing. Like my Butterfree.
Yeah, well, they're not exactly the same. Most Pokemon levels are decreased significantly, but it's still relatively. They're roughly the same.
The same scale.
Yeah.
Is being applied.
Yeah. So bug types still evolve early. Tyranitar evolves ridiculously late.
You can't even evolve it. It's beyond the maximum level, isn't it?
So
no, it's 41.
Oh, it's in the 40s. Okay. My Pupitar's still in the 20s. I'm not getting that evolved anytime soon.
Yeah.
So I got very lucky during the Christmas event because I don't really read the news releases. All I know is the game tells me I should be in Greengrass Isles for an event, and I'm like, all right, I'll be in Greengrass Isles. So I've been in Greengrass Isles all of December. So I'm like, New Year's, I guess I'm going to be in Greengrass Isles for another week. But but with the Christmas event having spent a lot of time already in the tundra, I already had a lot of Spheal, and I actually got really lucky with the Walrein, which off one biscuit got the critical feed, or whatever the technical term for that is. So I have a Walrein, a Sphealio, and a Spheal. So I've got a very good little team for that just from the holiday event. So I'm very much looking forward to spending some time in there in January before we get the 5th map.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, the 5th map's gonna... I mean, they definitely need to move things quick. Like, the fact that... I mean, I don't think I'm going to get to Master this week in this zone. I think I need at least one more increase to my area bonus before I'll be able to get to Master consistently in this zone or in the snowfields. But people who had been paying premium since the beginning, I have to imagine must be starting to push Master in every zone consistently at this point. In which case, then yeah, they need to push ahead with adding the new content, or a lot of people are going to feel left out.
And it's a bit weird that we didn't have Annihilate added, because I've got a Primeape which rolled a gold helping bonus for its first slot. So it's been used quite regularly, especially because of the cherry berry being very common in Greengrass Isles for Snorlax. So just having that there and not seeing the evolve button is just very strange. So I hope that they do start to look into the more later generation Pokemon, and I think that's largely based on when the game started development, because Pokemon Sleep was announced 2019. This game sat in production for 4 years, on and off. My biggest theory as to why it was delayed so long was because of the pandemic, and they didn't have people to actually test the sleep tracking functionality in a healthy manner. So development might have been paused for a while.
I mean, the sleep tracking as a thing you need to test does kind of limit your ability to test. If it's like, we need to test this with someone sleeping 8 hours, it does kind of mean that you got to wait until the next day to continue moving forward. So, yeah, the fact that they haven't implemented alternative evolution paths yet does make it a little awkward. I will give them the fact that they've actually incorporated baby Pokemon, but the way they've done that as well is a little strange, since it has basically... Like, a Pikachu is treated as a Stage 1 Pokemon rather than a basic Pokemon, which is unusual for how most games treat it. But it does mean that, like, Pikachu needs more hunger bar to be satisfied before you can actually catch it. And it will actually give you more ingredients and berries than you would otherwise get with a basic. So I guess it's good then that they're actually giving you a Pikachu to start off with. It actually feels worthwhile at the beginning. But yeah.
And with the ability that you get candy from the featured Pokemon from your friends has been very useful. So instead of just selecting the default option for the rarest, quote-unquote rarest thing, I'll often go through and think, what's more useful for me to give my friends 1 or 2 extra candy for? So instead of being like, here, have some Pinsir candy, because I'm sure people really want Pinsir or Kangaskhan candy, I'm like, all right, let's get some more Charmander, more Pikachu, more Eevees, especially during the holiday event, where those resources people might actually want to use and spend.
I'll be honest, I haven't been doing that. I've just been like, oh yeah, this is the rarest thing I got today, so here you go.
Yeah, I do like the whole research community aspect, and that, you know, it feels a bit more, you know, like a community and than most other friend lists. But, you know, I enjoy looking at my friends' research updates every day, and, you know, even if it results in, you know, getting jealous about how, you know, 3 different people got shinies last night and I haven't gotten one in months, but...
You and me both. I, religious sleeper, have only rolled 2 shinies.
We had some people in Bulbagarden staff, I think, who got 4 or 5 shinies during the Christmas event. I was just like, what the heck?
Yeah, I got 0.
Clearly, we both have bad PIDs and secret trainer IDs there, Storm.
But yeah, these kinds of fitness apps do tend to have very good community features, so I would expect that side of things to be developed more in the future, and I'd expect that we're going to get more events that will be setting not just individual goals, but group goals for you and your research community to hit.
That would be cool.
And I'd like to see in future events that they're not always just reskinning Greengrass Isles. Maybe they reskin Greengrass Isles and a second map as well. So if you haven't unlocked the second map, you can still go to Greengrass Isles, but to then slowly expand the theming across all of the maps.
Yeah, I think it was fair enough for the first few ones, just because, like, so many people either didn't have the game yet and this was a way to get them in, or, I mean, the people who are still, well, people who are not paying probably don't have very many zones leveled up high enough to actually have a fun event anywhere except in Greengrass.
But also, the Eevee
I will
week
say
is
it's
a
a
great
little.
example of that.
Yeah. I will say about it is annoying, I've noticed about the area bonus thing, that apparently until you hit like research rank 40 or something, your maximum area bonus in any island is 45%.
Something like that, yeah.
So that's a little annoying.
I mean, it does at least give you an incentive to move on to the next zone now.
Yeah.
Well, if they put events there.
I mean, I think long term we're going to see an event a month. And it's just a question of what the event for that month is going to be.
But see, for me, like in a good sleep week, I'm like, well, I want to prioritize where I'm going to get the best score because big number excites me, right? So I'm probably going to go to Greengrass 2 out of the 4 weeks, 1 for the good sleep week and 1 for the good of the regular event that's going on. So, and I like the rebalancing they've done with the good sleep days, where if it falls on an earlier day in the week, it's a bigger bonus applied to make it more fair for people.
Yeah, that needed to be done. When a good sleep day happened on a Monday, it felt completely pointless before.
Yeah. Although I'll admit that the drowsy power bonus for good sleep days events doesn't really feel like that big of a deal to me anymore, because especially because I've found most of the common sleep styles, so I really just need the rarer ones, and I don't know if having the increased drowsy power actually allows you to get rarer Pokemon.
I mean, it's more having the higher sleep level, so like getting up to Master, and the higher levels of Master is what you need to unlock those sleep styles.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
I think the highest I've ever had in any zone was a Master 11 in Greengrass, and there's still higher levels of Master above that. So
it goes up to 20.
Yeah, I think it goes up to like Master 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's basically everything we can talk about in Sleep.
I think so. I think we have to go on to the finale, which is Scarlet and Violet, and what a year that's been for the DLC.
Yeah,
so do we want to start with the teal mask then?
The one that everyone's probably actually done?
I'm saying that because I know you haven't finished the other one, so it's a little safer to talk about.
And we've got a late entry as well with the TheCapsFan who's just arrived.
We've finally gotten to something that I can talk about, so I figured I'd jump in.
How good are picnics for getting eggs?
Oh, Archaic and I had some fun doing picnics the other day. It was like the first picnics I had ever done because I'm not a shiny hunter.
Yep.
And I gotta admit, I kind of embarrassed myself with how poorly I can make sandwiches.
Our
But
Cyclone
do
just
you,
pointed out in the chat that we haven't done Unite yet. I have to admit, I don't play Unite.
neither do I.
I don't either.
Yeah, I played it for like I think I played it for like 3 days and I got tired of it.
Okay, I played it for 2
Hmm.
seasons, to be fair, right at the beginning, but then I stopped.
Yeah,
I mean,
I usually I can at least get through like the new player, the new player bonus or whatever, but I couldn't even finish. I couldn't even get that far. MOBA games are just not my cup of tea.
Other
I've
than
played
that,
it on and off here and there, but I wouldn't call myself anything like a regular or something like that. From what I can tell, most of the additions this year have been through new Pokemon, new playable Pokemon.
And I think it's cool that they are giving a spotlight to other Pokemon like Cramorant and Greedent. You know, Pokemon you probably wouldn't naturally expect to be early additions to this sort of game. So I think that Unite as a game has been doing a good job of pushing the fringe Pokemon, so to speak.
I mean, I think it makes sense for a game like Unite to do that simply because it needs to have a variety of different play styles so all of the playable Pokemon don't feel identical to one another. Uh, and I mean, so far they seem to be doing a good job there, but I mean, for me, Unite right now would be I'd treat it the same way I do Splatoon, which is I've stopped playing it, but I would come back for the occasional Splatfest and event, and I think Unite needs more kinds of events like that because it's got what the Halloween event and the Christmas event and the Easter event, and is that it? Does it have any other like little occasional events with like different rules or whatever that you can jump in on? Because it really needs
Well,
more
did
of
you
those.
say the Winter Holidays event, the one that's currently going on right now?
I mean, I haven't played it this year, but it's the same as the previous years, isn't it? With the snowballs and everything?
I think so.
A
I don't know.
Panic Parade. Okay, yeah, I don't think I've actually played the Panic Parade, Cyclone.
Yeah, there is an event going on right now that ends in less than 24 hours, so I may check that out this evening, actually.
But yeah, if anyone was looking forward to a riveting discussion on Unite, that's probably not something we can provide. I mean, Unite, I think, has had some similar issues to Go in that there's been a few things that were a bit controversial in terms of balancing that the devs were a bit slow in handling, like particularly around the addition of Mewtwo and how that was handled. But I think that's very common for MOBAs, isn't it? That like new character gets added, and of course they're overpowered because they want everyone to buy the new character, and then a few months later the rebalance happens, and the next new character is now the overpowered one, and so forth. And let's not even talk about Zacian, indeed, Cyclone.
yeah, it seems to be a common issue with games where the main focus is the PvP.
Yeah, actually, if there's anything that I'd like to see from Unite, it would be a PVE. Though they did have a PVE raid mode, didn't they?
Did
Were
they?
were they adding it? I'm pretty sure I've seen something about a PVE raid mode for the game that was like your team takes on a legendary Pokemon.
I think they have a thing where like a legendary can spawn in the center of the map, but I think
Yeah,
you're still fighting the other team though.
yeah. That's the legendary spawning in the center of the map's the normal thing. Um,
Oh,
but or it doesn't even have to be a legendary. It depends on the mode. But I could have sworn there was something about a raid thing. And now I'm hoping that this is not something that I was told in confidence. But I don't think it would be for United. It would. It shouldn't be for United. Mewtwo, Blissey is so bad that he got a huge nerf. Oh, that's a pity. Blissey was one of my mains back when I was
Rip.
playing. Yeah. But yeah, like, I mean, Unite's interesting. It's not the kind of Pokemon spin-off I would have asked for or expected, but it has definitely brought a bunch of people into the Pokemon fandom who wouldn't have been in the fandom otherwise. In the same manner that Pokken probably brought in a bunch of people who realistically might not have had anything to do with the Pokemon franchise in other circumstances. So I definitely don't mind that we have this now. But at the same time, I do wonder if, I guess, how much longevity it's going to have. Like, I mean, admittedly, stuff like League of Legends and that are still obviously going strong, so maybe these things do have a lot of longevity. But it's like, to me, if it's the same arena all the time, basically, it just brings back bad memories of Warsong Gulch in World of Warcraft. Like, I'd like to, even if I'm playing the same basic game, to be doing different things in that game and not just doing the same map over and over and over.
Yeah, that was why I kind of stopped playing it, was because it was just the same map over and over again, and it was pretty boring.
Oh yeah, and Cyclone bringing up the $40 skins to slap on your mons. Yeah, that was definitely one of the things that caused me to opt out as well. That was just excessive.
I will
Yeah,
say
the
I do
monetization.
feel I do feel like they've gotten better with the monetization as the support has gone on, especially as someone who pops into the game every now and then. But yeah.
The outfits that they make are really good, though. I like seeing people make fan art of those.
I'll definitely grant you that. I mean, it kind of makes me wonder if maybe one day we'll get some Pokemon Masters EX stuff with sync pairs where it's not just the trainer that's dressed up, but also the Pokemon.
That'd be
That'll be
interesting.
awesome.
And we are now at 3 hours, you're right, over that. So yes, perhaps we'll move on to Scarlet Violet. Because I imagine that it's getting quite late for a lot of people, and here in Australia it's 3 p.m. and I've not had lunch yet.
Oh.
So Scarlet and Violet, hey?
So Teal Mask, we were going to start with.
Teal Mask. What a DLC that was.
So
I have thoughts about Carmine and Kieran.
So I purchased the DLC when it was released, got my Zoroark, and then I didn't actually play Teal Mask until 2 weeks before Indigo Disc came out, which I think was a really interesting choice by me because it meant that I experienced them a lot closer. And I think that was the point of them trying to do the DLC packs a lot closer than we had during Sword and Shield, for example, because of the combined storylines. So by experiencing them more compressed, I was catching Ogerpon the same day I then left for Blueberry Academy. So when Kieran and Carmine went back to school, I felt like I was joining them returning to school, which was a little jarring with the character transition for one of them.
Yeah.
But I'm like, oh, this literally just happened. Where did you get these Pokemon from? So that was a little jarring and disconnected, but the teal mask and just having that story based on the old folk tale and going in blind, not knowing anything about Ogerpon, the masks, or anything about how those mechanics worked with Pheasantipity. I always forget Monkey Doki and... Oh my goodness, I'm blanking on the third one.
Okie dokie.
Okidogi, Pheasantipity, and
Monkey Dory.
Monkey Dory. So, yeah, it's bizarre. And the way Applin's evolution was... I only knew about it because I saw it in Kieran's team. I'm like, oh, how do I get that? So I went around and made sure I spoke to all the NPCs. I was sure that Apple would be sold somewhere in the shops around the Mask Festival. And so when I found it in a random vending machine on the outskirts, I'm like, ah, interesting choice.
Yeah, it's like they lead you to talk to the NPCs too, right? Because at the very beginning, when you go to the festival, they're like, hey, let's go talk to some NPC. I can't remember exactly which one it was. Maybe it was to get your own mask or something like that. But nope, the new evolution item is found at a vending machine. That is, yeah, definitely agree with you. Interesting choice.
I'll say for me, the thing that stood out most about Teal Mask was just how authentically Inaka it felt. Like, having actually visited rural Japanese villages before, that, like, right down to the community center being the actual hub of a community, like, it felt like I was in Japan. And it was nice to see them embracing that so much in a Pokemon game. Like, all of the Pokemon regions that were ostensibly in a Japan analog before didn't necessarily feel that much Japanese, did they? Like, you had a couple of elements in them with the towers and in Gold and Silver and so forth, but overall the cultural elements were kept very minimal. And it feels like they're, in the current generations, a lot more willing to actually embrace and showcase different cultures. And it leaves me feeling that, well, whatever we get for the next main region games, or even for spin-offs or whatever, we will get something that is very much uniquely that area of the world. Though, of course, now that's making me think, oh great, we're going to get something Old West for some Ode games, aren't we? Some Ode and Unova games that feel like you're in the Californian Gold Rush or something. Yeah, could work.
So, thinking of the other things that were introduced with the Teal Mask, who here thought that the selfie stick was a good addition to an already flying phone?
It did.
I mean, functionality-wise, I think it's great. Whether or not it logically makes sense is another thing.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly haven't really used the camera feature much at all, so I didn't really make a difference to me.
I find myself using it a lot in the second DLC pack.
Because you have to for BBQs.
Same.
Actually, we have...
And you know what? Them kind of forcing it on you has kind of made me appreciate it a little bit more. Because, like Storm, I don't really use, like, photo modes in video games very often.
Yeah.
So messing around with it is cute.
I mean, the stuff they did with the BBQs in the second DLC, and I know we're kind of jumping ahead here, but getting you to explicitly use game features that you may not have really been using much, and finding a way to do it outside of just the tutorial teaching you how to do it, is actually quite good game design. And especially the fact that some of these have been limited to like the Union Circle made a lot of sense as well. Like if it was forcing you to just take random photos around the world constantly of yourself and selfies here, there, and everywhere, it feel a little silly. But having it as a special quest for what was it, like 500 BP, to like get everyone in the Union Circle together and take a selfie, that felt a lot better.
Yeah, that was really cute. I love that.
It was great that we were actually able to end the stream on that. It was perfectly timed.
Yeah. Well, for those of us who don't have friends to Union Circle with, it just kind of winds up feeling very grindy because every quest gives you 20 or 30 BP, and then it costs 200 just to invite one coach once for one battle.
Yeah, I mean, and this is why we're going to have plenty more BP barbecue quest streams here on the Bulbagarden Twitch channel over the coming months. I think that's going to be a very common thing for people to want to be able to do that together.
So I was doing some BBQs. I had a friend come round on Boxing Day. His wife had to go back to work, and their child was at daycare or with his parents. I don't know. He had the day off. And he came round and we did BBQs locally. And the way the Switch communicates, it's a bit like if you recall when Let's Go Eevee Pikachu came out, where people were holding their Joy-Cons in a way that blocked the Bluetooth transmission. You have to make sure there's no other devices potentially going to communicate with Bluetooth between the two of them. The only thing I had between them was a phone and a Nintendo 3DS, and they would disconnect regularly. And there was probably about 7 meters between the devices, same room. So if you do decide to do BBQs in a local setting, try and keep the switches as close as possible, or do it in the same room but connect over the internet.
Yeah, I think it's
which
probably
isn't an option for everyone.
I think it is probably easier to do it over the internet, but
All right, not to brag or anything, but I was just playing Violet right now, and I found a shiny Tyrogue in the canyon biome.
How exciting!
Nice.
This is the second Tyrogue that I've found in the canyon biome.
So, gotta get 2 more then.
It was actually quite amusing. I found a shiny Alolan Executor prior to finishing, during the main campaign of the second DLC, and Archaic and I were in the Union Room, and we had one quest to, I don't know, go defeat Pokemon with Auto Battle or something, and Archaic was like, "Whoa, a shiny! Wait, hold on!" And he sent out his Pokemon to try and defeat the shiny, and then brought it back right at the last second. I was like, "Man, that's mine. Don't worry about it."
Yeah, no, I saw it because of the auto battle. I was doing an auto battle quest while you were doing a defeat a Pokemon quest, and I didn't realize that was you there. I hadn't seen you. I only saw the shiny Executor, so I was like, oh geez, my Pokemon didn't attack that one. That means it's a shiny. Yes, cool. And I ran up to it like, why is it starting a battle? What the? Oh, this is yours, and you're attacking this wild Pokemon. Oh.
So, while doing BBQ solo, I've stumbled across a shiny Hisuian Quillfish. So I haven't been doing any sandwiches. The only boost I have is the shiny charm. So I got a shiny Hisuian Quillfish. While doing the Milcery outbreaks, I got a random shiny... what was it? A Flygon. No, Flygon was during a Duraludon outbreak. Farm down 120 Duraludons. No. One Flygon? Yes.
Funny how that works, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a Psyduck during a Milcery outbreak, I think. But it's just... And then I got 4 Milceries from that outbreak, and that was a really fun experience just going through when the game launched. Doing those outbreak farmings, but just stumbling across these random shinies while you're just doing blueberry tasks. because you're traveling around the world, you're making the spawns reset so regularly. It feels like that was half of the point, because you get it and you're like, oh, I want to keep playing, see if I get another one in this play session, right? And Hisuian Quillfish is one of the things in Legends Arceus that I didn't want to go for because I really struggled with the water encounters in that game. I think it was the way of the depth, and a bit of that also in Scarlet and Violet's in the main side in Paldea. But here they're just a little higher in the water, so they're a bit easier to see. And that stark white in that dark blue was just so easy to notice. And the Alolan Executor I also randomly got shiny while doing the storyline. So, have of the people here, have we all done the 4 Elite Four challenges yet?
So what's got me stuck is the final one, actually having to catch and train up a team that was all caught within the dome. I foolishly used my previous team because I was doing a launch day stream, and I got up to that right at the end of my launch day stream, and it's like, oh, well, I should have been catching more Pokemon today, shouldn't I? And I've just been too busy and haven't actually been able to get back to it properly since, apart from the BBQ stream.
So the rest of us have done the Elite Four then?
I have, yes.
Yes.
So what order did we take them on? So clearly Archaic is doing them in... Is it the suggested order that you're doing them in Archaic?
I did them in number order, so yeah. I started with... I can't remember their names, unfortunately.
Crispin.
Yep.
Crispin.
I started with Crispin, did the...
Amorous, the Steel.
Yep.
And then Lacey, the daughter of Clay.
Mm-hmm. Does the game ever explicitly say that she's the daughter of Clay? I mean, we all know she is. Does it explicitly say? Okay, cool.
Yes.
She also uses the Excadrill too.
Yeah, and has the gem from Clay's hat in her rings.
Oh yeah, I kind of figured that there was something to do with those ear things, but I didn't recognize
They're barrettes.
Oh, okay. There you go.
And see, I recognized right away that those I want to say there's some NPC in Driftveil City who mentions that the city is famous for mining emeralds. So I've always kind of associated emeralds with Driftveil City. So when I saw that she had emeralds in her barrettes, I'm like, oh my gosh, she's from Driftveil.
And I believe before you battle them, if you look at them on the map, it does say what cities they're all from. In their little bio.
And for some reason it says that Lacey's from Nimbasa City.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out how that works.
That did throw me off a second, but...
the ocean. Maybe Clay and maybe Lacey's mother is based out of Nimbasa.
Yeah.
Because those two gym leaders do have to communicate in black and white to lower the bridge for you to get across. And then we've got Drayton, who is the grandson of Drayden. Which is mentioned when you have Drayton and is Hassel of the Elite Four? Of the Paldean Elite Four in the Blueberry Club room at the same time.
Oh, okay.
So it's the Dragon Elite Four member says, "Oh, your grandfather Drayden," and I mentioned yada 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 yada. So I actually did Drayton first because I'm like, I want to see what you're all about. So the second I got through did my first classes and unlocked the ability to battle the Blueberry Academy Elite Four, I went straight to him. And on my way, I conveniently caught a couple Pokemon because they weren't registered to my Pokedex yet. So I caught Duraludon because I knew that Drayton sounded like a dragon user. I'm like, I'm going to get a dragon type. And then I had also caught a Excadrill. So I'm like, cool, these are cool. And I ended up using those two Pokemon for the Drayton challenge. And did a mini sand team with a Eviolite, Duraludon, and Excadrill doing shenanigans in the sandstorm.
Nice.
Excadrill doing what Excadrill does.
And I won't spoil how that whole thing goes because I know that you haven't got to it yet, Archaic. So I'll let you experience that for yourself because I went in there completely blind. Basically, as the DLC dropped, I just turned off the internet, so I had no guides or anything, and I had no idea how to evolve Duraludon. It wasn't until I got to the item printer that I realized how to evolve Duraludon.
Yeah, I'm going to have to try and finish it in early January, but yeah, it's just trying to find the time with everything else that's been going on. As is, I still need to start judging for the Bulbagarden Christmas contest, which I should take the time to mention. 12 Days of Trivia is, of course, already over, but we do still, I think, have a couple of rounds left of Rapidash Trivia, so there's still an opportunity for that. Yeah, 3 rounds left, so the next one starts in 2 hours, 35 minutes, and then another one 6 hours after that, another one 6 hours after that. And the creative contest is open until 11:59 p.m. December 31st US Pacific. So make sure you look those up if you haven't already.
So on the Elite Four of Blueberry, I found Crispin to be the hardest because I was using a team that, and when he threw out a particular Pokemon that has Levitate, I'm like, oh, darn you! I have ground types ready for this fight.
Yep, I had a water team, so Crispin was fairly easy for me. I built I googled good rain teams Scarlet Violet because I was like, I'm gonna build myself a quote unquote competitively viable team, because I'm not very into team building, and so I made myself a little rain team. So he was pretty simple, but yeah, no, I ran into that same problem though.
I will say from the elite members I've fought, it felt like that they were very well balanced for fighting against balanced teams. If you went against them with a balanced team, you could actually struggle a little bit as just like a casual player, as opposed to someone who's going in with a very competitive minded thing. Like they did actually give you a bit of run for their money, especially if they got a lucky crit.
So, like, take Crispin, where you might think, oh, great, they're a fire user. I'm going to bring some water types. What's the first thing that Crispin sends out when you knock out their Rotom or Talonflame at the start? A grass type.
Yep.
Yeah.
With Protect, Harvest, and a Citrus Berry. And you're like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I actually saw, before I fought Crispin, I fought some random kid who was nearby, and they mentioned that that you need to be that Crispin covers his weaknesses, and so you better watch out or you're going to get a solar beam to the face. So I knew at least going in that I should watch out for solar beams.
And when that Talonflame sets up Sunny Day at the start, I did not expect it to be going into a Solar Beaming Executor as its replacement. But just having 2 lead Pokemon that are immune to one of Fire's most common weaknesses that you would use in double battles of Earthquake, and one of them, while quad weak to Rock, then holds a Focus Sash. So that even if you do use Rock Slide, it still gets off its attack. And I think that was a very clever design team for him in particular. And I just think it was a really cool team, and to actually see a Speed Boost Blaziken used by someone.
Yeah, like, I would love to see the team building ideas from these elites. If we could see that become the standard for gym leaders going forward, that would be amazing. I've often felt that the single-player game has not really offered any real challenge to even a casual player who has done even moderate leveling up. Like, even without being over-leveled, often the gym leaders have just been, frankly, a joke. But here, my Pokemon were over-leveled, And because I'd approached it as any other gym leader and hadn't bothered putting any effort into customizing my team for it, it's like, oh yeah, well, I got one Pokemon with a super effective move, that'll be enough. And no, it actually turned into a hard fought match each time, and I loved it. Like, thank you. Force me to actually think about what I'm doing and let the AI have a team that it can actually do something with. I mean, it's probably easier to program the AI uh, for these like elites and gym leaders if it's like, here is your strategy for this one character, play this strategy out.
And you've got, say, with Amorous, where their surprise non-steel type was Reniculus, which...
Amorous was the most difficult for me because that Reuniclus sets up Trick Room, and that just totally throws out all my strategies because all of my strategies rely on being faster than the opponent.
And their Skarmory leads off with Stealth Rock and Whirlwind to try and get the chip damage. So if you don't deal with the Skarmory quickly, and because it has Sturdy, it's going to land either Stealth Rock or Whirlwind unless you double into it. And then that Doug Trio was just able to run rampant over your lead Pokemon with very high damaging moves.
I had the same issue with the Trick Room because I was using like Drizzle Pelipper with Swift Swim Dreadnought. And so it eventually just completely flipped the battle on its head, and I had to scramble a little bit.
Well, and then, she brings out an Empoleon, so your rain is actually benefiting her as well.
Yep.
So,
yep.
And that Empoleon, I think, from memory, is holding a Mystic Water. So, it's an incredibly well-designed team for them to all be have relevant EVs, IVs, and held items, following the unique item clause. I think is really quite impressive.
I think all of the teams are really well designed and well structured, and I kind of want to, like, in a similar vein, just mention briefly that I think the structure overall of the DLC, it being the open world structure with all of the teams being able to be challenged in any order, with the base game, I think one major complaint that a lot of people had was the lack of multiple teams per trial, right? So, there was some sort of, standard order that made sense for you to go as you were leveling up your Pokemon and whatnot. But for this, sort of for this sort of thing, right? You've got the game expects you to already be, already have defeated, become the champion, whatever, right? So it makes more sense because all of the teams are very strong. All of the Pokemon are at similar levels, right? You're getting a uniform challenge throughout, which I think works really well with the open world.
And that design philosophy is taken all the way through. And because I'm going to respect that you're not there yet, Archaic, I'll resist about talking about the Champions team and some of the gimmicks that they employ. But it's a good showcase of what doubles is and what the VGC community is, because single battles is primarily how people play through the story. When you get that random double battle, I remember in Emerald when you have two trainers look at you at the same time and walk up to you at the same time, it would still feel disjointed because there's two different people using two different teams. To actually have proper double battles programmed in with Pokemon that complement each other in the lead slot is just impressive. And from a main series game to implement that into its post-game story is just quite impressive. So we somehow jumped from Kitakami to Blueberry, but was there anything else people wanted to talk about in Kitakami?
I love Ogerpon.
Ogre ousted is a blast.
We need to do Ogre ousting on stream, don't we?
I'm happy to be one of your players in that. I still need that Munchlax.
Ogerpon is, like, I just love its personality. It's so much fun, and the twist about that, it's introduced as, the big scary ogre, and then you meet it, and it's like, oh my gosh, this is the sweetest thing ever. And I really enjoyed that. And I enjoyed how you kind of become, you get to partner with Kieran, and you have this form this friendship with him, and then you meet the ogre, and everything just starts going downhill. And I felt like that that kind of initial conflict between you and Kieran, it's all kind of starts from Carmine telling you not to tell Kieran, and it felt really forced to me. And so that kind of that kind of weakens the rest of Kieran's character arc for me, because I felt like this escalated way too, this has gone really, really far, and if I had just told him the truth like I wanted to, none of this would have happened. And so the fact that I couldn't was very frustrating.
Yeah, I actually was just looking on online, and there was like a lot of discourse this last week over whether or not Kieran was quote unquote right or in the quote unquote wrong. And I think it's very weird how we're so attached to the cast of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet that now we're actually like having these very heated, intense debates about their morality, when back in the day, like I know I hate saying back in the day, but like you had a character like Silver, and everybody was like, yeah, he's an asshole. He just sucks. Like, no, he has a dad. His dad is Giovanni. He sucks. He sucks.
And I
There
think
wasn't really like as much discussion surrounding the morality of the characters, and I feel like that's a credit to the writers of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I feel like their character writing has definitely improved a lot since those early games. That's like an unsung factor that we don't really see mentioned a lot.
It's something they've been working on, I'd say, ever since N.
Yes, I was going to say, like, it feels like a story sequel to how the whole N and Ghetsis parallels started in Unova, and how storytelling was the priority in those games.
Yeah, and it's definitely a welcome change. Like, I'm hoping that we will see this level of storytelling in the main game and not just in DLC. Because I did feel the storytelling in the main game was weaker than this, and weaker than what we got in, say, Legends. And I mean, especially as I get older, and I mean, I very much suit my chosen username now. I'm not in my 40s yet, but I will be soon. I appreciate the games being more story rich, and I mean, like I said before, I want to feel like I'm living in the Pokemon world, as opposed to, well, playing a battle simulator with occasional bits of linking content between battles.
And the fact that I want to actually read the dialogue in this game, and that that I want to read the dialogue, and that really started from the Arven storyline in the base game. And because of that, I made sure I read from going on, because that was such a good story. My one gripe I had with the Kitakami story was that Arven, Nimona, or Penny, one of them wasn't also randomly selected for the trip. Even if they just hung around the base town, and you could battle them throughout, and they've got different Pokemon that they caught in Kitakami, and then at the end of it, they see you dealing with the three, and they only know what the villagers have said, and they're like, oh, but aren't the three the good person? And to then have them learn as the town learns, because you already knew about it. So that would have been more interesting from the base game to incorporate one of those three characters. I think Arven would have been an interesting choice because of their family lineage, and they might have had more of that inquisical mind to do that. But that was just an opportunity which I hope is rectified.
Yeah,
But
the
we'll
other
see.
Paldean students were definitely a weakness in Teal Mask. They were not very well developed. You couldn't really interact with them in a meaningful way. It felt like something more needed to be done there. And having such a small number of students from each academy going on the trip as well felt a little strange. And especially, why would the Blueberry Academy students chosen for that be
From the
completely at
region.
random the ones who are actually from that area?
Well, maybe Blueberry wasn't chosen at random. Maybe they just said, "Hey, we've got family there. You don't have to worry about lodgings." And like, yeah, sure, that sounds like a good enough reason for us.
I mean, wouldn't it have made more sense to have had your Paldean students, your Blueberry Academy students, and then these additional Blueberry Academy students who are there not because it's part of their special thing, but because, hey, we're going back home for the holiday season, so we'll be there too. And then,
So like, and that would
Was
have
it
been a
was
good
it the holiday
opportunity.
season though?
well,
Was it the holiday season?
It was the Mask Festival, so that's a holiday for that region.
Yeah.
That's like if an American who lives in Australia went back to the US just for Thanksgiving. As an Australian, we're like, why are you leaving in the middle of November?
yeah, like something like that would have made a lot of sense to me. It felt like
I think Drayden would have been a good choice for that student because, as a dragon specialist, they might have heard rumblings of a new dragon-type Pokemon discovered in the Kitakami region.
I think there's ways they could have done that better and expanded it. And I mean, we already know that like Penny and all that are coming back for the epilogue. So I mean, there's still some stuff to happen there, I suppose. But yeah, I think you're right. It would have been better to have the characters' actual friends, as well as the friends we have yet to make, showing up there.
And even if it was one of those random side characters that you battled who is clearly of retirement age, that's still a student, being one of the 4 randomly selected, because that would have provided, if you had the ability to have NPC conversations with them, maybe a more interesting dialogue tree.
Grandpa going on a study abroad trip.
The way that I saw it was more like, for Penny and Arvin, maybe not so much Nimona, but for Penny and Arvin, their character arcs were sort of complete within the main game, so there really wasn't much else that they could do with the characters plot-wise. Like, they could have just had them there, sure, but like, plot-wise, you kind of had a very solid, tightly written, sort of like beginning, middle, end for your main cast in Paldea. You had like Penny with the Teen Star subplot. You had Arvin with the Area Zero subplot, the Paradox Pokemon, and then you had Nimona with like the Champion and the Pokemon League. You sort of like get a whole character arc. So now that their character arc is sort of complete, I saw it as them wanting to sort of like shelf them and like let them rest for a bit and then focus on new characters. And you know what? I think that the story kind of thrives because of it, because they're able to give so much more focus to new characters and make them interesting, like Arvin. I think not Arvin, sorry. No. They're able to give so much more Kieran, yeah. They're able to give so much more focus to Kieran. And I prefer that to a more crowded story where they have the characters there, but they're not really doing anything. Because if they were there, but they weren't really doing anything, then I think the main chief complaint was, why were they even here?
True. Well, in which case then, why not characters whose arcs aren't yet finished? Because if there's characters who I think still need more development, who actually have not hit the end of their stories, it's the Team Star leaders. Because now they need to settle back into being students again.
And I think
that's a good point. That's a good point.
And to use Arvin as an example, with how Kitakami becomes featured in relation to Area Zero in that first pack, I think it would have been interesting to see Arven's reaction to, say, the Crystal Lake and things that may be happening there in the Indigo Disc. And just have Arven be also exploring Kitakami, because Paldea reminds them of their parent, who they lost, and they just wanted to get away. So that might have been Arven's reason for wanting to get away and wanting to go on this trip if they were selected, you know? Penny, who we already know came back from an exchange, could have been at the Blueberry Academy when they disappeared for a while, you know? And Nimona would have made more sense than fitting into Blueberry as another student that got to come as well, because of how much she excelled in the Paldea region.
And honestly, I feel like Nimona would really get along well at Blueberry Academy because they are a lot more serious about Pokemon battles than Paldea's Academy is. So I feel like it would have been I personally felt like she didn't really have much of a character arc in the main story. I wouldn't have been opposed to, having her return in the DLC to get a little more.
And I think the problem of
development.
I think the problem of her coming back is that she wouldn't have had more development. She would have just continued to be one note, I love battling. Particularly given how well that would have fit into the Battle Club.
And even
maybe you'd have something. You could have something a little different where, maybe you play off the fact that, Blueberry Academy students only do double battles. I'm used to single battles.
And learning that, and maybe have them feature in a role similar to in Legends Arceus with, I can't remember the trio, but they just pop up randomly. So like you're running around,
Candace
and Nimona just sees you and runs up to you and says, "Let's have another battle." You know?
Yeah.
I don't really care. I don't really care about the main cast. You know who really should have come back by now? Looker. Where the hell was Looker? I missed him.
Isn't he still
chilling in a villa in Sinnoh somewhere?
Bring him back. Bring him back. I don't know. Give him something to do. Give him something to do.
Hey, if he's retired, wouldn't it have been great to have had him retired in Kitakami? Being the old guy asking you to get off his lawn and maybe giving you investigation tips for how you can uncover the truth of what's happening with the Loyal 3?
I think it just would have been really interesting if even the child that Looker looks after in Kalos's post-game comes back,
Well, she's already come back in
She has
Masters
a name.
EX.
Her name
in
is
the main
Emma.
series games.
That is true.
And or they do something with the original design intention of Looker, where he was modelled after David Tennant's Doctor Who, and then maybe bring in Looker's replacement is modelled after a Matt Smith type of character, or a Jodie Whittaker, or a Peter Capaldi, and have them be just following in the detective footsteps of Looker.
I will say the idea of him being modelled after David Tennant's Doctor Who is a bit of a fandom myth, because that's just what people were familiar with for that kind of look, but that kind of look is really a very generic
He's based off of a traditional
look in Japan.
He's based off of a traditional Japanese detective anime character, right? Or like a Japanese serial detective character from like the 70s, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I heard.
Not so much a specific character, but certainly a generic character, because that's become an archetype Japanese detective, yeah.
Like Dick Gumshoe from Ace Attorney, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That kind of jacket and everything, very stereotypical Japanese detective. Like, you'll see the same kind of outfits in characters like Detective Conan, as you said, Gumshoe and Ace Attorney. Like, actually, like, speaking of this kind of thing, so, like, Bulbapedia often has to look into these things, because we get people adding trivia to all these articles going like, oh, this is clearly inspired by this, and it's like, well, it's inspired by an archetype, but is it inspired by that specific thing? And I remember
That's how we get the funny wording of things like oh my gosh. There was like these very funny articles where it was like one of them was oh my god, I don't remember which one exactly it was, or it was like Pineco, and then the origin section is like Pineco may be based on a pine cone. Pineco may be based on a bagworm. Based off of its name and design, Pineco may be based off of bagworms and pine cones.
Yeah, I mean, so the big one recently has obviously been Palafin, because everyone was like, "Oh, Superman," and we're like, "Okay, well, in this case, there is actually evidence to suggest that, because like the year Superman was debuted, 1929 was it, and the level you evolve into
It was like 37, I think.
or 37, yeah, it's like the same level as in the year the character was introduced and a few other things, but so in that case there was a clear, okay, well there's elements here which suggest it's not just an archetypical character, but they may be referencing a specific character, but there have been other ones in the past where it's like, well, is it specifically referencing Godzilla or is it just referencing kaiju? Because there's been plenty of things like this, and sure, Godzilla's the first, maybe.
And then,
But
and then there's the whole debate about the Knackley line.
I saw
Minecraft
people debating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw people debating that Iron Thorns was based off of Mechagodzilla, and I remember thinking like I'm a big kaiju fan myself. I'm a big Godzilla fan myself, and I remember thinking like I get the reasoning, but this is not Mechagodzilla. Like this looks nothing like Mechagodzilla. It's a robotic Tyranitar, maybe the concept, but this is not. Like they actually did do a Mechagodzilla homage in Black and White 2, I believe, but this was not it. And I remember thinking like I don't believe that this was directly based off of Mechagodzilla.
Yeah, the big one for me, of course, are the ones that people completely miss or ignore, like and we all know what Sarah is based off of, right?
Serena or Serena?
The Pokemon, not the person.
Okay.
Serena based off of plant bulbs or onions. I'm not really sure.
Isn't that one based on a dominatrix or something?
Yeah, it is, and it's very blatant from the Japanese name of the Pokemon as well. It's like
I did not put that together. I actually did not put that together.
There's yeah, a pun in the name that makes a reference to it in Japanese as well, and I mean, but with the boot, I mean, yeah. It's pretty obvious in retrospect, but it's just one of these things where it's like...
In a children's game?
Yeah. Apparently.
We used to have gambling in the children's game until Germany ruined it.
That is true.
Voltorb Flip, my beloved.
Well, it's like if they do re-release Generation 1, to get back to something we were talking about 2.5 hours ago, on the Switch via the eShop, we would definitely know about it from the Australian Ratings Board, because those games would get re-rated R under the new rating regulations for any game with pseudo-gambling in it.
Isn't that the equivalent of like an M rating in the ESRB?
R is a restricted purchase for 18 and over.
Oh no!
Oh, that's rated R. That's rated R. That's
Yeah.
like hard. That's like
adults
oh my
only.
gosh.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Adults only Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow. So unless they release them in the same format they previously had their rating, they would have to get them re-rated. Yeah.
But isn't that like what constitutes as pseudo gambling though? Like what exactly fits the metric? Because Voltorb Flip could also fit that metric. You're still like
Yes, it could.
It's still a game of chance.
Yeah, the rules changed several times, and the most recent time it changed was after the proper introduction of the R rating for games, because we didn't have one before. It used to be MA was the highest in Australia for games, and that happened, I believe, after Gold, Silver, Crystal were already out on Virtual Console, and they didn't need to get re-rated. So yeah, if they re-release them identical to how they were, I'm not sure if they re-release them as a Virtual Console thing, and they're basically saying, hey, no, it's just the same game as before, we'll release it with the same rating as before. They might be able to get away with that, because it's not like that you need to re-rate old movies when you release them in Blu-ray when they were previously released in DVD. So they might be able to get away
Disclaimer
with it.
to Pokemon Company. Disclaimer to the Pokemon Company listening to this podcast. We are not lawyers. Archaic is not a lawyer.
Yes, I am
I
a
don't think they trust us
PhD. I
that
am not a
much.
lawyer. I have some expertise in copyright, but it is not my main area. But yeah, no, I honestly don't know, but yeah, I doubt it's the main thing that's holding those games back, but it could actually be a significant contributing factor. Who knows?
Especially in Europe, where that's a lot more restrictive. I recall when they were released on the eShop, they did have the severe rating limits in Germany.
Well, yeah, I think there's some Pokemon mobile games still can't be released in parts of Europe because they consider a gacha game as gambling.
I
Which
mean,
it is.
it is.
Yeah.
It is, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Or the I feel like you would know this, Archaic, and I feel like this is a question that 7-year-old me would have loved to have answered, and I'm finally going to answer that for little 7-year-old me. Were the old slot machine games, and like the Pokemon game corners, were they completely RNG luck based, or was there like a factor of skill and like pressing at the right time?
Completely RNG luck based, no pressing, like no quick time events from memory.
Except for
So,
when
like,
Cliff Fairy told you where to press in Diamond and Pearl.
Okay, but that's
So like it
different.
didn't matter. It didn't matter when I would like time the A presses. It was always like just completely random.
I would have to double check that, but my understanding, and I'm actually going to look it up now.
Oh, actually,
but yeah, my understanding was time did not matter.
So I just looked at the Australian Rating Classification Board and searched for the word Pokemon and sorted by most recent, and there was an M rating given to something on December 25th this year. I won't say the name of the project. So I'll let other people who are more inclined to look into these sorts of things. It doesn't look to be affiliated because it doesn't have the flick over the E. It might just be a video, like a fan creation or whatever, but who knows? And they did get re-rated for Scarlet and Violet when their DLC released.
Horror themes,
well, I will say that ratings board.
What the heck?
Scarlet and Violet is now M rated.
Scarlet and Violet is still PG in Australia. Parental guidance is recommended for users under the age of 13.
I think ratings board renewals are typically more indicative of something like a finished product than something like a trademark renewal, right? So
I haven't heard of this particular rating, the thing that's being rated here.
Yeah,
so,
okay. I'm having a look into it and what it lists as the production company. So the group that it lists as a production company is a I mean, I've actually found the piece of media. This appears...
Is it a YouTube video?
No, it appears to be a Fortnite thing.
Well, we were way off.
And that got rated.
Yes. It's a... I'm pretty sure this is a creator-made thing. Yeah, this looks like a creator... I'll put this in our little private chat so people can have a look at it, but I do not think this is official. I mean, you look at the registration for it, and it says it's an IARC one, which means that it's literally someone just filled in an online form and said that this is my thing and this is what it involves. Please give me a rating.
Oh yeah, this is very much a fan made thing.
Oh,
Mhm.
imagine if that's what we stumbled across, and that's how we have breaking news.
Yeah, I mean, there's another one here that's like Minecraft Pokemon games, like another IARC one. Like that's obviously not an official thing. This is someone has gotten a rating, probably because there's a bunch of these Minecraft mods and so forth that have ratings. I would say this is just a case of online creators for YouTube or whatever needing to get their needing to get ratings done so that they can actually put content up on like YouTube for kids or whatever.
Well, you'll be happy to know that Pokemon
Rated
Sleep-
M for online interactivity.
Yeah, I mean, like one of these things here, I've found one of the horrible Pokemon NFC fake things that someone created in this listing, like Poke Money, play to earn. So like, yeah, that's,
Oh no.
like so this is not limited to official stuff, unfortunately.
Kind of
But,
weird
you
that
know.
the rating board wouldn't check if it was legit.
Well,
but,
because they're
well, whatever.
IARC, those are automatically generated ratings by an online form that exists.
Oh, okay.
That then, like, if this was going to be a bigger official thing, it would go in for the full rating. But for like online content, then yeah.
Well, Pokemon Gold got its G rating in 2000, so because the content is very mild impact.
Okay, so I'm double checking what we have on Bulbapedia, and at least according to the info on Bulbapedia, it says for Fire Red and Leaf Green, it is stopping the reels with the A button, and in the Generation 1 games as well, so apparently it was effectively a quick time event.
Skill base.
Skill base,
Oh,
interesting. Yeah, for Generation 2 as well. Generation 3, Speed of Machine. No
that's
fixed
vindication. That's vindication for my old self.
Yeah, that's. I'm actually surprised. I mean, having said that, the page also has a big incomplete banner on it, and I don't think it's been updated in quite a long time, so it does say here, the reels do not always stop exactly when the player presses A. Sometimes they'll slip one or two symbols to either get another symbol to one with first and second reels or force the player to miss out a prize, but following Japanese slot machine regulations, they will never slip for more than 0.19 seconds for symbols. They'll also slip to avoid paying the jackpot and other prizes too often, but will also slip in favour of the jackpot on certain spins. They appear to slip far less often in Fire Red, Leaf Green. So yeah, from the sounds of it, from what we've got here, they are basically surprisingly realistic in terms of following real world slot machine regulations.
Huh.
I used to know
So does
someone.
does that make it bigger? Does that make it more or less likely to get hit with an R rating?
So, going through the Australian archives, so Pokemon Diamond in 07 was given a parental guidance or a PG only because of mild gambling references. That was the only thing stopping it from being G. Whereas Brilliant Diamond had mild violence and online interactivity. So that got a PG rating.
Yeah, I mean, it is
I'm not
only
sure
about
how Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are any more violent than the originals, but
I don't
If
know. Maybe
anything,
their
the
standards
violence
for
is
violence
more
change.
graphic. The violence is more graphic because
So-
there's like actual like 3D models doing the animations.
The scale for violence is none, very mild impact, moderate impact, strong impact, high impact. So the classification 6.
And then the highest is of course there's a strong impact, high impact, and of course the strongest giga impact.
I, for
How do they rate Black and White 2, where you were
well,
at one point they try to skewer you with ice?
well, I mean, Legends Arceus only gets mild violence as a PG, so they probably got away with it because they're generally not looking at individual events for the overall rating unless they're just completely beyond the pale. It's kind of like the US rules where you can get one F-bomb in a PG thing.
So Pokemon Black version 2 got a G rating.
Really?
Because the only mark on it was caution, gaming experience may change online.
Interesting.
I mean, the overall levels of violence wouldn't have been as high impact, and because it would have been pixels, not more 3D characters, it wouldn't have been seen as very high impact at all.
So, because all of time and space weren't getting destroyed, just,
Well, I guess Team Galactic was bombing lakes.
But did you see it? Because if you didn't see it, it's just themes.
Well, there's an earthquake, wasn't there?
Natural disaster.
You see Team Plasma freezing. What was it? Opelucid.
Yeah, but you didn't see them hurt anyone. If a tree falls in a forest and no one gets hurt and no one hears it,
No, they kicked the Musharna. They kicked the Musharna in Dreamyard.
No, they walked up and forth to the Musharna.
Yeah, they walked up to it, poked it, and then left.
Yeah, the way it was represented on screen would not have been enough. But if that happened today in a 3D Pokemon game, obviously it would be far worse.
Yeah, I don't imagine they'll be able to keep Getsus trying to stab you with ice as easily.
But you'll be happy to know that Pokemon Trozei was given a G rating.
Oh, bless. What will we do without it?
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yeah. So that means we're clear for the Pokemon Trozei Switch.
And
Pokemon Trozei 3D.
Pokemon Dream Raider was also given a G rating. But if we do get a Black and White remake, I would love to see Dream Raider just be incorporated, or just make it a free mobile app.
How would they incorporate the Dream World into a Black and White remake? That's an interesting question to posit. Would they
instead of having
exactly,
a website, you go to Pokemon Home, and that's where you register your sleep through Pokemon Sleep, and your Pokemon Sleep times is what allows you to dream in the dream world.
Don't give Game Freak ideas.
I was just gonna say,
tell the Pokemon company to hire this man.
And then you use the Pokemon Home mobile app to do the Dream Radar hunting.
I was just gonna suggest that you turn the on-tree forest into a dream world, but okay.
Please do not give them ideas. I do not have a problem with cross promotion, but that's going too far.
So you catch your Pokemon in Pokemon Sleep, and then you can send it in a Dream Ball to the main game, and we can finally get an Arceus and a Dream Ball again, which was one of the few Pokemon I saved from my Pokemon. I found it still in my original black copy, and I took it up through Poké Transporter into Home via Bank yesterday.
To be fair,
because I forgot I had them still.
We do need a way to transfer Pokemon from Sleep to Home, to be fair.
I'm just saying, Dream Radar?
Do we though? Archaic?
Yes.
Do we really?
Yes.
I will say this, and I don't want to delve too far into it because I feel like we're already kind of down 3 separate rabbit holes inside a big rabbit hole. But I will say that when thinking about the next generation of Nintendo consoles, it really seems like they're trying to push for a integrated kind of Nintendo experience that you have not only on your Switch, but on your phone as well. So this would go hand in hand with that. I can definitely see something like that happening in the future.
Actually, speaking of which, given the timing of everything, it would not surprise me if the next Pokemon main series game whether that be a remake, a Legends, or the beginning of a new generation. But I mean, probably remake or Legends, realistically, at this point. It would not surprise me if we had one of those games as a launch title for the new Switch, or Switch 2, or whatever they call it, when it gets announced.
Pokemon Let's
Switch
Go
up.
Johto Switch 2 launch title. You heard it here first.
Pokemon Let's Go Johto Legends.
Has Pokemon
Featuring
ever been
Dante
launched
from the
title?
Devil
And the
May Cry
starters
series.
that you get offered are Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, but in their form before Ho-Oh revived them. Yes.
I mean, like, seriously though, I do think,
Have we ever gotten a Pokemon game as a launch title?
no.
I don't think we have.
Well,
Nope.
not
No.
a main series game.
But if the hardware is just a physical upgrade, similar to how Sun and Moon were able to take the benefits of the new 3DS over the original 3DS, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the tack that they go. Make it compatible with both, but enhanced on the successor.
Yeah, I mean,
I personally, for me, I don't think that we're going to be. This is possibly another unpopular opinion. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Switch's successor within the next year or two. I feel like there's still a lot that the Switch is putting out right now. They're not showing any signs of like slowing down with the Switch. I feel
you look at
like
the hardware sales numbers, and they're definitely dropping off. But by historical trends, I would say we are definitely in the last 2 years. I don't know if we're in the last year, but
So 2024 is the 7th year of the Switch, remembering it did release in March of 2017. So
Christ, I'm old.
the Wii was released in 06, and the Wii U was 2012. So the Wii only had 6 years on the market as the main console. Now, that's why I see the Switch successor being more of a new DS, new 2DS, new 3DS upgrade, where it's still compatible, similar to what Xbox is doing over in their ecosystem with the X and the S, where games just perform better on X and you can play them at a lower graphical fidelity. Even if it's a case of when in handheld mode, the Switch successor defaults to 1080p, and when docked has the option of going up to 4K when playing games. And
I'm
when
not
you're using an
sure-
original Switch, it just plays at a lower pixel resolution.
I'm not super well versed in a lot of the hardware rumors, but Lachlan, it does sound like, based on some of the rumors around the closed door showcases at I can't remember where it was, but something recently. It does seem like the hardware is leaning towards some sort of a cross-compatible with upscaling on the new version of the Switch, sort of thing, similar to what you were saying.
Because current versions of the Switch, even the launch models through Homebrew, can be overclocked to perform what a successor could do with better built-in thermals. So it isn't a huge leap for them, and that's why I see it more like, I hope to goodness it's not called the new Switch.
Oh God, please don't do that again.
Like, Switch
just,
up,
like,
fine.
Just
Like, it's a
call it the
Switch
Switch,
upgrade.
Switch 2 or Switch Plus. The
Switch Plus
not
would
even
also
Switch
be
Plus.
really confusing. The
Call it
Switch Plus
Super
would be the
Switch.
Wii U situation.
Just call it the
So they
Switch
call-
2.
How about the light switch?
no,
yes,
we
I
already
was
have the
thinking
Switch
of the
Lite.
Switch Lite.
It's the Switch Lite.
But like, they could follow
If
from
you
Apple's
call
naming
it,
convention and just call it the Switch X.
I mean,
No, well, I
yeah.
don't believe in that, because that would be another Wii U situation. They had the Wii and then they had the Wii U, and people were very unclear on what the Wii U was. The fact that it was a new console in the first place. I feel like the name
Yeah.
played a very big part in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Wii U,
think
like,
it
they were-
has to be called the Switch 2 or the Super Switch.
With the Wii U, part of the issue was that the tablet was such a focal point of the advertising that people thought the Wii U was the tablet.
and it just attached to an existing Wii.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas like if it's
So-
like a second Switch, I don't think that'd be the same issue because it's the entire system is the screen, so it's
They could keep the intercompatibility with the Joy-Cons, keep the same rail, have them obviously in colorways that they haven't done for the main Switch. Follow the Switch OLED's model with the larger screen, longer battery life. There are things, improve the thermals just under the hood. But even if they don't call it the Switch, they could just call it the Nintendo Home.
I mean, on the idea of Nintendo Home, one thing that has been proposed before, and which Nintendo does hold a patent for, could be if they gave us what is essentially just a new Switch dock that had a whole bunch of components in there, so that when you were docked, you had the boosted game,
Fidelity.
but then handheld, you just continued to have your same Switch as before.
So you're just
Or they
talking
could-
about like the OLED model.
Or they could go the route of what PlayStation tried to do with the Vita and have the home box that you just put the cartridges into.
oh yes, the Nintendo toaster. There we go.
But yeah, no, I do think it will be within the next 2 years. Could be sooner, but third-party devs have definitely already gotten their hands on at least early development consoles. The big thing is going to be that, I mean, they are continuing to use NVIDIA chips, it looks like. It will have DLSS.
Yep. Yep. The
And-
DLSS is the big new thing.
Yeah. So, and I mean, like, the Sony and Microsoft will presumably have FSR, or I think it's FSR, the AMD equivalent. But yeah, Nintendo will have the DLSS. Who knows how expensive it'll be? But
See, I would forecast some March 2025 for the release.
That's exactly what I was thinking as well.
They probably would want to announce it around the holidays, but after everyone's already bought Switches from Black Friday sales.
I mean, when did they announce the Switch initially? Wasn't it in
December.
October. It was
Was it October where it had its
was it-
first presentation?
right. Yeah.
They had the live stream where they showed off games for it in the January of that year of release.
I remember that because I was there in Japan for it, but I'm trying to remember when the announcement video went up, the exact date of that. So that was.
You know what's amazing about the internet is I can just look it up right now.
21st of
When
October.
was the Switch announced?
21st October. So that is.
I said it was
Yeah.
October. Yeah, it was
But
October.
They weren't releasing any other major Wii U titles that Christmas.
That's
so they
true.
could, jeopardize their Black Friday sales because they were able to then focus on 3DS content. Like, what was that? That was
Which at the time was
2016
just
Sun and Moon.
re-releases of old.
Yeah. So yeah, if we do get a Switch being announced for next year, 2024 Pokemon in review is going to be, well, we maybe had some spin-off games, but nothing big because of course Nintendo and all of its related companies are prepping for a big 2025 with the release of the Switch 2 and the big games on that.
Because they could do their Legends style game, which did release outside of that traditional November period
Yeah,
at the start of the year. They could then tie that in with the release of the console.
Yep.
Um,
That would make a lot of sense.
and they could potentially have, before we jump into Generation 10, that could be when the Unova reimaginings. I'm not going to call it a remake. I want to call it a reimagining because there's too much content between those 4 games for them to just do a remake.
I mean, so you hope.
Could be.
If they don't just give us another Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. I mean, like,
I don't see them giving it to Ilka anytime soon.
I will say, I know we rag on Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl a lot, but for people
They're good games.
I'm nuzlocking that game right now,
No,
and it is
no, I won't.
difficult.
particularly for people who
I will
didn't
not. I
grow
will
up
not
playing
hear you
them.
out, Archaic.
No, I'm saying that if you didn't grow up with Diamond Pearl Platinum, then, like, honestly, if I say had a kid who I wanted to introduce to the Pokemon franchise, I would quite possibly say start with that game rather than start with the others, because I'd be like, well, if I give you Sword and Shield, then you're probably never going to want to play the older types ever again because you'll feel they're too linear. Definitely can't start you off with Scarlet Violet for the same reason. But
and you can't start off with Red and Blue anymore because current generations, they don't have the attention span to play that at its default speed.
Well, that's why you have Let's Go. That's why Let's Go is going to be the launch title.
I mean,
Let's Go, the catching mechanics are different though. So,
Let's Go catching mechanics are different. Same for Legends,
Yeah,
and
but
that's
it's
way too
simpler.
involved. So yeah, Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl would be what I would start someone off to the franchise on. Right now.
And the only thing I'm missing from that game's bleeping national dex is Spinder. I don't know how many days I've checked to see if it's outbreaking, and it hasn't yet. So we'll talk about that offline if anyone's got a Spinder they can send me. Because of the silly home compatibility with Spinder just not working. Don't get me started. I really wanted to shiny hunt Spinder, okay? And now I have no motivation to do it in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, even with Pokéradar, because they'd be trapped there. But
that is a good that is a fun little like question prompt actually that you've brought up, Archaic. What are your if all of you guys want to like give it a shot, what are your predictions of what we'll be talking about for the 2024 Bulbacast year in review?
So
if you guys have to like make some crazy prediction,
what we're likely to see in the Pokemon presentation at the end of February?
Pretty much.
No, not just like end of February, like just in general, what do you think this next 12 months is going to have in store for Pokemon?
Well, outside of the announced stuff, which is the Worlds in Hawaii, we have the epilogue for Scarlet and Violet in early January, and Pokemon Go Sinnoh Tour, Pokemon Go Fest, wherever they decide to do them. Whatever the community gets upset about in Pokemon Go, what new Pokemon are released in Unite. It's like, I'm hoping that we see some form of updates to Pokemon Home's UI because of how clunky it is to move Pokemon from home to other boxes in home.
And would we be talking about that in a year in review, though?
I would. Because I have just recently resort my Pokemon Home so that I have living decks, as much complete as a living shiny dex as I can do, and then a dex of Pokemon from 1 to 400 for Sword and Shield, the Sword and Shield DLC, the Pokemon added in, all with their original, that flag that you get in home from just transferring them in from games.
I would never have the patience required to do that level of sorting. It is painful enough for me just to sort my TCG cards IRL.
But when it's all nice and neat, it looks pretty until you accidentally
does.
transfer something from home and you don't select move the boxes in entirety and you hit move one by one and they all just get slotted in throughout your shiny decks and you cry.
Yep.
Having moved Porygons and Porygons.
I will say that there is one thing we haven't talked about today that we probably should have, that I'm hoping won't be something that we need to talk about next year. And that is cheating in the Pokemon VGC competitive scene.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay.
Because I've recently had a big discussion about this with Lachlan for the as part of that Pokemon Go cast, so I'll leave my discussion about that there, and you can go listen to the interview I did on that once they...
It should be released in January, so we released on Boxing Day the episode before you. So you're up next.
Yeah.
But
Archaic, don't make a plug for 5 minutes challenge. Difficulty impossible.
Long story
You just have
short,
so many things to talk about.
It is a year-end review.
Yeah. Long story short, guys, the justifications for cheating sound like the justifications Lance Armstrong gave for cheating in the Tour de France. It's like, get off your privilege and realize that no, cheating does not help people get into the game. It actually locks more people out.
I like to think of the competitive side as the amount of, when I last really did VGC was Generation 6, and the amount of time I spent building a team, breeding a team, hunting for the Ditto to start the breeding process in itself was a challenge. Starting off with a 4IV, 5IV Ditto, and eventually getting a 6IV Ditto just by hunting through friend safaris, and the joy you feel achieving the goal. And it's not like in Black and White where the only way to get legitimate, quote-unquote legitimate teams is to RNG manipulate the heck out of those games. Whereas now we have the ability to set Pokemon with bottle caps straight up to 31. We have the ability of that, it's the clear mochi, which resets any effort values you've given something, and you can build it back up. You have mints to change natures. They are handing you as many tools as possible outside of physically saying what the individual IV spreads are to make it so user-friendly to build a Pokemon for competitive now. And people will still say, oh yeah, well I still don't have a Tornadus because it's too hard to catch.
That is the exact argument that I gave on Twitter back when this whole discourse was happening, Lachlan. I just want to like piggyback off of what you're saying. If we were having this same conversation back during like Gen 5, then I might have been more lenient and said like, oh, well, you know what? Yeah, it is a little ridiculous to have to go through the whole process just to have Pokemon that are perfectly IV'd. It takes a lot of time that could be spent in the team builder. It takes a lot of time that could be spent strategizing. I would have probably like been a lot more sympathetic, but coming up on like the 3DS generation and then the Switch generation, it has just gotten easier and easier and easier, and the games have been basically like holding your hand more and more and more. I don't want to say holding your hand because that sounds infantilizing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing that they are being as accommodating as they are, because now that these tools are in the game, it's just more. I want to say it's more fun to put your team together in game than it is to just generate them on PK hacks like we used to. Not, by the way, when I say like we used to, I'm not talking about me specifically. I'm saying it like the community as a whole. It definitely hits a point where it's like, how much easier do you want it to be before you're ready to do it the legitimate way? Like, you don't actually want to do it the legitimate way because it's easier. You don't actually want to cheat because it's easier. You just want to get it the fastest way possible. It's not like unachievably impossible anymore as it was before. There is no ideal level that you could put. There is no ideal level that you could make it for it to be easy to the point where you would convince these people that, you know what, it's not that hard. I'll just do it in game.
And the thing I've seen recently around the DLC, you might want to block your ears, Archaic, is the version exclusive Pokemon to the DLC that are new Pokemon, because that now requires you, if you wish to use one from both games, to buy the DLC in a second game, which not everyone does, and buy the second game, and play through the game to the very end of the game to reach that point, where that hasn't really been a point before. Like with Sword and Shield, you could just make a second player profile to get both Spectria and Glastria, right? And it uses the same DLC. You don't have to buy another copy of the game, another copy of the DLC. And with those 4 Pokemon in particular, that could be a sticking point for people, but that's more reason to communicate with your friends, trade, and say, hey, look, I would love to use this Pokemon in an upcoming tournament. Can I borrow it from you? And do you mind if I EV train it, change its nature with a mint, yada, yada, yada? Do you want to look after like my Koraidon or my Miraidon as capital? So at the end of the event, you can just trade it back to me.
Yeah, I mean, if these people are saying, I don't want to have friends, then I think that's more saying something about the kind of attitude of the people going about playing those.
And like with the Blueberry Quest end objective to unlock legendaries, yes, each game has a list of Pokemon that you have to either play both games if you don't have any friends, or play one game with friends to be able to catch all of the legendaries, and then 3 legendaries that you physically have to play with friends to be able to catch. And I don't have an issue with that. Like, I only just got my last legendary treat, and I'm super excited to go and catch them. I don't care that they can't be shiny. It's just nice for them to have that mark of caught in the Paldea games. You know, like, that's the reason I did Dynamax Adventures, to get the legendaries with the sword and shield mark and the Ultra Beasts with the sword and shield mark, because that was something cool that you could work towards.
I do want to say, like, again, I was very heavily involved in this discussion. I think this was back during the Stunfisk era. Even I was like right at the height of the account popularity, and I was interacting with a lot of players back then. This was before Corsola branched off from Stunfisk. This was a discussion that had a lot of different faces and nuances to it, and one of those nuances was the sort of like money barrier, quote unquote. I remember I made a post covering one of our users in Stunfisk who had basically like done the math, quote unquote, of how much it would cost to use 2022's winning 2021's winning VGC team, how much it would cost to like re-emulate that, and it what came out to like some ludicrous amount. It was like $160, I believe. But at the same
people who are
time,
traveling to these events, they are spending a lot of money on flights and
that
accommodation.
is yeah. That
to
is
get to the
also
World Championship. Like, the average player, unless it's in a format where the winner just gets an invite and accommodation, like we saw with Go in its first year, the average player can't afford to qualify for Worlds.
that is what I was going to say. I was actually going to say that. I was going to say something along the lines of, it is already expensive enough to participate in VGC events on the professional level, because a lot of these players are having to pay these exorbitant amounts to cover travel expenses and whatnot. And then you're adding on these expenses as a sort of like quote unquote barrier for entry. I was a lot more willing to hear these arguments out when it came to financial reason, but at the same time, very recently, Pokemon Company vastly increased the payout to winners of regional competitions and of worlds. It's a step in the right direction, in my opinion. It's very welcome. I am very excited to see if this sort of trend continues, because it was something that we were sorely lacking. And now that the payout is as increased as it is, I see it more as an investment. You know, it's a lot more of sort of like you are, if you're willing to put in this amount of money, then you are likely going to see a significant return on it. And this goes double for people who will buy both the games, people who will buy all the DLC and whatnot. Um, Honestly, this is a lot better. This is a lot better than we had it back in Gen 5 and Gens 4 and 5. I remember back when like they would release Pokemon in events, GameStop events, and if you didn't get to those GameStop events in time, you would be locked out of having like Eruption Heatran, and that was the entire meta. That was insane. This is
Or for a
way
while
better
there,
already.
Ponyme on Magmar and Electabuzz were used competitively, but the only way to get them was through a GameCube game. But they weren't used competitively until much later on. So
This was Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. Yeah, exactly. We even had that. Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. There was the Magmar that could learn. There was a Magmar that could learn only the Shadow Magmar could learn the move. I believe it was Fake Out or Follow Me. Follow Me. It was Follow Me. Yeah, yeah.
because they got those moves back
Magmar could
in
only.
the DLC, and that's what reminded me of it.
You could only get Follow Me by transferring a Shadow Magmar from Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, and then that became a huge Pokemon in Gen 5 VGC. I remember that, Eviolite Magmar. But at the same time, again, these Pokemon are getting their moves back. They're way more accessible now. The payouts have been significantly increased. I'm more sympathetic to the people who say that like having to buy both games plus DLC on everything is exorbitant. I also like would echo your sentiment that just have friends who will trade with you, but I realize that it's not always that simple, especially with like very like limited exclusive mythical Pokemon like we had Urshifu during the 2021 season. That was a big one.
At least
I realized
with Sword and Shield, you could just have an additional profile and the unlock criteria to get to Urshifu was very small.
Yeah.
So
I think the other
Yeah.
thing to consider here is that, like, the idea that you have to have those to be competitive, and I'm thinking here to, like, compared to the TCG, and I mean, like, the amounts people pay in the TCG for decks, I mean, come on, they pay a lot more than $160 all up, but in TCG, the meta tends to be fairly wide, quite a few different deck options, and you don't have to make a deck using the absolute rarest cards. And sure, maybe there might be a Pokemon that is only obtainable if you have all of this, but you don't have to build your team around that Pokemon. You can go for other Pokemons, and there is no one team is the best team. So for me, that's just like, well, then think out of the box, be creative. If you know everyone's building their team about that Pokemon, then that's a weakness that you can exploit. So
Actually, I'm going to correct myself earlier. I was way off. A user on our Stunfisk did the calculations roughly for how much it would cost to legitimately obtain Shohei Kimura's VGC 2023 Yokohama winning team, and the final amount. They factored in a lot. They factored in a Nintendo Switch for $300, Pokemon Scarlet for $60, Pokemon Violet for $60, Pokemon Sword and Shield plus the DLC for $90. The total was $510. Which obviously, like, everyone has a Switch, everyone has, like, this is kind of pushing it a bit, but it was $510 altogether. I can definitely see where you're coming from, Archaic. However, at the same time, being a competitive player myself, sometimes it's just like, yes, there is the option to do an anti-meta team, but the fact that you would be more motivated to do an anti-meta team solely on the basis of it would be more cost effective is when the practices become like it gets a little bit unfair. It feels like it's a bit unfair. Like, people with more money have more options. They can either run the safe meta-friendly team or they can go for something anti-meta.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
that's always the problem. Unfortunately, because, like, I think Lachlan was getting to this point before, but right now the competitive scene is essentially being pushed by people who have a lot of money, because even though the payouts have increased, you're not guaranteed to get a payout if you don't do well.
And the entry fee is quite high for everything except Go globally.
Yep, entry fees can be quite high, but also just the fact that people can take days off work to travel interstate or internationally to play in a tournament casually, and that they can afford all of the travel expenses even when
It's
they
very
don't
privileged.
have a hope sometimes of winning. Yeah, like the amounts of money we're talking about to get the games and these systems are kind of piddling when you compare it to the amount of money people are paying in terms of the travel. So, like, yeah, if we talk about the owning the consoles and everything as a base level to get in, yes, that could go lower, and you're right that, like, maybe that's also restricting the teams you can go. But then there's the other thing that they weren't factoring into that, which is right now the base isn't 500 for owning the console and all the games. It's over 1,000 because the thing people need is a computer that can do the editing and all the hardware to modify a Switch to allow them to do that editing themselves, or to allow them to pay someone to do that editing. So the cheating actually minimum bar someone needs to invest financially to be able to have a competitive team, not lower
And
it.
from Pokemon accessibility standpoint, just being able to play in a union circle together with someone from the opposite version and go to Area Zero. Yeah, you can't breed the Paradox Pokemon, but you can catch them. And you can catch them in your own game just by playing with a friend who has the other copy, which is what Pokemon has always been about at its core, from Link Cable for Evolution Pokemon to version exclusives all the way back in Gen 1 and 2 and 3, where you had to physically meet up with someone, connect your devices, and share your Pokemon, whether that's eggs of the version exclusives or whatever. And now the evolution of that is playing and sharing a world with your friend where you can just jump in. Or if you don't have many friends to do that with, you can go on Pokemon Home, you can deposit an Iron Valiant and ask for a Roaring Moon, and that will probably get done by the end of the day, because there's someone in your situation, but mirrored.
Yeah, and like
And
Exactly.
you can
This
do
is
that
exactly.
for free.
Pokemon has always been a communal experience, and that's something that I've always felt is strong about it. It's something that sets it apart, first of all, and it's something that this games have basically been built on from the very first entries. Like, they want you to go out and trade your Pokemon with other people. It's just when you need specific, perfect Pokemon is when the waters start to muddy a bit. To be clear, I'm 100% on the side of I believe that teams should be obtained legitimately. I think that there's a level of rewarding that you get out of it, like personal reward and personal satisfaction that you get out of building your own team that you made
And
yourself.
raising it yourself.
Exactly, and also it's more accessible than ever. They've given you more tools than ever.
And bottle caps
like,
are real
it's-
easy to
it's-
get in the DLC, in particular.
Exactly, yeah.
Like,
And,
the amount of times the item printer has given me multiple gold bottle caps in one drop is ridiculous. So
it is definitely easier to do now than it ever has been before, and I also even though I'm sympathetic to the money argument where it's like, oh well, these teams that are very heavily focused on mythical and rare Pokemon and version exclusive Pokemon require me to buy both games plus the DLC. I get it, and I sympathize with you. I'm also very broke, but at the same time, first off, we were probably going to be buying the games and the DLC anyways. We already own Switches anyways. If you're going to be playing Pokemon VGC at the competitive level, you probably already are going to be buying these things. Yeah, you're probably going to be buying these things anyways, let's be real. Maybe not both copies. I'm not a both copies person myself. Maybe not both copies, both versions, sorry. Maybe not both versions, but if you don't buy both versions, it's very easy to find somebody who bought the other version and to sort of like communicate with them, especially now now it's a lot easier. Back in the day, I say back in the day a lot.
like,
I'm
take
not that
Gen
old, I
6,
swear.
for example, where once Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire came out, you couldn't play competitive on X and Y anymore. So
you couldn't.
It used to be a lot more expensive. At least base game players can still go online with those Pokemon because of the way that they're pushing updates. When Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon came out, you've got to buy the new games to be able to play competitive. Sorry about that. At least now you buy one game every 3 years, and instead of buying a follow-up game, you're just buying a much cheaper DLC alternative.
Exactly, and also, like I said, back in the day, I remember they came out with an event heat ran that learned Eruption. If you weren't there for that event, you just didn't have the heat ran. That was it. Now there's like there's a lot of also there was an event I believe Entei that had Sacred Fire. If you didn't,
The
Entei was
shiny
never meta,
Entei
but
that
like
was distributed through the end of Heart Gold Soul Silver that unlocked Zoroark and Black and White.
right, exactly. Entei was never meta, thankfully, but like there were a lot of Pokemon that would come out, and then they would have these like very powerful, very important tools, and then if you weren't at GameStop or if you weren't near a GameStop for like that specific week, then tough luck. This is way better. This is way easier, and also just from this is something that probably nobody thought about. We live in the age of Discord server communities and Twitter where you can just sort of like ask people, like you could just like ask out aloud, like, hey, does anybody have XYZ Pokemon? And I'm willing to like trade XYZ Pokemon for it. Back in the day, we had like GameFAQs boards, and then we would have to like desperately hope that somebody was out there listening and was also like a super competitive player that would be willing to trade Pokemon with us.
Or go on the Smogon World Chat.
Right, exactly. Yeah. It was
yeah.
ridiculous. So now it's way easier to just like meet up with other competitive players and be like, "Hey, do you have like these Pokemon that I require, or like, can you help me find them?" It's very accessible.
With how Pokemon Home takes away old special moves from Pokemon, but only while they're in different games. And each game, a Pokemon can have a different move set, which is remembered by Pokemon Home, is so crucial to the fact that something from 12 years ago doesn't suddenly become meta relevant and make it really inconvenient for people to access.
Yeah.
Because imagine if a Machamp from the Machamp wasn't in the original. Imagine if it wasn't in the original Scarlet Violet and we didn't have these move changes, right? So Machamp finally gets added in the Teal Mask or in the Indigo Disc, and we have the ability now to give it Fissure with No Guard. and a choice scarf.
That was yeah.
So like
that was part of why it was
that,
so.
After the
Yeah.
games were removed from the eShop, is very like you had to be there to get it.
Yeah, and I think to perhaps link back to the topic we were talking about before I took us on this complete tangent on the competitive stuff.
Well, it
if
links
it-
into how Blueberry Academy is teaching you how double battles work.
Well,
I
no,
guess.
but as in the things we want to talk about in 2024's year in review. I want community to be something that we're talking about in 2024. I want 2024 to be the year of the Pokemon community. To see things that are not just community events that are like imposed on us in a sense by Pokemon Go deciding to do in-person events in our cities or things along that line, but the Pokemon community coming together and doing more stuff together. And I know that's a sappy thing to say, but like more things like
That's not
this.
sappy at all. That's not sappy at all. No.
And that's what I travel to regionals for, is because even though I'm probably going to go 2-2, because Pokemon Go is double elimination, I still get to hang out and talk to friends. We go get dinner after, and that social experience, which is not for everyone, makes the event worth it. It's like how some people will travel for one weekend to go to a concert or a sports game on the other side of their country. And the cost that you're putting in is for the experience. So, yeah, and I that's how I like to see it. Like, I pay for Pokemon Go events because it's a lot cheaper to give Niantic $5 for an hour of gameplay than to go down to the local pub and have 7 drinks with mates, right? So
Well, nobody's forcing you to get 7 drinks, Lachlan. Nobody's
I'm
forcing you to get that
Australian.
drink that much.
Keep in
That's
mind,
like
both
one
Lachlan
joke.
and I are Australians, so that's like an hour.
Okay, yeah, that
When I
makes
was in
sense. That makes
Seattle
sense.
last year, we were doing a bar crawl, and every half an hour we changed bars. And one of the bars we got to, the jugs were delivered at the 25-minute mark. And before we left, someone said, "Lachlan, please scull these 3 jugs," and I did. I was fine for the rest of the night. I just didn't drink anymore.
Yeah, cast iron livers. It's what we Aussies are known for, as well as using cuss words as punctuation.
I did want to piggyback off of what you were saying, Archaic. I think that Pokemon community is absolutely very important. It's something that I very much fell in love with during my time, really building up the Stunfish social media and then eventually transitioning to building up Corsola Cove. I was surrounded by so many talented Pokemon creators and artists, voice actors, game modders, game devs, animators, players, all of these very amazing, talented people. And all I could think was, well, I want these people to like gain recognition. I want them to come together and create new things together. I want to like make that easier. I want to be able to showcase the funniest memes that they're making, or the most talented art, or like all of these different like recently I did an interview with sorry, this is my turn to plug. Recently I did an interview with Ivan B, the game dev behind Close Combat, which is a fan game. I don't know if I'm allowed to mention fan games. If not, you can bleep this out in the post.
This is
But
live.
I did an interview. Oh, this is live. I'm so sorry. Did I just get us hit by like Twitch's TOS or something? I did not mean that. I did.
More than
I did
likely,
a
you're fine.
okay. I just did
No
an
one has to
interview with
know.
Ivan B. I just did an interview with Ivan B, who is a game dev of a completely unrelated game that has nothing to do with Pokemon, the intellectual property by Nintendo, and Pokemon Company. And it was very fun to do to find all of these people who were creating new and fun sort of like inventions on the IP. I also spoke with the Pokedoku people. I also spoke with the people
Well,
who
that's
were
Pokédoki. Thank you.
Yeah, I also spoke with them, and it was very fun to see like how this franchise was able to bring so many people together and inspire so many of people in our community to sort of like create new things and pursue their passions. I thought that was very cool, and it was something that really motivated me to go through and um, make Corsola as big as it is right now, because I believe that there are people in the community right now who have the potential to make like the next Pokedoku, the next close combat, the next sort of like whatever Pokemon Fusions, I believe was the name of that other game. But they're like starting off with these mod projects, and then they're jumping off of those paths to become independent game developers, indie game developers. There are artists who start off as Pokemon artists and then eventually transition to doing like full-fledged art, and I think that's very cool. They do card art, they do art for the Pokemon official Masters, I believe. It's very, very fun and satisfying to see the community support itself in their creative endeavors, and I think that as we build up at Bulbagarden, at Corsola Cove, at the Pokemon wherever we find ourselves, even the new Pokemon official forum boards, they rolled those out this year, I believe. Even on the Pokemon official forum boards, we're always going to want to come together and share our creations and our passions with everyone else. I think that that's very important as well.
So, what I'd like to see is the community is so important to the game. I would like to see at the end of this year that we're talking about how the community mindset around the state of the games, all of them, is positive, and that I would love there to be no major drama.
That's wishful thinking. That's wishful thinking, and you know it.
I don't want there to be another Dexit. I don't want there to be another anything like that. I just want us at the end of the year to say, what a great year. How good was that epilogue? How good were the things announced? How good was Pokemon Concierge Season 2? How good was the announcement that they started filming Detective Pikachu 2 and other stuff like that?
I think the key theme here amongst everyone, and something that I'd like to echo, is the intangibles. As opposed to the tangibles, which I feel like is what we've been getting year after year after year with new game announcements, new media announcements, stuff like that. It really sounds like the importance is less about that, amongst the community, and more about the intangibles, stuff that only a community as big, as vast, as diverse as the Pokemon community can give you.
I'm going to like go off on a little side tangent here. I'm not sure if you guys covered it while I wasn't here or not. Archaic, what's your take on the new Pokemon forums that rolled out, the Pokemon boards?
We didn't talk about that.
Are you threatened? Do you see them as competition, or are you happy that Game Freak is the Pokemon company is sort of like embracing the idea of giving us a communal talking space?
Um,
Wasn't the first day or so like a disaster though?
yeah, it's
It needs proper moderation and restructuring for sure.
yeah. So, okay. So the first thing is that those forums aren't actually new. So it was kind of weird how they kind of announced them in that way. Pokemon has had official community forums before. This is just the latest incarnation of them. And before they announced them as the official community forums, they were the TCG Live beta forums. So they just, it's literally the same installation. The posts are all still there. So
Oh, so they hijacked your little club. They hijacked your little club, and then they brought in all the normies.
So the thing is, I suspect they thought, oh, we'd had this as the TCG Live beta forums, and this was good as far as we were concerned, and so we know how to run this, etc., etc., and they just went for it, and they weren't ready. And I can't help but think maybe they should have actually talked to some of, and I mean, to be fair, I don't know if they did talk to other communities about like the challenges they've had with moderating the forums and so on and so forth, and maybe they just talked to whoever ran the old Miiverse stuff at Nintendo. Admittedly, Miiverse was pretty cool. I would have loved to have seen that again.
I feel like Miiverse would be like very positive if they just did a Pokemon Miiverse. I would be way more receptive to that.
Miiverse with the drawing stuff in particular, like we used to have something on Bulbagarden called the Oikaki, and we had to shut it down in 2015 because the software hadn't been updated in a while, and we actually had someone use it as a vector to hack the servers, which led us to making some other changes. It was a big deal when it happened. I mean, it's why we moved from vBulletin to Zenforo in the first place. But the Oikaki had that kind of drawing system that was in full color, not just black and white or anything. Having something like that again for Pokemon would have been amazing. What they've got now is basically a customized version of Zenforo. So, hey, at least they're using off-the-shelf software rather than trying to program it themselves. But yeah, it felt like they jumped into it without really understanding what they were getting into. Maybe they would have been better off to have it as a soft launch rather than trying to make a big deal out of it, so it could more slowly ramp up.
Probably would have benefited from better moderation as well.
Better and more active moderation. So, like, I had times when I had made a post and it was sitting there waiting for approval for weeks and never got approved. And there were other times when I made posts and it went up straight away. And it was not...
Were you talking about Butterfree again?
These were posts... Well, I mean, one of them was a post answering people about the history of that forum, and they were asking me, oh, how did this forum exist? Where did it come from? And I was telling them, like, well, it was available, like, back at this date, and, like, I've got emails from this forum from this date, and yada, yada, yada. I mean, if
you were saying you have an email address for people to contact you about your rich uncle in Dubai. Makes sense.
No, but seriously, like, I understand that they would have wanted to stop anything with an email or a URL in the
or exposing the fact that their brand new forums actually weren't brand new. You were just like exposing their secrets.
Well, the thread already
knowledge.
The thread already
of the
existed.
Pokemon forums.
The thread already existed and had other people, but like some of the things, it felt like if they had rejected the post, that'd be one thing. Because I'd be then like, oh, okay, well, I can look at my post or what I put in and I'll be able to make a guess at what rule I may have violated without intending or whatever. But many times, the post just stayed there in the queue forever. And then you had things like in the forums where you report bugs. Like, there were literal times when you put your bug reports in the forum, and then they'd be like, to report bugs, you need to email us. And it's like, but this is the bug report forum.
Well, why do you even have the forum, the board? Why do you even have the board?
And you'd get bugs that just would not get any acknowledgement. Like, there was a huge one with TCG Live, where for weeks, players, particularly on Windows 10 and Windows 7, weren't able to log in at all. And the Windows 10 ones can now again, but the Windows 7s, my understanding is, the update just completely broke compatibility, and they never acknowledged it. And the players who are on that, many of them, keep in mind, a lot of Pokemon fans, particularly young fans, may be on, like, older hardware that's a hand-me-down from their parents or whatever. They might not have the ability to upgrade to the latest OS, so a lot of them were just being completely locked out permanently. So the communication on there is not as good as it could be. Not every aspect of the Pokemon franchise is represented there either. So it's...
In a very weird roundabout way, this is going to like sound a little weird. I feel like children aren't on those boards, even though they're very clearly marketed towards children. If you're a child between 10 to 14, you're probably on like
Instagram or something. You're probably on
Or
like a
Discord.
social media. You're probably on or Discord or Facebook. You're not gonna be on the forums for Pokemon. That's like that's like an adult thing. That's something that we would be doing. That's exactly what losers like us would be doing because we grew up on like image forums and like forum boards. That's something that we're used to. For them, they've got like Snapchat or like
Yeah.
Discord or like Instagram. That's where they would be. So I can understand the idea in a roundabout way that like maybe they knew deep down that like children wouldn't really be using the actual Pokemon forums, and they made this for us. Maybe like
I mean,
in a secret conspiracy way.
see, my thinking is that they were basically like, we don't want to have to be under some other company's terms of service. We need to be able to manage this completely, both in the sense of being able to link into people's actual real world Pokemon Trainer ID accounts, but also in terms of like making sure that they are completely compliant with whatever, say, privacy regimes that may exist around the world that may relate to the data of the children who are most likely using that service. Like, I think this is a good example of Nintendo and Pokemon Company being very conservative in terms of the risks they take with regards to children and privacy, which is not a bad thing. But that's why the poor initial moderation was so like, what the heck? Because you clearly had this idea of what you wanted to do, and yet, like, we got some utterly ridiculous stuff on the forums in the first few days that they clearly were just not ready for.
And I think this is a big reason why Niantic have a forum for every game that they've launched except Pokemon Go.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's because of the complexities of the player base and the moderation. Like, we already see them struggling with moderation on their forums as they exist currently. So I think the Pokemon companies always tried to shy away from this where possible because of the concerns around children and child safety.
I mean, what they need, if they're going to have an official community forum and they want to make it effective, number one, everything related to the Pokemon franchise needs to actually be on there and active. Like, the fact that most Pokemon news never gets discussed on there at all, and if it does, it's only because fans posted it, no official posts, is a bit silly. And then bug fixes, like, actually have like one support member who can acknowledge a bug, at least when they're like big bugs that are attracting like 10 pages of posts. I mean, those changes alone would make a huge difference.
I feel like at this point we need to ask: does Pokemon even really need community forums, like official community forums?
Need, no. Want, maybe. If they're wanting to have a bit more control over that sort of thing and to centralize it a bit more around them so that they can have a bit more of control over which way the community goes, to make sure the community is welcoming to all groups, etc., etc. Like, they will never supplant like a Smogon, but could they be a generalist forum? Yeah, actually, that they're like.
Well, we already have the Bulbagarden forums.
We already have Bulbagarden. We've already got Bulbagarden forums as competitors, but at the same time, they don't control our policies. If they want to do things differently, and if they want to have a platform to announce things themselves, and I think, keep in mind, this part of the context of them getting these forums up is also the massive uncertainty about the future of X, formerly Twitter, and I think they would have been very concerned that X was going to go away for good, leaving them without a very clear point of communication for a lot of users. Having the community forums already established as a, hey, if everything else goes down, come here, would have probably been in the back of their minds.
That makes sense. Yeah, I can definitely see that as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so much
I
fragmentation in social media over the past couple of years that having your own place to go back to makes a lot of sense right now.
I had the same sort of like thought process. So I come from a background of being an admin for Stunfisk, which is a subreddit. That's a Reddit subreddit, and recently Reddit changed their API policy as well, which was very damaging to a lot of the smaller subreddits that relied on tools like Auto Moderator to sort of like help them with keeping their subreddits operational and in order, and it had a lot of ripple effects that there was no real very good reasoning for why they decided to privatize the API, and also at the same time, the creator of Reddit, or like the main admin of Reddit, the webmaster, to use your own terms, was very unreceptive to any and all discussion surrounding it, and they very quickly rolled out r/place 2022 to sort of like mitigate the r/place 2023 to sort of like mitigate the conversation and like make all of the bad press go away, so that all the mainstream outlets would be reporting like, oh wait, no, that you search off Reddit in Google and then like all the results are about r/place. It was very strategically done and felt very scummy. You probably read that a lot of subreddits at the time went private in an attempt to protest. And for me, and for us at Stunfisk especially, there was conversation of like, well, if Reddit doesn't pan out, do we want to like make our own website, or do we want to stay on the Discord server, or like, is any of that even feasible? This was around the same time that I started the X account as well, and there was a lot of conversation of like, well, do we even know if X/Twitter is going to stay up for very long? It's kind of sinking right now. And I remember a large barrier to that sort of like goal was that Reddit is already a very sort of like streamlined, easy to use forum template that's hard to replace. And if we were to make our own website, it would sort of like require people to log in and make a whole new account just to participate there, whereas most people already have a Reddit account. It was very muddy and messy, and I can definitely sympathize and understand with the stance that the Pokemon Company might have had, where it was like, well, this might be as good a time as any to try to establish our own sort of like space where we can sort of like have control over the community and give our fans some place to sort of like gather, you know?
Yeah, I think that, like, realistically, I don't see them developing it very much unless and until we do see, like, X go down or something like that. But if that happens, they will be very glad to have had that place prepared well in advance.
Quote unquote prepared.
Well,
very, very heavy air quotes on prepared. It's
well,
it's
yes.
an early beta at best.
Yeah, no, that is true. I mean, like, most of the things I think they need to do for it are not actually that difficult to do. They just need staffing. They need to have people actively working it. That might be the
Do
toughest
you
part.
do you think that with time they may oust the Bulbagarden forums? Do you view them as any kind of competition?
I think that they are most likely addressing a different player base. Like, there are things official forums can do that fan forums can't do. There are things fan forums can't do that official forums can. Did I just say the same thing? But anyway,
And we said the same thing
yeah, no,
twice.
we can do this. I can do things they can't. They can do things I can't. Like bug reports, you couldn't do that on a fan forum. I mean, you can whine about bugs, but you can't have a direct line to actually maybe get something done about those. That is something that
The actual devs, yeah.
yeah, that's something that they should actually be making plenty of use of. But and also in terms of like being able to provide a safe online space for, say, children under 13. Like Bulba explicitly does not allow children under 13 to register because it's just too risky for us legally. Um, and this is, I mean, this is a huge change from where things were, say, when we first were running forums in like the early 2000s and so forth, because back then nobody cared about that sort of stuff. And yeah, there was
Yeah, exactly. I remember being on the forums under 13.
yeah, no
I
one
will
really.
not state the age in which I became the right age to have an account on the forums,
I
in case my account gets retroactively nerfed.
no, that won't happen. But like,
Oh, I was
What does
I was 12
what
years
does
old when I
statute of
joined the forums.
limitations
like I can
I'll be
honestly,
completely honest about that, and now I'm an admin. So there you go.
When does the statute of limitations end? When does the statute of limitations end? Can we still ban him?
But seriously, like back in the day, I can guarantee you, back in the day, in like the late 90s, early 2000s, the Pokemon web forums of the time, that you would have had some community moderators who were precocious 11 and 12-year-olds. And there's a huge difference between that era, where most of the people running the site were themselves literally children, and today, where and I think Pokemon community is perhaps a little odd compared to many other communities in this respect. A lot of the people running the communities today, the big ones, or the biggest Pokemon websites still around, are still the same people who were running them in the late 2000s or the early 2000s. And
Yeah, they've just grown up.
yeah, whereas if you look at the 90s, it was not uncommon to see a single website pass through multiple hands within a couple of years. I mean, even me, I'm not the original owner of Bulbagarden. That was Chris Kalecki, who basically gave it. I mean, the original Bulbagarden died. I went off, did other things, and one day Chris came back on MSN Messenger, and I'm like, hey, I'd like to bring Bulbagarden back, and I was allowed to. And like, it was a very different time back then. So yeah, I think in the same way as Miiverse was a safe space for young players that was underutilized, Pokemon community forums could be a safe place to bring in younger fans, to let them actually have safe, supervised interactions. But that does require much more active moderation than, say, a subreddit or a forum, where, to be honest, a lot of our moderation does still rely on a bunch of automated tools that can pick out things like certain bad words, URLs, etc., and highlight those, so we're not just reliant on community reports or manually browsing every single thread.
Even to that extent, we don't know if TPCI isn't using any sort of like automated bots or whatnot. They might be.
They are. They're using Zenforo, so they're absolutely using some of those automated tools already. Though they're clearly not monitoring them properly, which is the problem, because it's like those automated tools were often, with how they've set that forum up, every post, it seems, goes into a moderation queue and has to be manually approved. So
that sounds wildly inefficient.
It is wildly inefficient, and I mean, I understand why they had to do that, because of how nasty things were when they got set up initially, but it also makes a forum incredibly slow, and it kind of works against the whole actually letting people have a community, because you can't have like a fast-paced thread going unless you've got a moderator actively watching and approving everything in real time. So they need to be able to wind that back while having sufficient moderators to jump on anything nasty, or if they can't wind it back, to have sufficient moderators located around the world so they can actually be working at least one moderator 24/7. Because, I mean, how ridiculous is it that that forum was probably effectively shut down on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, 2 days which traditionally are some of the most active for forums, because they would not have had a moderator available. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that, because of that sort of staffing requirement, that official forums struggle with, whereas fan forums like ours are able to handle it, so long as, you know, they don't get DDoS'd on Christmas like we did.
That's definitely, yeah, that's a good perspective to have on it, I feel. Me personally, I don't view the official Pokemon forums as viable in the long term unless they get like they massively like restructure them and again get better moderation, which they might they hopefully will, but they haven't been pushing it to a degree where like they haven't been pushing it through all of the official channels that much. I think they just released it to very little fanfare, and now most people have already kind of moved on. If they were more serious about it, I think they probably would have been pushing it more. They probably would have been like addressing complaints as they rolled around. I think that this is just sort of there as a convenient like backup plan
Yeah.
in case they need it at some point.
Yeah, I do
Well,
think...
maybe they see the results from the initial push and they see all of these like this huge influx of users and some users who are obvious trolls and whatnot, and they're like, well, if every time we push these things we're just gonna get this same influx of new trolls and bad users, then that's just more work for us. So let's just hold on to this for now, and then if we need to fall back on it, like you've suggested, Saturn, then we can, go through and maybe improve some of the systems and push it a little bit more,
Yeah, I mean, that seems...
because that's what's going to happen, right? Every time they use an official channel to plug the forums, like hundreds of people are going to join and post like the equivalent of haha first in a YouTube comments section, and you're just going to have a poorly moderated cesspool.
Yeah, I mean, I do think if they were going to make a new push for it in the near future, the most sensible thing would be to make it a centralized hub for discussion of Pokemon news. Because right now, you don't get discussion on there of like most official Pokemon tournaments. You don't get discussion on there about updates for most games, because most games aren't even represented on there. You don't get any free-flowing discussions on... well, actually, you don't get any discussions about like really Pokemon merch outside of TCG stuff. Like, I mean, a lot of the Pokemon merch collaborations, like, I mean, you mentioned the Gucci one earlier in the episode, and like, Pokemon themselves, did they ever actually talk about that themselves anywhere? Or was it just some...
That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
Yeah, Pokemon is surprisingly bad at promoting their own merch collaborations, and maybe this is a thing where they need to get more of their third parties actively involved. I mean, the fact that to like get information about the Pokemon regionals I went to earlier this year, I had to join a Discord server run by a third-party company that does competitive events for Australia. That's not like Pokemon Company themselves, not even the whatever company acts as distributors for the trading card game in this country, like completely third party thing, so that I could get the latest information, know when everything would be going up. as opposed to an official Pokemon domain is just a little weird.
It's a bit like how registrations are still done through arcanines.com and not like a Pokemon portal.
I mean, is Arcanine official? I'm pretty sure it's considered official at this point, isn't it?
But like, you look at that URL and that's
yeah, it does look like a fan
funny
URL.
part of Arcanine. Yeah.
It does look like a fan URL. I will grant that.
I have to actually dip out for now. It's getting quite late on my end. It's around 2:20 a.m. But very good discussion. Very amazing discussion. Thank you so much for having me, Archaic. Thank you so much for having me, Bulbagarden. I will be peacing out for the night.
Yeah, I mean, we've been going 5 hours. I haven't had lunch, and I need to start cooking dinner. So I think we are probably.
I haven't had breakfast, but that's fine.
I haven't had dinner.
Before I go, just want to quickly plug Corsola Cove. Check us out. We're on the Bulbagarden forums, Corsola Beach. We're on Twitter at Corsola Cove. We are on YouTube. We're on TikTok. Corsola Cove. Just look us up. We have our own Discord. Discord.gg/Corsola Cove. We're a creator hub. We love to feature Pokemon creators and talk with them and give them the resources to make amazing content. Thank you so much for having me, Archaic.
Oh, thank you for coming on, and hopefully we'll have chances for you to hop on some future Bulba things here on the Twitch in the future.
Thank you. I would love that. I would honestly love that. All right, have a good night now.
Have a good
Cheers,
one.
Saturn.
See you, mate.
Night.
And then there was 5.
Well, I think we should progress quickly to outro, but maybe we'll return to that.
I just wanted to say one thing regarding what I hope we can talk about next year. This year we talked about how it was the year of animation. Next year I'd like to see it be the year of manga. There's Pokemon Adventures is the ongoing thing, but it still feels like it's a very niche interest in the Pokemon fandom, and also just all the other various mangas that have never been localized. I think it would be cool if we could start seeing some more of that come over here, and see some more manga stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I can't buy Pokemon manga through my preferred online retailers. In fact, can you buy it digitally anywhere in English? I'm not sure you can.
I think Amazon has it on Comixology.
Well, Comixology doesn't exist anymore, but...
Oh no.
Viz Media should have digital editions of most of their stuff.
Okay. They might be
but
region
I guess
restricted.
That's not... Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I agree that there's a huge array of content there that hasn't been mined, and I mean, there are plenty of digital manga readers, legitimate ones, various apps and websites like Azuki and a few others. I mean, I'd have to double check who the publisher of the Pokemon stuff is for which one would be the most likely partner for them in the West, but it seems like it would just make so much sense to have that content available. Kids these days, if they are reading, they're probably reading things on a tablet rather than a paper book, as is.
Yeah.
Having all that content available digitally would be amazing.
For sure.
Yeah. It'd make our documentation of it a lot easier, too.
What about you, Boblers? What do you want to see for 2024?
I'm not sure. You all have given such inspiring answers. I'm not sure I can give one on a similar level.
That's kind of what I felt like too, Boblers.
You can say you want a Unova remake.
Maybe more acknowledgement of older spin-offs. Because like they kind of just seem to get left behind whenever like a new core series generation comes out. Like, not a lot of people these days know about like Pokepark Wii and Pokepark 2, even though those are like awesome games and they should be made available again.
Hey, I just finished playing Pokepark Wii here on the Twitch.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, we did that as a December weekend series.
I
Bulbasaur
always wanted
Dash.
to play that as a kid, but I could never find it anywhere.
Ilka really missed a chance with Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl when it came to releasing the Pokemon Home expansion to have Pokemon Ranch compatibility. Just have like
I think I still
Ranch
have.
through Home.
I think I still have like probably like 60 Pokemon still at Pokemon Ranch at the Wii in my parents' basement. That's probably not working anymore.
You need to get them into Pokemon Home.
They need to be rescued. I need to do it within the next
them to
like
the cloud.
3 months. Those poor little guys.
And make sure you haven't wiped the save file of the original game that they came from. Because
Oh, then
Yeah,
they're
if you
lost.
do, they can't
They're lost. They're lost to time then. Those saves are long gone.
Because I think that was what one of the limitations was, that it had to go back to where it came from.
Yeah, it has to go back to the game that deposited it.
The
couldn't use it
game,
to, like-
but not necessarily the file.
I think it's trainer ID and secret ID. I could be wrong on that. You'll have to check Bulbagarden's Bulbapedia to find out more information.
Nice.
Well, okay, it can't be the only one that plugs himself.
That is going to go onto Bulbagarden out of context, isn't it?
Oh. Okay then.
And on that note,
Well, you know, if everyone's looking for a hunt to do, I think one of us should all. I'm genuinely contemplating trying to get the Pokemon Ranch Mew as just a goal for the year. From scratch. Am I mad enough to do it? Probably.
No, you just have to catch 1,000 Pokemon and transfer them all slowly.
Yes, but in Diamond and Pearl.
Oh wait, oh no, those games have slow loading times, don't they? Oh,
Yes,
no.
and I think Platinum was only compatible with the Japanese version.
Yeah, Platinum requires like a patch on Ranch in order to use it with Ranch.
Yeah.
yep, right there in the front. If a Pokemon is placed on the ranch, only the game from which it was placed onto the ranch may take the Pokemon back off of it.
Oh well, enjoy your challenge. I'm just going to enjoy playing whatever Pokemon games come out this year. Well, admittedly, I'm going through Ranger for streams on the Bulba Twitch this year, but yeah, apart from streaming stuff, I don't have the time to go back and play the old stuff as much as I wish I did. I really would love to play more Conquest, but it'd be nice if we had a sequel to that.
Yes, please. Oh my gosh.
But yes, it is almost 5.5 hours, so I guess it is time for us to wrap up, get food.
Yeah.
So thank
Before
you.
we go,
Oh, yeah.
Lachlan, do you want to just quickly plug the GoCast and what you do as well?
All right, so GoCast Podcast is a podcast host network, basically, run by Chris, where there's currently 3 shows on it, 2 of which are weekly, and the one I co-host is amazingly, just when it happens, it's great. It's a really low commitment. So that's the GoCast Podcast proper, which talks about news, updates, and everything in the world of Pokemon Go. You've got the PvP Corner, which is hosted by Fish and DeFi, and DeFi is quite a regular commentator at the Play Pokemon events. You might know her as Stephanie if you've been watching some of the Play Pokemon events. And then we've got Starpiece, which is an interview based segment, which is hosted by myself and Chris. I'm the newest member of the team, having come from a year of not doing any podcasting where I was running a Niantic Wayfarer based podcast, which has an amazing replacement when I stood aside for personal reasons just so I could focus on getting my life in order. And I jumped right back in with friends I made in Seattle. So it's, findable. Just type GoCast Podcast in. I think on certain platforms, you might find a religious one. Just the website GoCast, just Google GoCast Pokemon. You should find it quite easily, available on all the platforms. And if you want video, it's on YouTube and Spotify. Otherwise, audio on all your other platforms.
So hopefully we might be able to have you on in some future ones as well, Lachlan. But we'll have
Hey,
to see
look,
how things
time
go.
zones work quite well for you and I, Archaic, hey?
Yes, that is rather convenient. Yes, no.
And I have an unnecessary wealth of knowledge about most things in the Pokemon franchise. As I'm sure some people noticed, I was very silent during Masters because I played it when it came out and dropped it because I didn't want to get addicted.
Yeah, no, that was probably
Fair.
a good idea. Okay, well, thank you everyone for sticking with us through this. I mean, we still have 25 viewers, which really is something. We've had some people active in chat the entire time, so hope you've all enjoyed our rambling. This will end up...
And those who listen to it as a VOD, hopefully you get some lovely, whatever Pokemon you're playing at the time, hopefully you have good luck in that game as well.
Indeed. So this will be, I think it's our final stream for the year on the Bulbagarden Twitch. You know, I should double check that before I say anything. No, actually,
we've got two more.
Indeed. So
Dawning's going to be going on later tonight, and Abby will be popping back on tomorrow evening.
Okay.
U.S.
Excellent.
time, at least.
Yep. Well, it's certainly our last streams, though, because I don't think either you or I are on for anything else before the new year. So,
yes, that is correct.
A very happy new year to all of you Pokemon fans out there. Thank you very much for joining us for this. I don't know if we'll end up having more regular Bulbacasts or not. It's something we've wanted to get back to for ages. I mean, it used to be a weekly podcast back in, 2005, 2006?
Oh.
Yeah. It'd be nice to do that again. I mean, back in those days, we kind of struggled for Pokemon news beyond talking about the latest episode of Pokemon anime, but these days there's a lot more happening in the franchise, so who knows, we might be able to do that again. But until next time, as always, you can catch everything Bulbagarden via Bulbagarden forums, Bulbagarden Discord, all of the various social media channels. All the links are in the channel description below if you're listening to this on Twitch or on YouTube. Well, YouTube later on, that'll be the VOD. Until next time, I've been Archaic, Bulbagarden Webmaster, resident Old Mon yelling at Altaria. Thank you very much to all of our guests who've been here today. Lachlan from GoCast, pardon me, SaturnFreak from Corsola Cove, and Boblers, Rhodehawk, Sir Derpington, Storm Aurora, and TheCapsFan from various parts of our Bulbagarden network. So, yeah, thank you very much, everyone, and have a good New Year.
Bye.
Bye, all.
Yeah.